"What do you think I've been doing?" said Yoon, voice a croon, without any splinter of fear. "You've been collecting splice, rounding up the rogue ones, the ones that got away after Olana was—" He was going to say killed, but he knew it was probably not exactly accurate. In all reality, the horse lady had probably been banished to an eternity in the Chaos Halls, alongside the sorcerer Morkagoth. Zandbar shivered with intuition. "I confess," said Yoon, examining his brightly polished fingernails, "that I do have a certain fondness for the creatures of Olana the Changer. There is in them a certain primitive violence, and also an essence of corruptness, of metamorphosis, to which I am greatly attracted. King Yoon, they are the demon blendings of man and horse. They're fucking evil. In what way could you possibly be attracted?" "I am attracted to their decadence," growled Yoon, and licked his lips. "Now, let us move on." They came into a long, low chamber. Huge iron posts had been fitted at intervals, each the size of an oak tree trunk. These formed the cornerstones of the prison cells. Between each post was a wall of iron, several feet thick, and set on massive, broad wheels, dropped in grooves, which had been carved through stone. Beyond, in the cells, came various snarls and crashes. There also came the clanking of huge chains. "You there," said Yoon, pointing to one guard. "Go and pull that lever." He gestured to a huge iron staff inserted into the wall alongside many others. The guard stared helplessly. But what will happen when I do?" "If you do not, your head shall suddenly detach from your body," said King Yoon with a grin. But it was a toothy grin, like an exhumed skull, not the happy smile of a reigning monarch. The guard stumbled forward, and he suddenly seemed less than threatening, and more like a child charged with a dangerous task. He looked around. Everybody stared at him, tense with apprehension. Beyond the steel wall, something raged. He pulled the lever and leapt back as if something might jump out and snap off his head. It was an amazing intuition, for the creature that was revealed was nothing less than an abomination. It was part horse, part man, but there any likeness to either of the host creatures ended. The Splice, one of Olana the Changer's special creatures, special pets, special killers, was bigger than a horse, although of different proportions. It was vast, uneven, stocky, with bulging lumps of muscle distending from its torso, seemingly at random, as if flesh and bone had been broken in places and forced back together again under a blind surgeon's scalpel. It was a rich, black, glossy, like the finest stallion, and yet the uneven skin was patched with horsehair in segments, as if it had suffered burns from a fire. It hobbled forward on 4 legs, but the front left did not touch the ground, for it was too short, and bent forwards at a deviant angle, giving the creature an irregular, if terrifying, gait. The beast suddenly leapt, screaming in a high-pitched voice like that of a woman, although without any discernible clarity of words. There was a clanging and clanking, and the Splice was yanked backwards at the end trajectory of its leap by the thigh-thick chain which restrained it. Yoon stepped forward. He was panting. Everybody else stepped backwards. "Kneel," he commanded, and licked his lips in nervous pleasure as he admired the heavily muscled body, thick horse legs with twisted iron hooves, uneven chest up to the head, the great misshapen head that was too large to be right, too twisted and elongated to be living. The head was a broken horse skull, long and pointed, but with the mouth pulled back, jacked open way too far, showing huge yellowed fangs oozing blood and pus and saliva. The eyes were uneven on the head, one green, one blood-red, and nearly double the size, and from the top of the bent skull curved a jagged horn, easily the length of a short sword, and fashioned from yellowed bone. The Splice observed Yoon, and its lips quivered, black and yellow against fangs which could rip his head clean off. Yoon moved forward. Zandbar hissed, "No!" Yoon was within the perimeter of the chain now, which lay slack on the floor. The splice looked down at its tether, then up again at Yoon, eyes bulging, throat gulping, as if this vast, distorted creature was starved of oxygen. It knew, it realized, it could snap Yoon like a twig. "Sit down," said Yoon, and his voice was gentle, almost a song, which surprised both Zandbar and Chandukwa. They had never heard Yoon utter such words. Even more surprisingly, the great tufted monster obeyed and dropped to its front knees. Then its rear haunches collapsed, and the head came up, quivering, eyes searching, and it fixed on Yoon, and the head tilted, and it smiled. "It's fucking smiling," said Zandbar through gritted teeth. "Shut up," said Chandukwa. "What happens next?" "If the splice gets pissed at something, we're all fucking dead." Zandbar nodded, eyes saucer-wide. "Undo the chains," said Yoon, eyes fixed on those differing orbs of the splice. And he moved ever forward, within lunging distance now, and he reached out and gently touched the creature. The splice's great uneven head tilted to one side, and it started to croon. It was a sickening sound, like the death rattle from a wounded horse, and it made all present shiver, hairs standing up on forearms and necks, and Yoon was gazing into those eyes like a lover. A guard moved to another set of levers and pulleys, and very slowly pulled one. The chains on the splice went slack, and now the creature really could kill if it so chose. But it didn't. It allowed King Yoon to slowly run his hand up its snout, past ridges of broken and mended bone, past tufts of sprouting hair, over ridges and corrugations of burned flesh. And all it did was croon and blink, the great red eye filled with blood as it gazed adoringly at Yoon. "What the fuck is going on?" whispered Zandbar from the corner of his mouth. His skin was crawling. His mind was flitting. Every primeval sense he had screamed at him to get the fuck out of the chamber before the splice launched at him and tore him limb from limb. "It trusts him," said Chandukwa, voice quavering. Zandbar looked at the wizened, alcoholic old magic man, the priest, shaman, whatever the hell he was. His eyebrows lifted a little. "Really?" he said. Chandukwa met his gaze and gave a tiny shrug. "Maybe the human part of it remembers. Maybe it can recollect trust and affection and love. Look closely, soldier man. Really fucking look at the beast." And Zandbar looked. The splice, the huge, quivering, disjointed, amalgamated mass of man and horse and whatever demon had decided to jump into the pot, something so ugly by human perception that it could never win any genetic design awards. It was enjoying Yoon's attention, savoring his touch. "He commands it," said Zandbar in awe. Yoon turned, and all present were shocked to see the expression on his face, for it was indeed a look of love. And they realized King Yoon was not just some mad king, some playful puppet, some dangerous tyrant. No, he truly was insane, and he was connected in some way to this splice. "Release the others," said Yoon, voice thick with emotion. "I have not cast the charms," said Chandukwa. "We do not need them," said King Yoon dreamily. "But we need the Equium magic to protect us, Your Highness, if the beasts turn feral." "We do not need your magic this time," said Yoon. "What did you do to it?" Yoon smiled. "I entered her mind, and she entered mine. It has been a long time since somebody stroked her face." Zandbar looked at Yoon. He felt sick to his stomach. Then slowly he shifted his gaze to the massive, misshapen head, perhaps 4 times larger than Yoon's, with the quivering black lips, yellow fangs, pointed equine skull, jacked open mouth, jaw longer on one side than on the other, the green eye, the double-sized red orb, and the horn which came from the top of its skull. It was a creature of nightmare, a demon from the Chaos Halls, a mutated unicorn, a creature of mutilation and death. "Her," said Zandbar, from a mouth drier than any salt plain. "Her name was Krista," said Yoon, turning back to the splice. "Her husband was a desert warrior. She was his princess, until Orlana's mud orcs captured her, dragging her screaming before the horse lady. And she, like so many hundred others, were merged with broken horses, twisted into something else." Zandbar wanted to puke. For now, within the splices, within her frame, he could see distant echoes of humanity. A row of eyelashes, a fingernail merged with a section of horseflesh, a toe, a woman's toe. By the Seven Sisters, how can one person do this to another? Hissed Zandbar. Chandukwa looked at him sideways. "I don't know why you're so surprised," he said, voice harsh and slick at the same time. "Your race has been abusing itself for millennia." And he smiled a knowing smile. Your race. Chains started clanking as Yoon's instructions were carried out, and along the hall the doors began to roll open on their iron wheels. Snarls and squeals erupted, and Zandbar looked down the massive chamber and realized in horror there were not 5, not 10, but 20 prison cells, each housing a splice. He swallowed and took a step back, but realized too late the guards, in their eagerness to please, or maybe in abject unthinking terror, had also released the chains. The splice shambled out from their cells, shaking off or scrambling from or scratching free of their shackles and chains. They were a sorry, motley, but terrifying vision to all present. Every man froze, did not breathe, as the 20 or so huge creatures, many drooling pools of thick saliva and pus and blood to the stone flags, shambled out, and very slowly turned, orientating on the steaming, stinking human meat standing helpless before them. They lumbered forward, and this turned very quickly into leaps as huge muscles, locked away for so long, stretched, and hooves and claws pounded the stone, and the beasts launched down the underground prison yard, screaming and growling and spitting forth twisted whinnies. And every man pissed himself, urine running down legs and into boots and forming puddles on the stone flags. Except for Chandukwa. He lifted his hand and closed his eyes, and a calmness flooded the chamber, like a puff of warm summer sunshine rolling over a field of bobbing flowers. The splice slowed, and then stopped. They orientated on Yoon. Yoon smiled, eyes drug-wide. They shuffled into a circle, crooning and snarling, and slowly surrounded him. Yoon was smiling and crying and reaching out to touch the snuffling muscles which stretched for him. His hands ran over their equine snouts, up over corrugated flesh, over tufts of hair, ridges of distended bone, over open wounds, weeping blood tears, over muzzles and teeth and uneven jaws. Zandbar was backing away, and his back touched the wall. He stopped with a jerk, like a puppet that's had its strings cut. He was absolutely not ashamed of the piss that stained his trews and filled his boots. Yoon turned, grinning. "They're beautiful," he said, and tears were rolling down his cheeks. His dark eyes were filled with them, each tear a tear shed for a lost soul, a soul taken by Orlana and changed into these nightmares, these pitiful specimens of damaged life. The creatures ambled around Yoon, and he looked into their eyes, and he laughed out loud. "I can see you," he said, voice effeminate. "I can see all the way into your souls." And he turned, fixing Chandukwa with a stare. "They were human once, and now I am a part of them, and they are a part of me. We have seen deep inside each other's hearts and minds and souls, And we are a family now, all of us. He looked around at the splice, with their heaving, disjointed bulks, their heavy, twisted muscles, their battered horse heads, their broken legs and hooves and open wounds. They snorted and crooned and wept blood. "Come," said Yoon, "follow me." And he led them down the corridor and through the portal and up towards the distant light. After a few moments, only the terrified soldiers and Zandbar and Chandukwa remained. "What does he intend to do?" asked Zandbar, voice so low it could have been the backdrop hum of the underworld. "He has tamed the splice," said Chandukwa. "How the fuck did he do that?" The little man raised his eyebrows, a movement that shifted possibly 30 facial piercings. "Maybe he carries some of the blood of Olana," he said, and gave a little chuckle. "Maybe he made a pact with the demons of the Chaos Halls." He slapped his knee and roared with laughter. Nobody laughed with him. Zandbar stared up the sloping stone corridor, leading up to the palace, and Vagan beyond. "I think he seeks to save the city," said Zandbar. "From the great worm? Aye, maybe." Zandbar looked at the little shaman then. He watched the man's tattooed lips squirming, but no sound came out. "Can the splice take on a dragon?" he said. "There's only one way to find out." Chapter 11. Like wolves to the slaughter. Dek clenched his short sword tight in one fist and glanced back, scowling. Nanak had lifted his axe in both hands and was spinning the shaft, blades glittering by the light of the sinking sun. Trista carried 2 knives, although what use they'd be against a dragon was anybody's guess. Mola stood, hands on hips, great fists clenched, his eyes fixed on the sky as he searched. And finally, Karim had found himself a spear and held the shaft in one huge fist. This group, this party of iron wolves, looked mean and hard and terrifying. But then they were about to face a great worm, so it was going to get real bad real fast. "Where is it?" said Dek. "We can't stand against that," snapped Trista. "It's a fucking dragon." "Yeah? Well, it's come to our fucking city for a fight," growled Nanak, single eye squinting. "So let's give it one." The fire consuming the fighting cocks roared, and another roof timber collapsed. Smoke billowed up into the sky, and sparks danced on the breeze like intoxicated fireflies. The iron wolves jogged down the cobbles and stopped, each one searching the sky. "Where's that fucking thing gone?" said Dek, shielding his eyes from smoke. And then Volak appeared, with a smash of her wings, and careened down a nearby street, wings outstretched, each wingtip smashing the roof from a house with concussive booms. Boom after boom, roof after roof, smashed up into the sky with spinning roof joists, torn windows, flying bricks, and huge chunks of mortar. The dragon screamed, and fire splashed the cobbles. There were perhaps 30 people running down the street, and they were picked up by the blast of fire, propelled forward on a jet of energy, and devoured by the flames. Dek looked down at his sword. "I don't think it's enough," he grumbled. "We have to try," hissed Nanak. "Come on, if we all attack together, aim for the soft underbelly as she goes past," said Karim, dark eyes glinting. "She?" asked Nanak, raising an eyebrow. "Well, she's a bitch, ain't she?" snapped Karim. "We'll soon find out. She's turned, coming back in to finish off the street," observed Trista. She looked down at her daggers. "Fuck, what I'd do for a spear right now." Volak sang, voice ringing out as she banked, evening sun turning her black scales crimson. A spear came from a rooftop and glanced from her side, skittering off. From this distance it looked like an attack with a toothpick. "It's big," said Karim suddenly. They ran down the street, splitting, crouching in doorways. Dek, Trista and Mola on one side of the street, Nanak and Kareem on the other. Nanak looked back at Kareem. "Keep a hold of that spear, lad. I think you might bloody need it." The iron wolves stared down the street. Rubble lay strewn, and timbers lay crisscrossed, flames licking along their lengths. "She's coming back," said Dek. Volak came in low, wings tucking behind her, dropping like a missile from the sky and into the channel of the battered street. As she entered, so her wingtips spread, smashing through bricks and stones once more, windows and timbers, with terrible crashes and bangs which echoed throughout the city. She roared, and fire scoured the street, and as she passed, so the iron wolves leapt out, weapons raised, leaping to slice and cut and stab. Nanak's axe heads missed the dragon's belly by inches, and he landed again in a crouch as that great beast smashed overhead. Dek, lighter and more agile, made a higher jump, and his sword slammed at the dragon, grating against scales with such violence the weapon was torn from his grasp and went skittering along the burning street. Kareem's spear found its mark, punching upwards, but again, like Dek's sword, the point grated with rapid-fire cracks along the matte-black scales until the shaft snapped in Kareem's fingers, and he landed, knees bending, staring at the snapped shaft in his fists. He shook his head. "Fuck me, but those scales are hard." "So much for a soft underbelly," muttered Dek. Guys," said Trista. "Yeah, what?" snapped Dek. Trista gestured. Volak had lifted from her attack run, banked in a tight loop, and was coming back. "I don't think our prodding went unnoticed," she said, face turning to thunder. Back to the doorways," yelled Dek. Volak screamed, the sound echoing out across Vegan. Thousands hid in cellars, sprinting down cold stone steps, bolting doors and wondering what the hell they were going to do. Volak came back fast, wings pumped. The iron wolves peered from doorways, then cringed as Volak suddenly shot out her wings, checking her speed, and plunged down through a building, sending timbers flying, walls crashing down, bricks spinning off in all directions to smash the windows of other buildings and bounce from walls. A brick bounced off Nanak's shoulder, and his face went purple with fury. "That fucking beast!" he snapped, surging up, axe clenched. Kareem grabbed him and dragged the axeman back. "Are you insane?" he snarled. Volak arose from the rubble of the building, shaking her head, flames flickering around her snout. Her tail snapped out, and another wall went crashing to the ground. Dust flowered up like a mushroom, engulfing half the street. Through the temporary fog, Volak strode forward, claws crunching bricks, head weaving from side to side. "Where are you?" she called. "You little people who want to stab at me with their steel. Where are you hiding?" There was almost comedy in her voice, as if this were a simple game, and there was no chance of her ever losing. Volak's wing lashed out, the spiked tip crashing into a house. With a twitch, she brought the entire front of the building crashing down. Stones rolled across the cobbles, wood clattered. Volak's great head was swaying like a serpent slithering through sand, her black eyes searching the street, the burning timbers, the crushed buildings. "Where are you?" she said again, and chuckled, and fire flickered around her snout. "Are you in that house?" Flames roared, turning from blue to white, and the whole front went up in a wash of flames, and then the house collapsed backwards, sighing down and in on itself, as stones glowed and floor joists shot up flames. "Or in this one?" Again fire roared, and a pretty detached house with a turret woven with spider strands of clinging ivy went up with a sudden roar. Fire screamed and flames danced. For a moment the house was invisible, trapped within an envelope of fire, and then it collapsed with a sigh, like some huge dying animal. A woman screamed in the distance. Several dogs barked. Smoke rolled into the sky. The city of Vegan seemed suddenly deserted, a barren place, a ghost town. Of Mola's dogs there was no sign. He'd bid them run. Fighting a dragon was no place for a mutt, even a fighting mutt. "I think you are playing a game with me, little people," grinned Volak, and took several strides forward. Her head thrashed left, and she peered through an arched doorway, all that remained of a battered house. "I think we're going to have some fun. Me looking for you, you who wanted to poke me with your tiny, shiny sticks of metal, and me with my raging fire and hateful heart and message of bloody revenge." A wall of fire slammed down the street, licking at wood and glass and bricks. 7 houses down the street, huddled just inside the doorway, Nanak growled, "I'm fucking bloody sick of this bloody foolishness." He shifted, and Kareem grabbed him. "Whoa, big man, where are you going?" "I ain't being bloody hunted like no mouse in a house by a big fluffy cat. There ain't ever been an enemy I haven't faced and beaten. I'm going to cut that there fucking dragon's head clean off." "Narn!" And Kareem was frantically gesturing to Deck, hand gestures that said, "Get the fuck over here." "Nan, you can't just stride into the street and take something like that head on. Are you crazy?" "Maybe I am," grumbled the Axeman, and stood, and Kareem grabbed at him, but it was too late. Nanak strode out into the middle of the street, perhaps 20 feet away from the towering dragon, and stared up at the worm with his good eye. "You looking for me, fucker?" he roared, and stood there. There came a clunk as his axe blades hit the battered, smouldering stones. Nanak grinned, his one good eye glistening, his crisscross of scars gleaming by the reflected light of so many idle fires. Volak's head came up, slowly, and her dark eyes fixed on Nanak. "You have some guts, little man." "Not so little," said Nanak, puffing out his chest and frowning. "Now then, stop fucking about. Why are you here? What do you want? What can we give you so yous fucks off?" Volak chuckled and took a step forward. Bricks pinged and crushed under her claws. Her dark scales were crusted with powder, dust, and ash from so much physical destruction. Even now, dust was drifting and swirling in eddies and settling against her scales like so much volcanic fallout. This part of Vegan now seemed to be suffering a coastal fog, if only that were the reality. "You think you can barter with me?" said Volak, eyes gleaming. Flames flickered around her snout. She lowered her head a little, serpentine neck rippling, an act accentuated by the spines along the arch. "Your race is a disease on this world. Once this was all mine, for 10,000 miles. Everything you see, everything you cannot see, all belonged to me, belonged to my royal clan, for I am Volak, queen of the worms, and I have come to wreak destruction on you, you parasites, you wriggling little maggots, you shit that squirms under the base of my claws. I will see you all burn. I will see you all devoured." Nanak considered this. Then, in a deep rumble, he said, "You'll have to go through me first." Volak's peal of laughter rang out across the city, swirling the dust in the air into violent new shapes. It was genuinely a noise of humor, made even more bizarre as it came from the fire-licked lips of a dragon. "How refreshing," she cried. "What is your name, tiny human?" "I'm Narnak, don't forget it. It's the name I'm going to carve on your arse." Volak laughed again, but the tone of the laughter had changed a little. This time she was not so amused. This time there was a hint of being offended amidst the laughter, as if one was laughing as if to save face, rather than out of joy. "You are correct, little man. It is a name I will not forget. I will remember you for many years to come. I will also remember how you ended up." "Oh, aye?
How's that like?
As ash, said Volak, her voice low and dangerous. She inhaled a mighty breath, and in one swift movement, Nanak hoisted his axe, swung back his shoulder, and launched the weapon with all his considerable might. As the axe left his hands, so he dived sideways, back towards the limited protection of the crumbling house. And the axe went end over end, butterfly blades gleaming crimson by the light of the dying sun, and as fire began to erupt, so the axe slammed inside Volak's mouth, and she stumbled, choking, as twisted streamers of fire erupted around the axe lodged in her throat. Volak's scream went up, a high-pitched wail full of pain, and her knees bent, wings sweeping back, and with a powerful leap and slap which sent a concussive boom reverberating down the street, she took to the sky. There came several heartbeats of silence, followed by a clatter as Nanak's axe hit the cobbles, haft smoking, blades tarnished by heat. They peered from the ruined building, from under the leaving, broken arch, where dust trickled down and invaded their clothing. The city seemed suddenly quiet, desolate, like a tomb. "Where did it go?" whispered Trista. "Why are you whispering?" said Dec. "In case the fucking thing is behind us." "Ah, good point."
You see that? You see what I did? Grinned Nanak, grasping his smoking axe to his chest.
"You didn't kill it, is what I saw," growled Dec.
"Yeah, but I blooded her nose."
"Nan, if your axe in the throat didn't finish her off, I'm not quite sure what will."
"We need bigger weapons," said Mola.
They turned and stared at him.
"Bigger than what?"
"Bigger than what we got." Said Nanak, and wiggled his axe, as if to say, "Fucking wield something bigger than this, my friend."
"You have something in mind, Mola?"
The stocky dogman nodded. "I was once part of the Spear Guard, many years ago, before Desecra, before the Mudorks, before the Iron Wolves." Dec tilted his head. "Spear Guard? I heard of those. An ancient clan, guardians of the city or something, charged with being defenders if ever the city was under attack, like sieged by an army, that sort of thing." Mola nodded. "Aye, it comes from ancient times when there was these marauding raiders, these bastards, the Vaikai. They'd sail in, packed in their longships, and raid inland. Vicious bastards they were. It was always coastal to begin with, but then they got bolder, braver. Came with armies, attacked cities." "Is this going to take long?" snapped Trista. "Only there's a fucking dragon on the loose, and I'm guessing she's really pissed off, having an axe lobbed in her mouth."
Calm down, muttered Nanak. "Let the lad spin his yarn."
Mola scowled at Trista. "Listen, point is, there are periphery towers around the city walls, and they're still armed in case of a city siege. It's written in blood in the king's scriptures. They can never be dismantled."
"These towers are armed. Armed with what?" said Dec.
"Big crossbows, catapults, siege engine grade, designed to protect from whatever the fuck was attacking the city. They was well stocked, used to have engineers checking them weekly. This was part of the Spear Guard's detail, defenders of the city and all that."
"So they have giant crossbows,"
said Dec, eyes gleaming. "Aye."
"And catapults designed to crush siege towers."
"Aye."
"What are we waiting for?" boomed Nanak.
There came a reverberating crash as Volak hit the street, and the whole world seemed to shake. Buildings trembled, stones fell, crashing against the cobbles. Fire screamed, and the iron wolves dived back as flames splashed past the arched opening, torching anything flammable in its way. The fire stopped, and there seemed to be an inrush of cooling air.
"Where is that fucking axeman?"
screamed Volak, her voice powerful, musical, but imbued with an anger like nothing the iron wolves had ever heard before. Glass shattered. Distantly a woman screamed.
"Where is Nanak." It came out as a terrible rumble. "See," beamed Nanak. "I told you she'd remember it." A dog barked, and Mola twitched, listening, then realized it wasn't one of his. He could tell his own dog's bark from 100 leagues. He grinned sheepishly. "Sorry, worried about my bitches is all." "Mola," chastised Trista. "We gotta move, now," growled Dek. Volak came charging down the street, her huge bulk, tipped wings and tails smashing through buildings. Dust and smoke swirled through the air, and the day now turned into a somber half-night. Fire crackled, destroyed buildings creaked, bricks toppled. "I agree," nodded Nanak, hastily, as they moved back through the building, deeper into its confines, running now, boots stomping through somebody else's possessions. They came out of a back door and stood looking around. Ahead lay a factory, and Nanak led the way, kicking down the door as behind them it sounded like hell was breaking loose. More fire screamed, and looking over their shoulders they saw the ignition of yellow flames. Volak charged through the house where they had stood moments earlier. Beams and stones went flying. The stone archway was sent spinning into oblivion in jagged pieces by a twitch of her mighty, black-scaled head and snout. Roof beams were nudged aside, a wall was blasted with flame, and for long seconds it glowed until it exploded. "How does she know we were there?" hissed Trista through gritted teeth. "I reckon she can smell us," said Nanak, and he was deadly serious. "Fuck off," snapped Dek. "No, really," said Nanak, eyes wide like saucers. "I've read about stuff." "Yeah, in the children's happy book of dragon fairies," said Dek. They sprinted into the factory and stopped. It was an engineering place, and the whole ground floor was filled with giant iron machines, presses and industrial guillotines, lathes and stomps. The place smelt of scorched metal and old oil. It was gloomy, badly lit. Above, several massive H-section iron beams hung on thick chains. In various alleys, streets created by the vast machines which stood idle, were braziers full of glowing coals. Steam hissed through pipes, including feeder pipes which ran along the walls, thick as a man's waist. The whole place reeked of hydraulic oil, sweat, and scorched metal. "Where now?" said Dek. "Spread out," said Trista, eyes gleaming. It was rare Dek had ever seen her so panicked. "What is this place?" said Karim, glancing about. "They make shit," said Nanak, eyes still wide, still freaked. "No shit," scowled Karim. They moved amidst the machines, some as big as a house. Steam hissed from pipes and oil bled on the floor like blood from severed arteries. The workers had obviously heard the good news and fled. Their machines stood idle, oozing uselessness. Dek stopped, hand against a huge black edifice of iron. He turned to look behind, just as Volak came through the wall. Bricks flew as the great worm smashed a dragon-shaped hole where once had stood a door and several windows. A massive pipe was severed, and steam suddenly screamed in Volak's face, and she ducked her huge shoulders and heaved her way through the hole, averting her eyes from the blast of steam. Any other creature would have been burned to a smoking, trembling cinder, but Volak was impervious. Fire was her trade. "Where are you, you fuckers?" she growled, flames licking around her snout. The fuckers were making their way stealthily across the factory floor, running from machine to machine, looking over their shoulders, waiting for the next blast of fire. Nanak gave a short whistle, and the others looked over. He patted his forearm, then signaled ahead. They nodded. Nan had seen something, and they followed on his path, running, head slow, panic now a constant. Volak strode after them. She charged suddenly at a huge machine, a press for stomping parts out of iron, and she clashed against it. And it did not move. Iron groaned. The ground shook. For once, it seemed Volak had met her match. The press was the size of a small house and must have weighed several 100 tons. It shuddered and groaned, and Volak dropped one shoulder and heaved. Huge bolts the length of a horse were ripped from the ground, shearing with squeals, and Volak shifted, lifting her wings, voice screaming through the factory. The massive press rolled away to one side, with a noise like an avalanche, steam hissing from broken pipes, the press smashing through several smaller machines and crushing them down into the ground. For a moment, it felt like an earthquake had taken hold of the factory, and everything was shaking, rumbling, and the iron wolves glanced up, worried the great roof high overhead would come crashing down. But it didn't, despite thick beams shaking and disgorging dust. It held. For now. "Come out!" screamed Volak. The iron wolves ran for it. Nanak was in the lead, and they all dropped to a crouch, panting by a wall. It had huge brackets and bolts, and Dek frowned. "You brought us here? Look inside." Dek moved around the side of the tank, and half climbed up some adjacent steps. "Oil? For cooling the machines," said Nanak. "I've been somewhere like this before. This is the storage tank." "What kind of oil?" Nanak shrugged. "Dunno, but I bet it fucking burns." "You want to draw the dragon here?" "Yeah. You see the bolts? We can collapse the wall of the tank." "How do we ignite her?" "Well, she'll do that herself," grinned Nanak. "Nice place," snapped Trista. "But how the fuck do we get those bolts out? The heads are almost the size of Nanak's ass." "With this spanner?" said Karim, and grinned. The spanner was the size of his arm, and he rammed it onto the first of the 6 bolt heads. He strained at it for a moment, face contorting, muscles standing out on his arms, tendons standing out on his neck. Then the great bolt shrieked and turned, and Karim spun it. Oil started to ooze from the wall of the tank. "If we can get her over here, we can drench her in oil, set her on fire," said Dek. "We need a decoy," said Trista. Everybody looked at Nanak. "Whoa," he said, as Volak screamed, attacking another machine on the factory floor, and Karim went to work on the second bolt. "What do you mean, a decoy? If I stand here, I'll get fucking drenched in oil as well. I'll go up like a bloody fish oil rag on Dead Leper's Night. No, I'm not having it." "Come on, Nan, the dragon's coming." "Got you," growled Karim, spinning the second bolt free. It was huge, black and corroded, and he dropped it to the factory floor with a clang. He looked around. "Don't nobody fucking help, why don't you?" Dek ran over, finding a second huge spanner. Volak crashed through the factory, and they heard the scream again, fire raging, cutting a hole through an iron machine. Dek went to work, and he and Karim took out bolts number 3 and 4. "Look," snapped Trista, "you stand on top of this wall, right?" "The one we're unscrewing?" Nanak looked dubious. "You entice Volak over there," she pointed. "The guys take out the last 2 bolts, you jump for it, I'll light an arrow and fire it into the mess. Volak will go up like a bonfire. What do you think?" "Sounds dangerous," muttered Nanak. "More dangerous than a dragon trying to fucking scorch us?" "Yeah, well, I'm just saying." "Get up there. Karim, Dek, how are we doing with those bolts?" "Nearly there," grunted Karim. Sweat was dripping from his brow. Trista unslung her bow and ran up the steps, followed by Nanak, still grumbling. Now the factory spread before them. Some machines still blocked their view, but Trista and Nanak were foregrounded, lit up, so to speak. Trista knocked an arrow to her bow, and running beyond the oil tank, found a brazier. Nanak watched her, and she gestured wildly to him. "It's a shit plan," mumbled Nanak, and frowning, walked down the narrow wall of the tank, and stepped out onto the side Dek and Karim were busily unbolting. "You all right down there?" "When it goes, it'll go fast," said Dek. "When we've taken out the bolts, there's 2 flimsy pins holding everything in place. If me and Karim hit them simultaneously, the whole fucking thing will explode." "So what am I supposed to do?" scowled Nanak. "Just don't stand in the middle, all right? Stay near the side. Just step onto the side wall, you got it?" Don't like it? Just fucking do it. Fifth bolt out, said Kareem. Trista, you ready? Bellowed Dek. Ready? Do your thing, Axeman, grinned Dek. Nanak strode out, clasped his axe in one hand, then shouted, Oi, you fucking pain-in-the-arse dragon. I'm here, me, Narnook, the one what threw my axe into your big, wide, open fucking mouth. Sting a bit, did it? Those steel blades eating into your soft mucus tissue? Well, come on over here and have another taste of my blades. They're desperate to get intimate with your vocal cords. He looked down at Dek. Is that all right? He mumbled. Soft mucus tissue? Nanak shrugged. I was improvising, wasn't I? Volak heard him, and she stopped, and she turned. Her head came up, and those black eyes orientated on him. She stormed forward, bulk crashing machines out of the way, eyes fixed on Nanak and his single orb, which stared right back, angry, defiant, unafraid. Volak halted, claws gouging the stone floor, and her wings folded back. As I said earlier, you have some balls, little ugly man. Ugly, is it? You're the one with the face like a diseased horse? Volak smiled, lips rippling back over fangs. She tilted her head. You are too good to burn, she said. Well, come kiss my axe then, said Nanak. You challenge me. That is a sweet concept. Come on, bitch. Or are you too used to letting your fucking subordinates do your killing for you? Dek was signaling frantically, even as Volak's gaze dropped to study the two men, the two iron wolves. Then her eyes narrowed, pupils dilated, black on black. The flames around her snout became more intense, more agitated. No! Screamed Kareem. With spanners, they hit the retaining pins and danced backwards as the walls slammed outwards and down on huge iron hinges. There came a muted roar, and oil gushed out, flooded outwards, close enough to drench the worm in thick black sludge. Oil gushed and roared. Trista took aim, but she wasn't needed. The pilot light flickering around Volak's muzzle did the rest. Oil coated the dragon, and then ignited her by her own fire. A sheet of flames screamed upwards, touching the high vaulted ceiling of the factory, and Volak was lost in a sudden inferno. Kareem and Dek ran for it around the back of the tank, using machines as cover as the flames superheated their backs. Nanak had leapt and stood on a slippery, narrow wall, axe in both hands now, trying his best not to topple into the remaining sludge. Trista shielded her eyes. In the midst of the roaring inferno, something seemed to squirm. Like a bucket of dark eels in clouded water, so Volak writhed in the fire. And a cry went up, a wail like nothing the iron wolves had ever heard. It was a song, a long ululating call, a call of pain and anguish and fear. It reverberated around the factory, a sound so intrinsically painful it brought tears to all their eyes. They gathered up on the raised platform of the tank and watched Volak squirming in the furnace. I never thought I'd see a dragon burn, said Nanak, and there was a hint of sadness to his voice. Dek looked at him. It fucking tortures people all the time. It burns flesh from their faces. It exterminates men, women, children, little babies. Don't be feeling sorry for it, Nan, or you're dumber than I've ever given you credit for. But listen to it. They listened. As Volak flapped around in the oil and fire, her cries getting weaker. And then she seemed to fold in on herself, compacting into a black ball only half glimpsed in the flames. Right, said Dek. Who's for the pub? It burned down the fighting cocks, pointed out Trista. That bitch, said Nanak. Come on, said Dek. Let's get out of this charnel house. They turned, as a group,
and started working their way through the factory towards the opposite side, where there was less carnage and at least some semblance of normality. Behind them, fire crackled in pools, in puddles, parts of machines, areas of oil which still burned. Noise had died down to a minimum, a muted crackle. Several huge machines clicked as they cooled. The Iron Wolves reached the far door and turned, looking back.
"I actually feel quite sorry for it," said Nanak.
"Why?" scowled Dek.
"Well, we burned her to death, and she was, if we're honest, a pretty magnificent creature."
"Not magnificent when she's eating your children," scowled Trista.
"Or flame grilling your parents,"
said Karim.
"Yeah, but we killed her dead, so we should show a mark of respect."
"You want to fucking pray for it?" snapped Trista, staring at Nanak in disbelief. "Is this really the man who drank 2 barrels of ale, 5 bottles of whiskey, who endured the torturous acid eating his eyeball, and now you want to pray for a dead dragon?" Nanak shrugged. He lowered his eyes.
"It's just,
"We don't know," growled Dek, looking around warily.
Well, since I were a wee lad, I read all them storybooks. Dragons were always honest and noble, and flew through the skies and rescued people and shit."
He looked around and scowled.
"It's not my fault the pissing authors were pro-dragon, all right? It's not my fault I have a bloody soft spot 'cause of when I was a kiddie."
Dek deflated and laughed.
"Great. Nanak the bloody one-eye. He has a soft spot for dragons."
Trista opened the door. Outside, night had fallen, but she couldn't see the stars because of the smoke and the swirling dust. She glanced back.
"I think we better get out of here,"
she muttered.
Before what?"
cackled Nanak. Before she rose from the mess of oil and broken machinery, and she screamed. Then, in the blink of an eye, Volak shot upwards, sending 3 huge iron machines tumbling away to crash through the roof high above. Ceiling joists came tumbling down, clattering on the ground, and then everything became calm. Dust and smoke swirled in eddies. Dek and Nanak ran to the door, closely followed by the others.
"It's not dead,"
said Dek.
"Surely wounded unto death,"
said Nanak, rubbing at his empty eye socket.
"I'm not so sure,"
mouthed Trista, and peered outside again. They moved out into the street.
"What now?"
said Dek. "I vote we head for the nearest spear guard tower," rumbled Mola. Nanak stared hard at the squat dogman. He frowned.
"You don't think the dragon is dead, then, do you not?"
Mola shrugged.
"The way I sees it, she's a creature of fire and brimstone. We hit her with a hard blast, all right, hurt her even, but at the end of the day, she fucking breathes fire. She's a dragon. You ain't ever gonna kill a dragon with fire. She's impervious, she has to be, or she'd ignite herself."
"You could have mentioned this before," said Dek.
"Why?"
Mola shrugged and grinned.
"You was all having so much fun. And anyway, it was worth a try. Maybe we hurt her, maybe we scared her away, and even now she's flying off to some far and distant dragon land to lick her wounds and try and recover.
And if not?"
We better get to that tower. There's no answer like hard-forged iron."
The Iron Wolves moved through the darkness, looking skywards continually. Vegan was under a pall of fog, no doubt caused by so many fires raging through the city. They could still hear them, the distant roar of flames, the tumbling collapse of buildings, the screams, the wails, the muffled noises in the murky dark. They met few to no people on the streets. Most were indoors, terrified of the dragon they'd all witnessed rampaging throughout the city. But now the great worm was curiously quiet. As Mola had said, maybe she had gone to lick her wounds. Or maybe not. The tower stood unguarded as they reached its foot, and Mola stopped, looking up. The others did the same. It was circular in design, built from red stone, and with only the occasional tiny window, and it disappeared off into the fog. This was a tower of defense, not a tourist attraction.
"We're in,"
said Mola, peering through the doorway. He grabbed a spear from a rack and tossed it to Dek. Taking another, he passed it to Trista.
"Come on, seems we have the place to ourselves."
"This feels wrong," said Dek, looking about, grasping the hefty spear in his fists. "Where's the city watch? Where's the king's guard? Have the fuckers just run away? Why's it always come down to us, eh? That's what I want to know. All Lana's mudorks, twisted fucking elf rats, now a fucking dragon. Ah, the Iron Wolves will deal with it. They'll sort out the shit. No worries, no questions asked. Whilst everyone else fucks off and hides in cellars and drinks cider and eats toasted currant muffins." He subsided.
"You finished?"
growled Mola. "Not even started, mate," said Dek.
"Well, put a lid on your mouth, because we've a long fight ahead of us, I reckon."
"Oh, yeah?" Mola gave a long, low whistle, and from the fog came 3 horrific beasts, hellhounds, fighting dogs barely under control, even under their master. Mola knelt on the cobbles, fondling Duke, Sarge, and Thrasher, cuddling them, stroking them, hugging them, allowing them to lick his face with tongues better suited to eating demons from the Chaos Halls. "I always meant to ask," said Dek.
"Yeah?"
"Where the fuck did you get such ugly beasts?"
"I bred them with your mother,"
grinned Mola. There was a moment of tenseness. You did not joke about Dek's mum. And for a moment, in his own heightened tension, Mola had forgotten. Realizing his error, he stood and held up both hands.
"Look, I'm—"
"No," laughed Dek. "No, don't worry. It's a funny joke. My mother. Yes, you only have to look at my face." And they all burst out laughing, Trista and Nanak sharing a glance behind Dek's back. Not very long ago, a comment like that would have got you a broken spine. It would seem facing down death with a rogue dragon was enough to chill Dek out, for the present time at least. "Come on, let's climb." They moved into the tower, and looking upwards, started up the spiral stone steps. They were narrow and curved, and did not lend themselves to climbing. Dek came last, and stopped outside the tower, staring up at the high walls which surrounded the city. They were fashioned from huge blocks of stone, which reminded him very much of the walls of Desecra. But whereas that last battle had been a war against mudorks, a host created from humans and blood and magic, now, here, this battle was against a solitary foe. A dragon, a powerful, sentient beast with, apparently, her own twisted agenda. "Let's do this," muttered Dek to himself, and grasping the spear, he entered the dark interior and started to climb. They stood on the flat summit of the Spear Guard Tower and looked out across the city of Vagan, or at least what they could see above the heavy fog. Fire burned in 100 different places, some still raging like the Church of Sacred Spires, and some just glowing amidst the fog, like Hawes Quartet and Pig Square Market. Volak had certainly been busy in her little one-dragon mission of fire and destruction. Mola ran across the roof to a huge contraption. It had 6 cups, each the size of a large melon, and in surrounding baskets, thick lead balls which could be loaded with much swearing and grunting. Mola lifted one and dropped it into a cup, then grabbed a huge lever and started to wind it. Clicking reverberated across the rooftop. "What is it?" said Nanak.
"We used to call it the Decimator. Unbelievable against infantry and cavalry. Fair fucks up anything that gets in its path."
"So you'd fire it from up here?"
"Aye. Not so accurate, but it was designed to carve a big fucking hole in the front line when they're all bunched up together. Forget shields and plate armor, these lead balls would go through 10 men before coming to rest."
"This the crossbow?" said Dek, grabbing the huge length of iron and twisting it on its oiled monopod. It was mounted on a ball and socket arrangement that meant Dek could swing it easily and precisely despite its weight. The siege crossbow itself was easily the length of a horse, and Nanak stepped over, whistling softly as he stopped and grabbed a crossbow quarrel. He grunted. It was as heavy as him.
"That's some fucking spear,"
grunted the axeman, and with Dek's help loaded the quarrel into the machine.
Now, rotate that. Yes, the grey handle.
Dek turned the handle, which clicked on a heavy ratchet.
It'll take 3. Load her up. Kareem, help me fill up old Bessie here.
"Old Bessie?"
6 balls is never enough,
winked Mola, with a disgusting grin. Far across the city there came an awful, awful wail. It lifted above the smoke and hung there, a solitary, mournful note, which finally died away and was gone, leaving a resonance surfing across the fog. Gradually, silence returned. Only the distant crackle of fire infiltrated the muted city.
"Was that her?"
said Nanak eventually.
"I reckon it might have been,"
said Dek, loading the 3rd quarrel into the siege crossbow.
"And I also reckon, if it is, then maybe, thanks to Mola here, we have the weapons to fight her."
We'll only get 1 shot, said Mola, then eyed the crossbow. Well, in your case, maybe 3, if the fucker doesn't torch you first.
"You believe these weapons can bring her down?"
Mola shrugged and knelt, patting Thrasher. The great shaggy beast, more a cross between demon and wolf than actual dog, gave a little half-friendly whine. Dek smiled at it. Thrasher growled and bared fangs. That look said, "Not fucking welcome." With weapons loaded, the iron wolves looked out over the city. Nothing stirred. Smoke flowed, undulated, coalesced. Occasionally a dog barked, and there came a bang, a crash, as some opportunistic looter kicked his way into a shop or undefended house. But other than that, nothing. No dragon, no attack, no fire, no violence. Kareem moved to the opposite side of the tower and stared south. His mind wandered, and he pictured the massive structure of Desecra Fortress. Desecra, 4 mighty walls with wide battlements and high crenellations, built by King Essekra the Great. Deep within the pass of splintered bones, a place of haunted misery. Thus Desecra had grown on the splintered bones of the thousands who had fallen defending the pass against the southern desert tribes. Wedged between towering mountains, Desecra had become a stronghold, a symbol of Vagandrak power, of not bowing to the whims of larger armies and more powerful nations. There were 4 walls, Sandalek, Trantakel, Cubosa, and Jandalakla, leading to Zula, a huge stocky keep, black and grim and foreboding, more like a prison than the core of a fortress. Zula meant peace in the old Equiem tongue, and it had been here, on his deathbed, that old King Essekra had indeed found peace, secure in the knowledge he had built not just a protective barrier to guard his people of the north. No. It also stood as a monument to the greatest battle king ever to walk the lands of Vagandrak. Now, Kareem thought about that king, and his mind drifted to the days of blood, fighting the mud orcs. Sent by Orlana the Changer, otherwise known as the Horse Lady, the mud orcs had numbered in their thousands and attempted to storm Vagandrak, aiming for the soft underbelly of the lands beyond Desecra. But the soldiers of Vagandrak had held a different opinion. Kareem shivered, remembered knives and spears and swords, steel jutting into eyes, cutting open bowels, skewering livers. He shivered and remembered comrades vomiting blood on the battlements. But the worst bit had been the screams of those he knew, those he loved, those wounded beyond reach, whimpering, crying, begging to be released from their mortal agony as mud orcs crouched beside them, drooling and laughing and masturbating, unwilling to let these good men die, unwilling to put them out of their misery, so that their cries could taunt the survivors and sap their morale.
"She's playing with us,"
said Kareem suddenly, looking up.
"What?"
said Dek.
"The dragon. That fire never hurt her. She's testing us, and she's playing with us, like a cat with an injured mouse. Why? I don't fucking know, said Kareem. Maybe it was because we stood up to her, gave her a fight. I bet she respects that, in us insects. So, what happens next? We wait, smiled Kareem grimly. We wait, and our fear grows, and thus she grows stronger. Well, I ain't scared, said Nanak, and Kareem looked into his eyes, and he truly believed it. Ain't nothing scares you, eh, old man? Less of the fucking old. You're only old when you're sucking soup through a tube, and you can't get a hard-on for a beautiful woman who's shoving her erect nipples in your mouth. That's when you call it a day. That's when you beg for your bed, your slippers, and your fucking grave. I remember you, said Kareem. On Desicra. Nanak puffed out his chest. You do, lad? Yeah. And I don't mean to sound like I'm kissing your ass, but you were incredible. Just a killing machine. I've never seen anything quite like it. Nanak shrugged and stared off above the distant fog. Killing ain't really something to be proud of, lad. Somewhere a bell chimed. It was a haunting, lonely note. I never asked to be the way I am, he said, voice now soft, not really speaking to anybody, just voicing an internal diatribe which needed to be free. I was a good man once, but every man has his head on the anvil of life, and some get slapped, some get hit with a hammer, and some get pulverized by a sledgehammer. I was the latter. Toughened me up, made me realize no cunt was going to look after me in this world. No, all everybody wanted to do was take, and so I'd have to look after myself, real hard like. Trista moved forward and sat suddenly, cross-legged. She looked up at Kareem and Nanak. I agree. I had my whole life, my whole world ahead of me, and my cheating bastard husband took it away. And so I took him away, and I'm still taking him away. Tears were on her cheeks, and Kareem realized she'd had a razor dagger in each hand. I wish Kiki were here, she said. Kiki understood. And Zastarte, said Dek. I miss that dandy bastard, despite his fucking silk and lace. Trista laughed and rubbed tears from her eyes. Yes, Zastarte. Nanak fished a flask from his pocket, and unscrewing the cap, lifted it. To Kiki and Zastarte, he said. Gone, but not forgotten. The others repeated his words, and he took a hefty swig and passed it around. Dek swallowed, as did Trista. When it was Kareem's turn, he choked on the liquid fire, spluttering like a toddler on too hot milk. What the fuck is this? Serendian firewater. It'll put hairs on your chest, lad, grinned Nanak. Or scars in my gullet. That as well. Distantly, fire blossomed. It rose up into the sky, eating through the fog, and roared for a while, white-hot and terrifying. Dragon or natural explosion? Said Trista idly. We'll soon find out, rumbled Nanak, scratching at one of his facial scars. I meant to ask, said Kareem. Yeah? The scars on your face. Yeah? Nanak turned purple. Oh, nothing. Trista jumped up and put a hand on Nanak's heavy shoulder. He doesn't mean anything. Let it go. Well, some people give me no privacy. Let it go, Nan. I'm just saying, let it go. The scream echoed through the city of Vegan, and it contained not just fury, but white-hot hatred. I reckon this is our favourite little bitch, said Mola, scanning the horizon. It was vaporous and ethereal, fog illuminated by fires beneath. Tonight, due to the dragon attack, no lamps had been lit. Only the fires, the moon, and the stars supplied their light on this ghostly scene. It was quite unique. When she comes, she'll come fast, said Deg, looking up at the stars.
For a moment he felt quite emotional. This might be the last time he ever witnessed them. Tonight, in a few minutes' time, could be his last moment in the world. And then he'd be gone, and within a short time nobody would remember the name Deg. No children to mourn him, no children to continue his name, to give him at least a little form of longevity.
Damn,
his eyes shone.
Let's give her a fucking fight. Will do, grinned Nanak,
and slapped Kareem on the back.
You up for this, lad?
Yeah, I am, said Kareem.
Well, help Molar on the ball thing. Me and Deg will operate the crossbow.
They grabbed their weapons and waited. When she came, they didn't see her. They only heard her. There came a swish of air, high above. Glancing up, something dark obliterated the stars, and then was gone.
She's checking us out,
said Deg, and swiveled the crossbow around on its monopod, so it was facing up.
Come on, you worm bitch. Give us a clear shot.
Do you think she knows what we've got here? Said Kareem.
Well, she'll soon find out. We'll learn her.
Again, something slammed high overhead, dark against the stars. And they saw her shape flash before the near full moon. And it was true. Volak, queen of the worms, was far from dead.
What's she been waiting for? Recovering, I reckon, said Nanak, grinning. Maybe we did hurt her. Time to hurt her some more, said Deg.
Volak fell from the sky like an asteroid, screaming towards the tower, wings folded back, jets of fire burning in her maw. She turned at the last moment, wings smashing to slow her, and a huge, roaring wall of fire screamed across the face of the tower, aimed directly at the iron wolves, who cowered with wide eyes in sudden shock and fear. Chapter 12. The Harvest Field. It was harvest time. Bales had been gathered and formed crude straw walls. They walked along a rough mud track, hand in hand, stopping occasionally to gaze at one another. Their eyes shone. Love defined their faces. "Look," she said, and pointed. Beatrix turned and could see the outline of a stone ruin. He frowned. His face was a face created for frowning.
"What is it?"
"The old Kelberry Church. 700 years old. It's beautiful. Want to see?"
"You're beautiful."
"No, I'm not." She blushed and lowered her eyes coquettishly.
"Oh, but you are, my lady,"
he said, and stepped in close, closer, and they stood like magnets, attracted, pulled towards one another, trapped in one another's orbit. And when you were trapped within another orbit, you were, quite literally, fucked. "I'm not beautiful," she repeated.
"You are,"
he said, moving a little closer. He smelled her skin, he smelled her hair. It was subtle but necessary. "Did you just smell me?"
"Yes, you smell good."
She didn't know how to respond. Unconsciously her hand came up and rested on his hip. She did not realize what that meant to him, that unbidden instinct, that soul connection, that subtle and yet intimate moment, not designed, not chosen, just a part of natural intimacy.
"I like that,"
he said. "I like it as well," she said. His head lowered, he stared at her. Their lips were inches away.
"Do you realize you have a love heart of freckles on your cheek?"
"I do?"
"Yes."
"It must be because I'm so in love with you. So, kiss me," she said, and he kissed her. Their kiss lasted 1,000,000 years. And then her hands came up, gripping his hips, and slowly they lay down amongst the bales of hay. "Kiss me again," she said. He did. His hands moved over her, exploring, gentle, questing, and she did not complain. Slowly she removed her skirts, her blouse, her undergarments, and she lay back, naked and pale and beautiful, a perfection doll, motionless amidst the hay. She gazed up at him,
face like the moon, eyes wide and imploring. He lowered himself onto her, into her, and she groaned, and that primal, animal groan fired his blood like no words or golden coin could ever fire him. She wanted him. She needed him. She was his, body and soul, and in return he was hers, body and soul. They made love in the hayfield, under the beaming sun, with the ruined church in the background, a sentinel watching over their embracing of nature, their base merging with the magic of the earth, of this simple, natural joining, of connection, of sharing, of love. Afterwards they lay giggling like children, until awareness of their nudity prompted them into action. She dressed, her beaming smile one of hope and joy. He dressed, mind swimming, watching her move, every simple elegance, a wondrous moment.
Hey, aye, what the fuck have we got here then?
6 young men were on the path, watching Lilith hurriedly pull her blouse together. The largest of the youths, Jelgeth, leered at her.
I've been asking you for months, but you'll happily get your tits out for this fucking simpleton,
he growled, eyes narrowed.
Shut up, said Lilith.
Why?
Asked Jelgeth, looking genuinely surprised.
A whore needs good coin to open her legs, and yet you, why, you do it for free.
A ripple of laughter circled the group. Why, you arrogant, hateful little bastard, growled Beatrax, stepping forward, as a young man rose before him with an old, battered helve and swung, clubbing him. Beatrax hit the ground hard and fast, blood leaking from a crack in his skull. The youth with the helve smiled and nodded to Jelgeth, and the circle moved and closed and contracted around Lilith, now pale with fear. She glanced down at Beatrax. The woodcutter was out cold, blood leaking from his head, along his jaw, forming a point on his chin, and dripping slowly into the rich brown earth of harvested stalks. Jelgeth stepped in close, and Lilith screamed as he leapt forward, grabbing her and bearing her to the ground, kicking and screaming, his mouth pressing against her face, his tongue licking streaks across her struggling cheeks. 2 others were there, each grabbing a leg and pulling her wide open. And then, calm. Silence. Jelgeth moved close.
You're a pretty one, all right. And even though that big dumb bastard has filled you full of his seed, each man here is going to enjoy you. And you know something, pretty one? You'll keep your mouth shut, but more importantly, you'll fucking enjoy it. Because my father is the warden of Vagandrak, and I can have your whole family put to death with a single word. You hear that, pretty one?
You are scum, said Lilith, spitting in Jelgeth's eye.
He laughed, wiping it away, and looked at her fluid.
Well, that'll be a start in getting you wet, if you aren't already.
Lilith screamed again, and Jelgeth started struggling, tugging at her underwear. Beatrax rose behind the fixated group, blood pouring down his face, his eyes dark like pools leading down a tunnel into death. He moved to the man who had hit him with the helve and punched him in the back of the head. Even though he was unconscious when he hit the ground, Beatrax stamped on his head twice and took the helve, weighing it thoughtfully. He wished it was an axe, but here and now timber would have to be good enough.
Oi, cunts,
he growled. They all turned. Beatrax smiled.
Welcome to my rapist's party of pain.
And the helve swung, hitting a man in the face and knocking 6 teeth out with a bloody crunch. His head slammed sideways, expression intense and twisted, and he flailed his way to the ground. Beatrax waded forward, the helve slamming left and right. Arms came up in defense, bones cracked, broke, poked from skin with piss showers of blood. The helve cracked jaws, breaking them, sending young men screaming to the soil. It cracked skulls, it knocked out teeth, it broke legs and cheekbones. Beatrax waded through them like a scythe through wheat. No fear, filled with a dark hate that burned in his narrowed eyes. And then they were all down, moaning and screaming and holding broken faces, except for Jelgeth, whose eyes burned and arrogance shone as he turned, still holding Lilith's ankles.
"Don't do anything stupid, peasant," said Jelgeth.
"My father is the warden of Vagandrak. I can have you hanged from the battlements for heresy so easy it isn't even funny. So let me fuck this bitch, and then you can have a second go. And then we'll go for a few beers. I'll even buy them, to show you there's no hard feelings." He stared hard at Beatrax, and any who knew Jelgeth knew the young man was deadly serious, backed up by a reputation of malice, violence, and an abuse of power. "Well," said Beatrax, rubbing his square chin, "that's a mighty fine offer, from one so highly placed as you." "Yes, but what?" "But I'll have to decline." Jelgeth stared at the large youth. "Based on what?" "Based on the fact I'm going to beat you to death, you fucking rapist." The helve hit Jelgeth in the face, dislodging teeth and breaking his nose. "No!" gasped Lilith, her hand coming up. But Beatrax was in a different world, a different time, and he stepped over the bastard, and the helve rose and fell, beating his head into a mashed, deformed pulp. Afterwards, Beatrax stood there, panting. "What have you done?" whispered Lilith. "I've made Vagandrak a better place." "But his father, the warden, he will never stop hunting you." "I've been hunted before," growled Beatrax, and despite his 19 years, he looked as mean as any wild predator on the hunt. This wasn't fun. This was fucking survival. Lilith gazed about, tugging together the torn buttons of her blouse. A cool wind blew, shifting her beautiful, rich hair. "What about the others? They are witness to your killing." Beatrax grinned a nasty grin, and as the other broken men were coming round, he moved forward, dropping the helve, and pulling free his small skinning dagger. "That's all right. They'll never speak again," he said, as he cut the first tongue from its owner's mouth with a struggle and a scream. Malageth, warden of Vagandrak, walked down the cobbled road, face grim, eyes narrowed, thinking about his debts, gambling debts, debts from the whorehouse, debts from borrowing money from the Red Thumbs. Horse shit! No matter how much he gambled, no matter how much he risked, no matter how good his luck was, well, he always came off worse, and the Red Thumb gang were starting to take a very real interest in him, despite his rank. His 2 guards walked 10 yards behind. They were good, alert, hands on daggers, eyes searching. And so it came as some surprise when a large man stepped from the shadows and decked both guards with single punches. Malageth heard the crunch of bones and whirled, whimpering the one defense he had ingrained for moments like this. "I have lots of silver. Don't hurt me. It can be yours." Beatrax loomed from the shadows, eyes evil. "You are Jelgeth's father?" "I might be," offered Malageth tentatively, his arms coming up. "I'll take that as a yes." Beatrax stooped and pulled a sword from one of the guards. He grinned at Malageth. "It would seem your parenting skills have been called into question." The sword lifted, moonlight glinting from the chipped blade. "What do you mean?" squealed Malageth. Beatrax loomed close. "It seems you raised a rapist as a son," he said, and the sword hacked down, cutting the warden's head straight down the middle. Malageth hit the cobbles, and slowly his mashed brains leaked out, a grey and blue ooze. Beatrax pushed back his shoulders and dropped the short sword with a clang. He looked around for witnesses, but if truth be told, he didn't care. Right now, he'd take on the fucking world. "And if there's one thing I hate," he whispered, "it's fucking rapists." Chapter 13. Rage. Volak's wall of fire screamed towards the iron wolves, but fell short by inches, the heat scorching eyebrows and fringes of the shocked heroes who lifted arms to protect their faces. Flames scorched the stone. Volak dropped and twisted, accelerating down the street, demolishing 2 chimneys into a shower of bricks, and then was gone. "A warning shot," rumbled Nanak, voice deep, breathing quickly. "She'll be back, and back quick." "We know that, donkey dick," snapped Trista. "Just be fucking ready." "I'll be ready," snarled Nanak, as Volak erupted from the center of the building before them, stones and bricks smashed up and outwards in arcing trajectories, and she hung there before the tower, screaming as fire blasted out once more, and the iron wolves stared at her in horror before suddenly hitting the ground hard and fast as fire washed over their heads and illuminated the night sky and the summit of the Spear Guard Tower and the very world. Volak's great wings flapped, gave a boom, and she banked and was gone, accelerating down through the fog of her own creation to disappear amidst the city chaos. Nanak climbed to his feet. "It's all right," he said. "I'm all right." "She was right in front of you," yelled Dek. "All you had to do was pull the fucking triggers." "Hey," Nanak brushed some soot from his shirt. "She got me by surprise, all right. I can't be Mr. Bloody Everywhere Vision, can I?" Dek scowled. "You're joking, right?" "Guys, she's coming back," hissed Trista. "How can you tell?" Triss pointed. The smoky haze was shifting as her flight beneath the smoke dragged patterns in her wake, like a shark in the ocean, creating shapes above. Volak rose from the smoke, and Nanak screamed and pulled the trigger on the massive crossbow. A massive quarrel sang, flashing through the night air to skim Volak's wing as she banked rapidly, a strangled scream erupting from her dark jaws. Although it didn't penetrate, the quarrel sheared free a line of scales which fluttered like errant iron butterflies for a moment before tumbling beneath the smoke. Black blood spurted out, and in a flash she was gone. "You see that?" roared Nanak. Karim slapped him, grinning. "You cut her up," he boomed. "Don't get slack," rumbled Dek. "She's hurting now. She's pissed. She'll be back fast, mark my words. We need to be ready." And Dek was right. She came back through the center of the demolished building, and her eyes were acid, and she breathed flames flowering like nothing the Iron Wolves had ever witnessed, washing over the tower top and setting fire to the Decimator's huge stock. The roar seemed to go on, and it was like the end of the world. "No!" wailed Mola, lying low, hands over his head, back seared as flames scorched above him. The Decimator's wood burned, and the cups burned, and heavy lead balls dropped to the stone flags with 6 long, slow thuds. The fire stopped. The silence was deafening, and Volak was gone, leaving a destroyed siege machine in her fiery wake. Long minutes had passed. The stone tower summit had cooled, but still they could smell scorched stone, burned metal, smoke. "It's getting cooler," said Karim, and lifted his nose to a lulling, chilled breeze. The others stared at him and glanced about. "Seems fine to me," said Dek, looking up at the moon and stars. "See? All our favourite constellations." "No, there's a storm coming," said Trista. They looked to the west, and huge clouds towered over one another, tumbling as they fell forward, heading east towards the humbled city of Vegan. "That's good, right?" said Dek. "Why good?" asked Trista with a tight smile. "The dragon, if it's still alive, well, the storm will mask us, make everything harder to see." "Or maybe it uses scent, the scent of our blood, or sound, or heat. Dek, maybe it has better night vision than we do." Dek scowled. "Fuck me, Trista. You're ever the optimist, right?" They waited, watching the distant storm roll in. The dragon no longer emerged. She had vanished. Deep down in the city, fires burned below the smoky fog, illuminating from beneath. It was spooky, otherworldly. "That's creepy," said Nanak. "Worse than your face," said Dec with a grin. Yeah, thanks for that, you fucking cuckold. The tumbling clouds were blacker than black. Lightning cracked through them, splitting the sky like a ruptured insect egg. Time rolled back, languorous, as below the city appeared to sleep. "Do you think we killed the dragon?" said Nanak at last. Trista stared at him. "Do you?" "We winged it." "We might have hurt it, but remember the factory?" "That was oil. The bitch is fireproof. We learned that one today. But this was steel, cold, hard steel."
"We didn't kill it," said Mola somberly. "It'd take more than that. Much more."
A cold wind blew, chilling them. And now they could hear the rain as the clouds rolled in and gradually covered the moon and stars. Darkness fell, and the world was lit only by the burning fires below. "And I know that we are lost, and none can help us now," intoned Karim. Dec nudged Nanak. "Happy little fucker, ain't he? Leave him alone. I know how he feels." Lightning broke the sky into triangular segments. Thunder rumbled, and the storm came crashing in over Vegan. As the lightning vanished, crackling, so it left blue after-images tattooed against their brains. Now they heard the patter of rainfall, which seemed gentle at first. But it was not gentle. It became steadily more violent, slamming towards them in smashing diagonal sheets, and then with a surge washed over the iron wolves like a great flood, drenching them instantly. "Are we having fun yet?" smiled Trista grimly. "Just keep an eye out for the worm," said Dec, both hands on a massive crossbow. "When she comes in, she'll come in fast, I guarantee it. She's biding her time, waiting for us to drop our guard. I reckon I know how she thinks." "Yeah, right," scoffed Nanak. "How could you possibly have any clue how a fucking dragon thinks? She's probably 1,000,000 years old and used to eating us humans for breakfast." Dec shrugged. "I've just been watching her. I understand her. She has a natural cunning." "Yeah, I'll give you that one," said Nanak, and the others nodded, wiping rain from their eyes. The rain pounded Vegan, and gradually began to erode the smoke. More thunder rumbled, and lightning cracked out, demolishing the spire of a church in a massive blast of sparks and fire. Roof slates and stones tumbled, bouncing down the flanks of the structure. The iron wolves watched with wide eyes, taking deep breaths, then scanning the horizon again. "As if Vegan ain't got enough problems," said Nanak, "without Mother Nature getting in on the act." "There's another cruel bitch if ever I've seen one," said Karim, wiping a sheen of water from his forehead. He gave a twisted smile as droplets pattered from his massive bushy beard, now a glossy black pelt. His dark eyes gleamed. "At least she's neutral in her hate and murder. She kills good and evil indiscriminately," said Dec.
"I got this great story about my dogs," began Mola.
Everybody groaned. "Please," said Dec, holding up his hand, his drenched sleeve flapping. "I love you like a brother, Mo. I'd kill for you, and I'd die for you, but I swear one more story about those fucking flea-bitten mutts, and I'll toss you from this very tower myself."
"Flea-bitten mutts,"
Mola whistled, and the huge beasts came out of the relative safety of the stairwell and trotted to their master, growling at the other iron wolves as they passed. Mola fondled their shaggy pelts. In fact, they were barely dog, more between dog and wolf.
"These bitches have saved my life on more than one occasion. They are family. My tribe."
He coughed and seemed to be getting quite upset. Nobody could see his tears through the pounding rain.
"They're the only family I have left."
Trista moved over to him, but Duke growled. Mola rapped his knuckles on the beast's snout. Duke subsided. Trista stepped in close and gave the stocky man a big, rain-soaked hug. "We're your family as well, Mo. Don't forget that."
"Yeah, I love you guys. But you're not the same as my dogs."
"Really?" She moved back, hands still planted on his shoulders, face kind. "Explain?" Mola looked up at the towering black storm clouds which now covered Vagan. The rain was still bouncing from his face, but he was so wet he no longer cared. You could only get so wet. Then he glanced off across the city. People are people. They love, they hate, they fight, they fuck, they have babies. They disappoint one another, they stab each other in the back, they betray and steal and basically fuck one another over without a second thought. Men betray their wives, wives betray their husbands, best friends turn bad, work colleagues try their best to fuck over the others in a scramble to the top of the cockroach cockpile shit heap. It's all a barrel of cheap donkey shit. But dogs, no. Dogs are loving and kind and most importantly loyal. Once a dog has its master or mistress, that dog is completely loyal. It'll kill for you, die for you, protect you over everything else. You can beat that dog with a stick, but it'll still come back. The dog's love is unconditional. It doesn't care whether you're human, dwarf, elf, what colour your skin is, what fucking religion you are. The dog loves the person. The person loves the image, the perception, the package. Change the package and the deal is off. I knew this guy had the most loving wife ever, but he got his legs cut off on the walls of Desecra. What did his loving wife do? Ran away with his best friend. Even told him she wasn't looking after no disabled. That's people, Triss. People can be real bad deep down inside. "And dogs can't be?" said Karim, who'd put down a few rabid specimens in his time. "When dogs turn, they can turn real bad." He said it gently. It was not a criticism. "But not on their masters," said Mola smugly. "I know these things." Karim opened his mouth to argue, but Trista gave a quick shake of her head. To Mola, dog was God, and God was dog, and that didn't even take into consideration his dyslexia. "I'm going to get more spears," said Mola, face a frown, and disappeared with his hounds in tow into the depths and bowels of the tower. The rest of the Iron Wolves stood for a while, in silence, scanning the city. Despite the fog clearing thanks to the torrential downpour, now the clouds had blocked out the moon and stars, and the city seemed even more gloomy and claustrophobic. Some fires had been extinguished, but miraculously many still burned. These were now the single source of illumination through the entire vast network of streets and alleys. Dark days really had come again. "Where is she?" muttered Deck, moving the siege crossbow around as if taking aim. "Come on, you bitch." "She's biding her time," said Nanak matter-of-factly. "Either that, or we killed her." "We didn't kill her," said Karim, who was like a dog with a bone when an idea incepted. "I reckon," said Nanak, scratching his drenched, heavily scarred face, "and just listen before you start putting me down, but I reckon there's a good chance we penetrated her armour, and she's either lying down there, bleeding to death, or fucked right off and away, because she knows she can't—" There came a whump. "Can't really—" Another whump. The air seemed to shift and alter as something blacker than the velvet darkness arose from the gloomy chasm. "Conquer us, like—" Nanak turned as another whump made him stagger back, blasted by the force of air from those great outstretched wings. And Volak was there, big and black and evil. Thunder rumbled. The Iron Wolves stared at one another. Then, in sudden panic, Deck spun the huge siege crossbow around as Volak breathed in, her black eyes glinting, her lips drawn back over her fangs, fire rolling around her snout, and she prepared to murder with extreme prejudice. Nanak paused at sentence end, mouth hanging open, like the biggest of village idiots. Deck hissed. Karim drew back his spear, and lightning crackled from the sky. A great actinic zigzag, striking Volak with a terrific splash of bright white energy, a strike which split into hundreds of fingers of lightning, crackling through the worm's scales, through her limbs, through her body and snout, and spinning her around in a series of tight circles, flames bursting out along her body as she reared, wings folded, and suddenly plummeted to the hard, cobbled street far below. Dek, Nanak, and Karim sprinted forward, leaping up onto the slippery stone battlements. They peered down into the gloom. "She's down there!" crowed Nanak triumphantly. "By the gods, I think it killed her," grinned Karim. "She's all folded up, smouldering, lying still." "If only we had some big rocks to drop on her," said Nanak, idly fingering a facial scar. He looked around at the others. What? "Just want to make sure, eh?" said Dek, shaking his head. "Aye, I've watched her get up too many bloody times. I'd feel a little bit better if we could drop some rocks on her evil, twisted hide." Dek rubbed his chin and sniffed the air. Again, thunder rumbled from the black, coalescing heavens. He could smell hot metal, scorched iron, cooked flesh. "I reckon that lightning did for her good. Boff, the power of Mother Nature." "So much for your fucking theory, eh, Nanak?" "What theory's that, then?" "You, moaning about nature never giving us a helping hand. She bloody helped us out real good this time." "Well, about time," snapped Nanak. "Never happy, are you? Always moaning." "Well, it's what happens when you have a happy life and some cunt cuckolds you and you end up having your eye put out and horrific facial scars carved into you because of your evil bitch of an ex-wife. That kind of shit makes a man paranoid. You know what I mean?" Nanak? "What?" "Shut up for a moment." "No, fuck you, Dick. I won't fucking shut up for a moment. How dare you, you pugilistic little scrawny bastard. You know how this thing goes, and you know you stabbed me in the fucking back instead of being a friend to me and, not fucking my wife. What am I supposed to think of you when you're the one who fucked my wife? Shut up. Why the fuck should I shut up when I'm the one who's injured, eh?" Dek spoke very slowly, very carefully, his eyes swivelling up to fix on Nanak. "Because," he said, and licked his dry lips, "the dragon is moving." "Oh." Nanak peered down. The distant, black, crumpled mess was indeed moving. At first it seemed she was squirming like eels in oil or mudorks in slime. But this quickly turned into an act of unfolding herself and straightening out her massive, spike-tipped wings. Said Dek, and met Nanak's gaze. "Now's the time for those bloody rocks." "Bollocks! Man the fucking crossbow! I cannot believe a lightning strike only slowed her down." "That's one hardened bitch," said Karim, shaking his head. The rain pounded the iron wolves, lashing across the city, and Mola appeared from the stairwell, carrying as many heavy spears as he could manage. He was red in the face from the climb. "Here." He allowed the spears to tumble from his arms, where they clattered onto the stone tower's summit floor, now awash with sheets of draining water. The gutters gurgled, sending a stream into vertical troughs cleverly built into the very fabric of the tower. They could hear the water gushing down towards street level, and probably the sewers beyond. "She's getting up," bellowed Nanak. "Let's be ready." The others each grabbed a spear and readied themselves. Nanak was the only one standing on the battlements, on the treacherous, rain-slippery ledge. Thunder rumbled. A huge lightning bolt crashed down, smashing up a civic office and spreading the majority of it across a quarter of an acre. "Fucking bureaucrats deserve to burn," muttered Nanak. Then, "Right, lads, she's flapping out her wings. Now she's looking up. It looks like she's looking up directly at me, and that is just too fucking freaky." He glanced back at Dek, who shrugged. "Get down here and grab a fucking spear, will you?" Wait, she's unfolding her wings. No, she's folding them up again." There came a mammoth, reverberating crash. The world seemed to vibrate. There were sounds of tearing wood, beams being stripped into splinters, and a roar of fire that carried heat up to them, even over such a great height. "Is she coming?" screamed Dek. Nanak turned and stared at him. His mouth flapped open and closed. Nanak, you idiot, which direction is she coming from? Speak, you bastard son of a bastard son.
Said Nanak, and his gaze swept the iron wolves.
What is it?
Snapped Karim.
She's gone inside the tower. Which tower?
Said Dek, frowning.
The one on the other side of the fucking city,
snapped Nanak, gritting his teeth.
Which fucking tower do you think?
They stared at one another. Trista hefted a spear. There came more crashes, terrible rending sounds, and the tortured noise of twisting, screaming iron.
What's she doing down there?
Muttered Mola. Rain lashed across the tower top. More towering clouds rolled in. The storm was in for the night. Thunder growled, lightning crashed zigzag streamers, and yet, despite the noise, the sounds from inside the tower were greater. Volak, seemingly, was tearing the place apart. Suddenly, the tower shuddered. The iron wolves looked at one another.
Duke Sarge Thasher to me.
Even though his voice was low, he still commanded obedience. Mola grabbed the thick, studded collars of his dogs and frowned.
I don't like this. What's the bitch doing?
Smashing things up in a temper,
suggested Nanak.
If I'd just been struck by lightning, I'd be smashing things up in a temper.
Dek scowled.
If somebody spills your fucking ale, you smash things up in a temper. Now, lad, no need to be like that, said Nanak.
There came a high-pitched keening sound, a ululation which reverberated up from the bowels of the structure. And then more crashes and squeals of tearing wood, and the crunching of broken stones, crumbled walls, smashed pillars.
That's louder,
said Dek, tilting his head, frowning. Thanks to some sudden inner intuition, he swiveled the siege crossbow around, away from the street, and towards the top of the stairs, leading from the tower interior.
Karim, jump up on those battlements. Tell me what you see.
Karim did so.
Nothing,
he said eventually.
No dragon taking to the skies?
No. There came a blast, and a noise like air being sucked through a pipe.
What was that?
A fire blast, said Karim.
You saw it?
I saw flames coming through a window.
At ground level?
No, about a third of the way up. The iron wolves looked at one another. There was understanding in those looks. It was an uneasy understanding that did not bring happiness.
Fuck, she's fighting her way up, isn't she?
Said Nanak.
Through the bricks and the beams.
The tower shook again. There came crashing, banging, tearing sounds. The tower trembled like a leper in a brothel. A roar screamed through the tower, high-pitched and filled with hate. There was a whoosh, and a sound like a smith's furnace, roaring and roaring and roaring.
She's higher now,
said Karim. To his credit, he kept the tremor from his voice, but his face was twisted, as if to say, what the fuck do we do? The fucking dragon's climbing up the inside of the tower. There's no way out. Again, the structure trembled, shook. Rain lashed down, thunder rumbled, lightning cracked the sky like a bad egg. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. Trista leapt back as a zigzag of black raced across the floor, crackling almost like a lightning strike or a mockery of one. The others stepped back and shared nervous glances.
She's gonna bring the whole fucking thing down,
rumbled Dek.
Have we pissed her off that much?
Scowled Nanak.
I think you have, mate.
They considered this. Volak, queen of the worms, a killer of humans, a killer of dragons, unchallenged, not only had Nanak insulted her repeatedly and buried his axe in the soft tissue of her throat, he'd also been instrumental in torching her like a criminal, like a murderer, like a witch. Was it safe to assume Volak would stop at nothing to see him dead? Nanak nodded to himself, face pale beneath the onslaught of the storm. On Volak came, smashing and destroying, and the iron wolves readied their spears. Mola's dogs were growling something horrid, big strings of saliva drooling from jaws ready to kill. Only this time, unfortunately, it wasn't another dog or even a man. It was a beast considerably larger. Karim still stood on the battlements clutching a spear.
and he blinked. "There's something coming," he said. "Something? King's Guard? Desecra 5th Infantry Cavalry? What is it, lad? What is it?" "I don't know."
Karim watched the shapes pounding down the street. The light was nearly non-existent, and the shapes were too weird, too big, too misshapen.
"They're monsters,"
he said eventually, his voice soft with horror and respect.
"What you fucking talking about, lad?"
boomed Nanak and ran towards him. But at that moment there came a scream and a smash, and stones blasted upwards, went flying outwards, and a head appeared in the stairwell. It reared like a serpent from the ocean, black, elongated, equine, dark eyes glittering, flames flickering around a snout filled with razor-sharp fangs, and a promise of death. Volak surveyed the iron wolves.
"So, here you hide," she said, "like the fucking cowards you are."
Nanak jumped down from the battlements, Karim's grab missing him, and brandished his axe in both hands, terribly scarred face puckered into some kind of nightmare.
"You remember me, worm?"
He made the word worm sound like cunt. In fact, he said it.
"You're a dragon cunt, slick and ready to be fucked. So bend over, Narnak's going to teach you a lesson."
Volak stared at him, black pupils dilated in black eyes. Karim swallowed.
"Fuck,"
hissed Trista. Fire swirled around Volak's snout. "You want fucking?" said Mola, his voice so quiet and gentle it could hardly be heard around the buffeting and fury of the storm. Then his arms suddenly came back, and he launched his spear with unnerving accuracy. Volak's head, wedged in the stairwell she'd smashed her way into, could barely maneuver. The spear flew from Mola's fist, powered by a smouldering fury. "Fuck with my dogs," he wanted to scream. "Burn my dogs, will you?" The spear flew, and slammed into Volak's left orb. It split like a ripe melon under a sharpened axe. Volak screamed, head thrashing from side to side, smashing bricks and timbers. The tower groaned. More cracks zigzagged across the tower top, splitting the battlement. Stones tumbled from the tower's summit. The world seemed to pause, a hush, a sigh, a hiatus in time. And then, in slow motion, stone started to crumble. The base of the huge stone tower bowed outwards, sagging like the shit-filled pants of a terminal alcoholic. The tower moaned and shifted. More stones crumbled, popping free of the main walls like lost dice in a game of stab the officer. Like teeth knocked free by Deck in the fighting pits, his left cross and right hook legendary in fighting circles. The tower groaned. A dying sea creature. A moaned resonance of desolation from Sayan Sora Alv Draka. The Draka. The sea of trees, the suicide forest, where people went to die. Nanak and Deck caught one another's eyes. Nanak shrugged. Deck grinned, a tight-lipped grin containing very little humour. And then, in one titanic mass of stones and beams and dust, with a sound that blocked out the rage of the storm, the rage of the dragon, the very foundations bowed outwards, cracking, the final supporting beams split, and the tower collapsed. Chapter 14. Underworld. Beatrax crouched by the stairwell and glanced over his shoulder. In one hand he carried a flaming brand, in the other his battered and chipped axe. He scratched his beard with the head of the axe, and scowled as Lilith approached, her face almost serene. "This must be it," she said, gently, reverently, and her eyes lifted as she surveyed the vast cavern above them. The ceiling was a dome, perfectly symmetrical, and formed from some dark rock, possibly obsidian. It was polished, smooth, perfect, too perfect. "Look at this place. Not once have we seen such a perfection of engineering from the dwarves." "So we are arrived at Wormblood?" queried Dake. "The city of the dragons?"
Lilith nodded. Her face was flushed, lips red, excitement quite obviously her mistress.
"So, what now?" asked Dake uneasily.
"We enter."
"Down there?"
He gestured to the dark portal, a circular opening in the very ground rock itself. Lilith nodded and turned, placing her hand on his shoulder. "Trust me, Dakerath. This is our destiny. Without our intervention, the dragons will return. Without our help, the world will soon be a place of scorched rock, barrenness, and genocide. They will exterminate us. They will enslave us. They seek to re-establish the Blood Dragon Empire."
Dake nodded and looked to the others. Faces were pale and gaunt, eyes just a little haunted. These were people who needed to see the sunlight again, and yet there was strength there, and a determination to do what was right.
"Well, fuck it, we're going in," growled Beatrax. "You want me to lead the way, my beautiful lady?"
"Yes," she smiled, moving up close behind him and slipping her hands around his waist. She moved closer to his ear.
"I love you, Trax," she said,
and placed her head against his back.
"Until the stars go out." "I know, Flower, I know."
It had taken them perhaps a day to find this relatively new part of the mine, and in the end it was only Beatrax and Dake beating the living shit out of a captured dwarf guard engineer that allowed them to find the place. They'd taken the dwarf prisoner, travelling with him for half a day, before they found a series of cells, and were able to lock the battered specimen behind thick iron bars, and throw away the key.
"By rights I should cut out his tongue,"
said Beatrax, as he stood glowering at the dwarf.
"Then he can't talk."
But as ever, Lilith's calm and moderation brought Beatrax back from the brink of violence.
"It's not the moral thing to do," she said. "This bastard will kill us at the first opportunity," snarled Beatrax. "And that's what makes us different from them. We will show humanity and dignity and fair play. No murder. No longer, Trax. I forbid it."
And now they stood by the spiral steps which fell away and down through the center of the hall's floor. They were dark steps, dropping away in a wide circle, and Beatrax stepped down, boot clunking, and glanced back. Lilith nodded. Beatrax moved down the steps, and they dropped down into darkness, which, as they descended, gradually brightened, allowing Beatrax to blink and see. He licked his lips. Beatrax reached the foot of the steps and halted, tossing aside the firebrand he carried. It was no longer necessary. This place, this underground world, was lit by a soft golden light. It was the place from the vision which Lilith had showed them, a massive city of buildings, pyramids, towers, bridges, arches, sculptures, all intricate and rich beyond any thief's dreams. Beatrax walked forward, axe coming to rest over his shoulder, as his head turned left and right, eyes wide, surveying the precious metals in such massive abundance. It was a paradise of wealth, greater than any mortal had ever witnessed. The others had come down behind him. "I think I'm going gold blind," smiled Dake.
"There is more wealth than any man could ever spend in 1,000,000 lifetimes,"
said Talon, instinctively stringing his bow and checking his quiver.
"Wow,"
said Jael, eyes wide, innocent face round and open with awe.
"I have never seen anything like it."
"And you never will again, lad," smiled Dake, and placed his hand on the young lad's shoulder. "This is something men only ever dream about. A place of incredible richness, and a place of dreams. We're not dreaming, are we, Socorro?" Socorro smiled, her scars stretching.
"No, Dake, unless you want me to pinch you, see if you wake up."
She ran her hand down her baldric of knives, hidden beneath her shirt. They gave her a little comfort. "I can pinch myself," he said, watching her movements. They made him shiver. They gazed across hazy squares and witnessed the molten platinum river which they'd seen in their spirit flight, in the dream scene of Equiem magic. And each and every person felt a unique awe, like he or she stood on the raw bedrock of 1,000,000-year history,
and were intruding on a culture they would never be able to comprehend. Lilith led the way now, and her walk was fast. They all followed, eyes scanning for possible enemies, twitchy, nervous, but at the same time drifting as if through a dream of smoke and oil. They passed a huge palace, impossibly ornate, with a huge iron door 10 times the size of a normal human door, the exterior surface encrusted with a myriad of precious gems. Beatrix moved over to the door, looking suspiciously about, and after peering inside to see if there were any potential enemies there, but finding only a vast hall surrounded by unlit braziers and intricately carved silver statues. So he returned to the gems, pulled out his dagger, and started working the point behind a ruby half the size of his fist. He finally prized it free of the iron supporting claws, and it sat there in his hand, like solid, glittering blood. It sparkled from the warm light of worm blood. It shone ruby light into Beatrix's awestruck face. "We are going to be so incredibly fucking rich," choked Beatrix happily. "The only problem we've got as far as I can see," muttered Talon, eyes scanning, mind calculating, "is how we carry as much as possible out of this place." Beatrix considered it. "Some kind of winch and pulley system? We could hire 100 horses, 500 horses, with baskets, rig up a big pulley system, haul as much shit out of this place as is humanly possible." "You think the dwarves will let us do that?" said Talon, with a wry, sideways smile. "I'll fucking die trying," rumbled Beatrix, and slapped Talon on the back. "Come on, we need to keep moving." Lilith had stopped, sandals flat against the golden cobbles of the road. Talon and Beatrix exchanged glances, then watched as Lilith trotted off, with Jael close behind. Your woman seems a bit keen," said Talon, frowning. "Yeah, I know. Probably just a little overexcited." He nodded knowingly. Dake moved to them and glanced after Lilith. "Anybody fancy telling her we need to take it a little easy? We have no idea what's down here. There could even be dragons." "Ha!" scoffed Beatrix, but then thought about it for a moment. He remembered that huge, black-scaled bitch ripping the roof off the Iron Palace. It had been a truly terrifying sight. How could a mere mortal take on something like that? Beatrix looked up at the huge door. It was a dragon-sized door. "Ah," he thought. "Ah, shit. Is that how it is? I think we should maybe catch up with Lilith, find out what the hell is going on." "Good idea," muttered Dake. They jogged down the golden cobbles, boots slapping. "Lilith!" called Beatrix. "Hey, Lil! Wait!" But she did not halt, and continued her fast pace, Jael still in tow. Frowning, Beatrix put his head down and sprinted forward, leaping in front of Lilith, arms wide, head tilted to one side, face riddled with confusion. Lilith came up smart, and her head lifted, and her eyes were narrowed, dark, her face not a happy sight to behold. "We need to get there," she hissed. "Get out of my way." "Whoa, girl, whoa! What's got into you?" "You can't see it, can you? Any of you? We have to get down there. We have to get to the dragon eggs. Stop them hatching, stop them growing, stop them taking over the world. They will establish a new blood dragon empire, and we will all be lost, destroyed, turned to ash in the ensuing onslaught." "One step at a time," said Beatrix, kindly, slowly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Lilith slapped his hand away with incredible force. "Get off me!" she shrieked. "You may not understand the importance of this quest, but I do." "So do I," said Jael, lifting his head. Slowly, Beatrix turned and looked at the youth. "I'd shut your fucking mouth if I was you," he snapped. "Or what?" said Jael. "I watch you, bullying Lilith, ordering her about, moaning at her all the time. The big bad axeman. Ooh, scary. You've made your judgments about me, the kid, the coward, and I've come to make my judgments about you. I once looked up to you, Beatrix. I thought you were a hero, just like in the storybooks, like they taught us in school. But I see something different here, in reality, in the flesh. I see a thief, and I see a murderer."
"Oh, you do you?" growled Beatrax, eyes glinting.
"I've watched you kill 100 dwarves now. I've seen you strike them down, even when unarmed, even when trying to surrender. That's murder, Beatrax, or, as you would curse, fucking murder. And back then, you took the ruby from the big palace store. That's the work of a thief. A dirty, scumbag, shit-swigging, low-down thief."
Beatrax surged forward, but both Dake and Talon were there, each grabbing a shoulder as they tried to drag the big man back. Their boots skidded along the cobbles as they failed, and that big axe came up, notched blades glinting in the warm light, and Beatrax's face was contorted in rage as Lilith stepped before Jael.
"No," she said. "Get the fuck out of the way, woman. You forget to whom you speak. You, Lilith, my woman, my lover. But I'm not taking these insults from this." He eyed the suddenly pale figure of Jael, cowering back. "From this yellow streak of pig shit. I'm gonna teach him a fucking lesson." "No, you're not." "Yes, I am."
"No." She held up her hand and placed it flat against his chest. Beatrax growled and dropped his axe with a clatter.
"I won't kill him, all right, but he will feel the taste of my knuckles."
"One last time, Trax."
"No!"
Beatrax looked at Lilith, really looked at her this time. Her eyes had gone dark, and he couldn't swear it, but they seemed to swirl with a black smoke, half-seen, tiny, fluttering motes, like the image of a half-remembered dream reflected in the eyes of a dead lover. Beatrax pushed forward, scowling. The next thing he remembered, he could taste metal, hot tin. His head was pounding, and he was 30 feet away from Lilith, face down on the cobbles. He groaned, and the others ran over to him, rolling him onto his back, then staring back at Lilith with wide eyes. She turned and started forward, Jael by her side, a faithful puppy.
What the fuck hit me?" groaned Beatrax. "I think you pushed Lilith too far, old horse,"
chuckled Talon. But it was a somber chuckle, designed to cover his shock.
"Or the other way round,"
Beatrax growled, and hoisted himself to his knees, then his feet. He swayed for a moment, and looked at her retreating back.
"She used,"
he savoured the words, like he would a mouthful of rotten fruit,
"fucking magic against me."
"You were threatening the lad, to be fair," pointed out Dake. Beatrax turned on him, and Dake took a step back, lifting his hands. "Whoa, mate, I'm not the one insulting you, and I ain't the one who's just flung you 30 feet across the street. Maybe you need to go talk to her."
"I fucking will,"
he growled, and ran forward, scooping up his axe and pounding down the cobbles. Socorro looked at Talon and Dake. She ran a hand down her face, almost as if to cover her scars. It had become a self-conscious action, but nobody had the heart to point it out. After all, who could blame her? Vanity was intrinsic to the human condition. It was part of the shell, the mask, the psychological barrier which stopped one crumbling like a salt pillar against the onslaught of the ocean. "I think we're in trouble," said Socorro gently.
"Why's that?"
asked Talon. "Lilith has changed. Since we came down here, she's changed, Tal."
"In what way?"
"I don't know. I think it's this place. Some kind of ancient magic. An influence of the dragons, maybe. The influence of Equiem magic. Listen, we need to go after Trax. We need to sort this shit out." As they arrived, Beatrax had once more halted Lilith's progress. They were at a crossroads, and a gentle hum filled the air. Socorro looked around, because everything felt odd. Something bigger was going down. The world felt suddenly wrong. She moved forward, could see Beatrax talking heatedly, and she turned and looked at Lilith's face. The white witch, the woman Socorro had known for 20 years or more, wore an expression that looked alien.
"What do you think you're doing?" snarled Beatrax. "Using fucking Equiem magic on me? Are you sick? You know nothing of which you speak, said Lilith calmly, voice cold, her eyes fixed on Beatrix without blinking. Now get out of my way before I do it again. Only next time you won't wake up for a fucking week. Beatrix stared at Lilith, mouth flapping. He absolutely could not believe what he was hearing. Lilith, he managed, finally, as Dake and Talon stood by, helpless, wondering what the hell they should do. Does one intervene in a lover's tiff? In their experience, only one person ended up in the shit, and that was the one sticking their bloody nose in the first place. And so they watched, and listened, and readied themselves to jump in the middle if any problems occurred. Lilith, my life, my love. What in the name of the Seven Sisters are you doing? I am following my destiny. Which is what? Lilith stared long and hard at Beatrix. Have you listened to nothing I've ever told you? Have you not realized my path? Yes, we have shared time together, Beatrix, and I have tried to instill in you my love and faith, my belief in peace and calm. But here and now, this is not a place for peace and calm. It is a time for action, for doing, because if we do not, then the world will be a very different place. Can you not comprehend the import of why we are here? Why destiny led us here? We have a mission to perform, Beatrix, and although I love you to the core, although I love you to the grave, you will get out of my way within 3 seconds or I'll hurt you. So bad you won't walk for a fucking month. Sakura stepped between them. She'd been approaching, quiet, stealthy, as Lilith ranted. Now she stood between them, her back to Beatrix, dwarfed by the huge axeman, her scarred and battered face focused on Lilith. This is not you, she said. Lilith stared at her, dark eyes narrowed. Get out of the way, bitch. Lilith would never speak like that. Lilith cackled then, and tilted her head. Of course I would. It only depends on a certain set of circumstances. It depends on one realizing one's own potential, one's own reality, one's own purpose in life. What is your purpose in life, Lilith? We need to reach the dragon eggs. Why? To stop them hatching. You are sure of this? Yes. Sakura suddenly struck out, slapping a stinging blow that spun Lilith around and dropped her to her knees. No! Choked Beatrix in anguish, but Sakura turned and this time placed her own hand against Beatrix's chest. Then, still holding that position, she turned and frowned, and watched as Lilith looked up. The White Witch seemed different somehow. Her eyes were no longer as dark, no longer tainted with smoke flecks. She reached up and touched her own stinging cheek, feeling the handprint there, for Sakura did not pull her punches. How are you feeling, Lil? Lilith tilted her head. She coughed and climbed to her feet. Then, as Sakura stepped out of the way, she ran to Beatrix and threw herself into his arms. He stood there like a useless bear, and Lilith's tears stained his shirt, and he looked over her shoulder at Sakura. What? He mouthed. What the fuck is going on? Then Lilith looked up, and Beatrix looked down, and Lilith smiled, and Beatrix smiled, and he knew everything was going to be good with the world again. Forgive me, she said. What happened? He said. It's this place. It gets into your blood. It oozes magic. White magic, but also the dark arts, Equiem magic. The spells are here, in the air, in the gold flowing with the Platinum River. This place is old, Beatrix. Older than anything I've ever experienced. Forget the harbouring dwarves. Forget the Church of Hate and the Scriptures of Hate. Those things are parasites riding on the flesh of a 1,000,000-year-old empire. Everybody present was chilled by her words, for she spoke the truth which bled from rock and gold and bones and dust. The Blood Dragon Empire, she said, and pushed her head into Beatrix's chest. But it's gone, he whispered. All gone. Not all gone, said Lilith, looking up at him, Then, looking round at the others, "The dragons ruled for 1,000,000 years. They were unconquerable. And we, men, dwarves, elves, we were their slaves. We were the slave races. They bred us to build, to grow crops, to farm meat. They were kings and queens, and we their playthings. But they went to war against one another." She paused, and her eyes drifted distant, and she reached out as if to touch something that floated in the air. 3 clans, 3 terrible, violent clans, and the world was bathed in fire for 1,000 days, as dragon fought dragon, clan fought clan, and a war raged like nothing which had gone before it. Lilith paused, sagging a little, and Beatrix held her, as he always would. "They destroyed themselves," said Lilith softly. "Killed one another, mercilessly, with hate and spite and violence. Impervious to fire, they tore one another apart, snapping wings, ripping off legs and tails and heads. It was a war of sickeningly violent bloodshed, and below it all cowered the remnants of their slaves. And then it was done. Then it was over. Only a few remained, and a group of slaves made up of the hardiest men, dwarves and elves. They banded together and slaughtered the few remaining dragons. They built machines using ancient blood dragon technology. And with these great machines they captured some of the old clans, and they destroyed the rest. From this came the birth of the Harborim dwarves. From this came the great dwarf lords. From this came the cessation of the blood dragon empire." Lilith slumped, and Beatrix bore her to the ground, where she suddenly slept. He looked up at Sakura, eyes searching for answers. Sakura gave a little shrug and smiled. "This place," she said, "we do not belong here. This is a place of evil for us anyway, and it knows it. It knows we are intruders. It's like a virus invading the human body. The body then creates antibodies to fight the infection. That's what we are, here, an infection, anathema to 1,000,000 years of dragon rule." "And this place seeks to destroy us?" "I think so. I think it kind of took over Lilith for a little while there."
"So I just slap her to get her out of it?"
"Do you remember being thrown 30 feet across the cobbles?"
Beatrix nodded. "Aye, that hurt, that did."
"You just focus on killing dwarves and dragons. I'll look after Lilith." Beatrix nodded with a sad grin and knelt beside his love, waiting for her to waken. It was hours later, although there seemed to be no time in this place. The same warm glow infused the world of Wormblood and never seemed to change. Lilith had emerged from her short sleep of exhaustion, of horror, of possession, and apologized to Beatrix profusely. But her fixation was the same, to find the dragon eggs she had seen so many times across the tapestry of so many visions. And so they followed her, more sedately this time, with Jael looking back sheepishly at Beatrix. The axeman studiously avoided Jael's stare, in fear of taking his axe and planting it between the little bastard's eyes. The city of Wormblood seemed to go on forever. Endless roads, endless highways, some cobbled, some smooth silver, or paved with 1,000,000 jewels. Their boots trod the roads, their heads turning, surveying the endless empty buildings. "Millions must have lived here," said Dake at one point. Lilith, more herself now, nodded. "Yes, somewhere near that, but not humans, or elves, or dwarves. They were down in the slave quarters."
"Slave quarters?"
"Caves, a vast tunnel system, far below the mines of the Harborim dwarves. It is a miracle the dwarves never discovered them before. The slaves would have no luxury from Wormblood."
"There's a lot of mountain," observed Dake.
"A lot of mountain to fill with slaves," agreed Lilith, with a narrow smile. Beatrix strode at the back now, his faith subtly shaken. His woman, his true love, this place had changed her, and he could not help but blame himself for bringing her here. Yes, he'd dressed it up, eventually, as a rescue mission for Jaunty Tal, but the truth of the matter had been twofold: greed and adventure. So much for the adventure. The notion and glamour of adventure soon fades after one is tortured by barbarous dwarves for weeks on end with the aim of breaking a man's will. Driven to the limits of sanity by sheer physical pain, by suffering, by the evil machinations of evil scumbags living offal. He thought back to better times, living, laughing, loving, drinking Vegandrack Red, eating smoked sausage and bread and cheese in meadows filled with buttercups. He smiled to himself, and before he realized what had happened, Jael was there, walking alongside him. Beatrax strode on, eyes fixed ahead, his temper slowly rising. "I wanted to apologize," said Jael, his voice small. "No apology needed," rumbled Beatrax, still not looking at the youth. "No, I need to apologize. What I did was wrong." "It's all right, lad. Now I knows you're a coward, I won't be turning my back on you in a hurry." He gave a tight-lipped smile. "There is no excuse for what I did, but I want you to know I will prove myself to you in the future. I will make this right again. I will show you I am worth something to you, that I do have courage when it counts." Beatrax halted, and Jael stumbled to a stop. "Well, only time will tell. Now, go on. Go walk with Lilith. I'm sure she's missing her little shitty-arse pet puppy." With red cheeks, Jael accelerated ahead, leaving Beatrax alone with his thoughts once more. Dig dropped back to him. "A little harsh?" "That's what he deserved." "Really?" "Don't you fucking start. Because of him we could all be dead, and I broke a finger." "Ah, the finger," Dig smiled. "Some things will never cease to amuse me." The roadway had been heading imperceptibly down until they passed through a collection of huge buildings, golden cubes, each one as tall as the tallest church in Vegan. And yet these were simply cubic structures fashioned from gold bricks, walls perfectly symmetrical, but with no windows or doors. Their purpose was not clear, but they spread out now, and the overlanders walked between these seemingly pointless monoliths, eyes looking up, necks craning. Conversation had ceased now, and they travelled in two discreet groups, Lilith and Jael up ahead leading the way, and a subdued Beatrax, Talon, Dake, and Socorra bringing up the rear. Lilith led them on a zigzagging path through what turned into a maze of these huge golden buildings, and soon everybody felt lost. Yet still Lilith led them onwards, without faltering, without halting to check her way. And then they turned a corner, and it was there. A mammoth, golden dragon, seemingly carved from one solid block and towering above them. Its wings were slightly outstretched, almost triangular head pointing forward, stretching out as if to attack. Lips curled back over fangs, eyes narrowed, threatening, glinting gold. "That, my friends, is fucking awesome," said Beatrax, stopping in his tracks. They all stopped, and looked up and stared in wonder. Never had they seen a statue so big or so impressive. It could have swallowed 10 Vegan churches. "What is it?" whispered Dake. Lilith turned, staring back at the group. "It is the embodiment of the Dragon Queen, emerging of every queen worm that has ever existed down here in Wormblatt. Every time another queen dies, so her image is absorbed into the whole and becomes part of a hive mind, a kind of ruling conscience which offers advice to the rulers of Wormblatt. Every time another dragon queen is absorbed, the exterior alters a little to accommodate her physical form." They stared at her. "How could you possibly know that?" whispered Socorra. Lilith frowned. "I don't know," she said finally. "I just know." They stared for a little while longer, and then, without a sound, Lilith padded forward towards the statue's massive front legs, claws splayed, each claw bigger than a serrated longsword. The others followed, staring up once more as the golden dragon reared above them, silent and glowing under the strange ethereal light of this underworld. Reaching a point beneath the front legs, so Lilith paused and closed her eyes, and there came a grinding of ancient gears, a spinning of cogs, and the floor opened in a circle, a spiral staircase dropping silently, smoothly, deep down in a wide shaft that, once again, told the overlanders that this was not their city, not their world. It was a strange alien place, and the staircase was big enough to allow several dragons side by side. Struggling, they dropped down from step to step, down into more warm light. Beatrax counted softly to himself, but gave up when he hit 300. They were deep, deeper than deep. Finally, they emerged into a massive chamber with an intricately carved ceiling. It seemed to be some kind of language. The walls and ceiling were perfectly smooth and plain, and a soft cream in color. The chamber stretched off further than the eye could see, and the heroes dropped from the final step, crunching something underfoot, as they moved away from the great dragon stairwell and peered about. They moved, and each footfall crunched, a seemingly deafening sound, because the vast, long, low chamber was so quiet. Beatrax stopped, boots crackling, and he knelt, rubbing his hand through the tiny white particles. "Shells," he said finally. "Like seashells on a beach." "Not seashells," said Lilith, and they all looked at her. She closed her eyes and lifted her hand. Her lips started to writhe, and the center of her outstretched palm glowed red. The others looked about, then to Beatrax, who shrugged, face open with his own curiosity. Suddenly the world around them seemed to fade. They were in the same place, but the features changed. A mist hung across the ground, but spreading out before them were orbs of cream, nestled in the mist, stretching away into the distance. Each one was a slightly different size and shape, many of them irregular. Not one had any form of symmetry. "What?" began Beatrax. "Shh," came Lilith's gentle lullaby. More noise, a series of sudden clatters and shouts. They turned, staring back at the stairwell, and from it, like drifting ghosts, spilled the hazy figures of 3 dwarves, sporting huge beards, fearsome, scarred features, each carrying a massive battle-axe stained with blood. "Here!" bellowed one harshly over his shoulder, and more dwarves spilled into the chamber, and they started kicking the cream orbs, creating a path, as yet more dwarves emerged. They were a rough-looking bunch, many of them wounded, some singed by fire. Many had lost eyes, blood dried on their faces in streamers, and several had lost limbs. They appeared as if they'd just emerged from some violent battle. "This is it, lads. We have to destroy them all," came one voice, a harsh, guttural sound without any hint of doubt. They readied their axes and looked at one another. There was a long pause, as if these dwarves were considering the significance of their actions. Then the lead dwarf, who'd led the way, approached a large oval egg, lifted his axe above his head, and brought it swiftly down. The egg shattered, and inside the embryo of a dragon was almost sliced in two. It squealed, a high-pitched screaming sound, shrill and painful to the ears, the body curling in upon itself, squirming in juices, and a second blow cut it in half, ending the noise. Flames flickered around the shell interior. "Come on, lads!" The spell was suddenly broken, and the dwarves waded in, axes rising and falling, boots stamping, crushing the skulls of released dragon chicks. A huge cacophony of squealing went up, but the dwarves were brutal, uncaring, battering and chopping. Yet more dwarves arrived, until they were 100 strong, and the ground was slippery with chopped dragon embryos and smashed shell oil. And, with roars, the dwarves surged forward, smashing, breaking, slicing, killing. The scene faded. The heroes stared at one another, each sick to the stomach. "It's a slaughter," said Beatrax, eyes narrowed. "I suppose they're getting their revenge," said Dake carefully. And they couldn't let the eggs hatch, or there'd be 1,000 more dragons to fight. We were slaves to the dragons, remember, Trax? Beatrax turned on Lilith. So these are the shells of the slaughtered. It makes me sick. They were babes. That would have grown up into killers, said Lilith. You could say that about humans as well, snapped Beatrax. Lilith turned her back on the group. Follow me, she said, and strode forward, each footstep a crackle reminding them of the carnage, the murder, the infanticide. The others followed reluctantly. What next? Muttered Beatrax, and he tumbled into a foul mood. Because of the vision of the dwarves, yes, whom he admittedly despised anyway, and now despised with a need for further murder, but also because of Lilith. Not only did she seem more cold, more distant, she also seemed to be on some secret mission, guided by magic, maybe misguided by magic, that she was not willing to share, and more importantly, not even willing to share with him. I couldn't even guess, muttered Dake. I bet it's unpleasant, scowled Talon, looking down at each crunching footstep. I bet it's dangerous, said Takora, and they all nodded in agreement. The chamber seemed to stretch off for an age, and before long they looked back, and the descending stairs had disappeared. Their means for escape had temporarily vanished. I feel, said Talon, that the longer we stay here, and the further we descend, the less chance we'll ever have of getting back up to the surface. Honestly, guys, I don't feel like I'll ever see the sunshine again. I don't feel like I'll ever smell the clean air again. Just this fucking dwarf stink. And it stinks all right. Sakura moved close to him and put her arm around his waist. Hey, Tal, she said, you need to try and be more positive. We are going to do this thing. We may die trying, but Lilith is right. It's for the greater good. You think there are more eggs that need destroying? His voice seemed very small. I don't know if I could do that. Me neither, rumbled Beatrax. Give me an enemy before me any day of the week, with a big, battered axe, tattooed knuckles, and obnoxious breath. But murdering the unborn, that's for men with stronger stomachs and weaker minds than me. The others nodded, wondering what Lilith was about to reveal, for in the vision, when they had flown with the image of the dragon, so they had seen fields of eggs, and these had not been smashed. Had they by some miracle survived? Finally, a wall came into view. It was matte black and stretched off to either side, disappearing distantly. It was a bizarre sensation. In this place, far beneath the mountain, time seemed to have no meaning. Lilith stopped, and the others gradually crunched up behind her. This is it, she said. What is it? Asked Beatrax. A portal, she said. A secret place. When the dwarves invaded this sacred place of dragon eggs, laid by the queen, Volak, over a period of several hundred years, they thought they had destroyed them all. But they never found the second chamber, because they were ignorant and uncouth and unversed in the ways of Equian magic. So there are more dragon eggs, said Beatrax, voice soft. Listen, Lilith, we cannot destroy them. I cannot destroy them. I swear I haven't got it in me. He seemed to deflate. I don't believe these creatures are evil. They were just dominant, like us now. To kill the unborn. It's just wrong, Lil. Just follow and watch, said Lilith, and turned and smiled at them. We don't have to destroy the eggs. We just have to stop them hatching. These are two very different concepts. Lilith approached the wall and placed both hands flat against it. She started to whisper, and her lips writhed, and once more her hands glowed. Slowly, silently, the great black wall started to slide away, accelerating as it flowed almost like a vertical liquid stream, to reveal a huge, soaring chamber with a massive, smooth, domed ceiling, and walls covered with tiny, intricate machines fashioned from gold and silver, all moving, tiny pistons and cogs, gears and spinning shafts, 100 machines, 100,000 of them. And the floor dropped. It was a depression in the ground, and nestled in the vast space were eggs, dragon eggs. But these were different from the ones in the vision. Whereas those had been a plain cream color, these were different. These glittered and gave off a gentle glow, as if each egg was covered in a tiny, complete covering of active flame. "The dwarves found the room where the bad eggs were stored," said Lilith, and stepped across the threshold. The others followed, moving onto a slick, black, polished walkway, which led all the way around the chamber. They looked back and up, where thousands of tiny machines clicked and whirred and spun and pumped and twisted like some vast array of clockwork, as if they stood inside the chamber of the world's largest, most complex clock. "Bad eggs?" whispered Beatrix, for this room commanded reverence. "Yes, the deformed, the broken, the twisted, those that could never live as dragons if they hatched. The dragons would never leave their greatest prize. These, their offspring, their future, for the dwarves to simply stumble across. No, there was the extra barrier, only accessible by magic." Dake and Talon were frowning. Sakura surveyed the sea of fire-glowing eggs. There must have been 10,000. 10,000 dragons waiting to hatch. A new empire, the next Blood Dragon Empire. There came a gentle tremble under their boots. "Lilith?" said Sakura, and her eyes were wide in her freshly scarred face. "Yes, my sweet," Lilith smiled. "I'm confused. Why exactly did you bring us here? How are we going to stop this thing from happening?" "We didn't stop it happening," said Lilith, and she smiled. And it was a smile that should never have belonged on Lilith's face. A smile like nothing Beatrix had ever seen before. He blinked, and a cold chill blew across his heart, and blew across his soul. "We have started the countdown," she said. "The queens, they demand it." "What?" bellowed Beatrix, leaping forward, but Lilith grinned, her eyes glittering black and filled with smoke, and both hands came together, a clap, and Beatrix, Sakura, Talon, and Dake were smashed from their feet, hurled high into the air, out over the center of the dragon egg field, to hang suspended, spinning slowly amidst the clockwork machinery, and beneath a smooth, black, polished sky. "What are you doing?" cried Sakura, as Jael padded alongside Lilith and knelt petitely at her feet. Lilith's grin widened, and her eyes narrowed. "It was written. It is Equiem, dragon lore. It has to be this way." She licked her lips, and dragon smoke oozed from her open mouth. "I'm hatching the dragon eggs," she said, and her eyes glittered black, like the eyes of a dragon. Lilith was no longer in control. Something older had taken control of her mind. Chapter 15. Hunter's Gold. Val was pissed. Not pissed in the sense he'd had a keg full of ale and was about to decorate the flagstones with his vomit. No, but pissed in the sense he was massively frustrated, because his true love was within reach, and yet he couldn't quite grasp her. Not yet, anyway. "But soon, my love," he crooned to himself. "Soon." As they moved through the mines, so Kraline kept tossing him odd looks. He did not like the looks, even less than he liked the huge array of weapons at her belt. It wasn't just her reputation for extreme violence that freaked him out a little, or more honestly, a lot. It was the stories he'd heard about her killing friends, murdering family, torturing employers. She was a cunt you did not trust. If anybody was going to stab you in the back with a serrated dagger covered in fatal poison, Kraline Hugh was the bitch to do it.
It was the corpse that sent them in the right direction, or rather a series of 3 corpses. They were well hidden, obviously victims of a sudden skirmish down here in the tunnels. They had been hidden well, but not well enough. Praline Hugh found all 3 bodies. She seemed to have a particular knack for hunting out the tortured and the dead.
"They came this way,"
she said, dark eyes narrowed.
"How do you know?" "Trust me, I have done this sort of thing before."
I hunted people.
"Hunted and killed people. Well, people, elves, dwarves. It's all the same barrel of twisted, rotting flesh to me. I don't care what race you are. I don't care whether you subscribe to the Church of Hate or not."
Her eyes gleamed, dark and nasty.
"All you cunts deserve to die."
Val coughed.
"Yes, well, we are on a very specific mission here,"
he said, the pitch of his voice just a little too high.
"Yes, you are,"
she said.
"What does that mean?" "It means what it says, but we'll let that one go for now, shall we? I wouldn't like to embarrass you in front of the men."
Val nodded, face pale, eyeing her weapons once more. It took several more hours to reach the new dig, the new chamber, with the high domed ceiling and the spiral steps leading down. Val was happy to let Praline Hugh take the lead, mainly because he didn't know what the fuck was down there, but also because if the overlanders were waiting with primed crossbows, he was happy to let the bitch take 3 quarrels in the face, and to hell with it. He'd reached a point of tension where he didn't know whom he trusted least, Beatrax the Axeman or Praline Hugh, his second-in-command. As they descended, each dwarf with axe, sword, and crossbow at the ready, licking dry lips, wondering what the fuck they were dropping down into, so the light softened and increased, and within long, languorous moments, like dreams through treacle, they found themselves in
"Worm blood,"
whispered Praline, dark eyes shining. They stood, surveying the incalculable wealth, a city built from tens of thousands of years of dragon rule. But who knew? Maybe it had been here 1,000,000 years. How long had the worms ruled the planet? How long had humans and dwarves been their slaves?
"We should split up,"
said Val, taking charge and eyeing his group of hardy dwarves with a mixture of pride and open fear. Val was no warrior, no hard case. He was a slave warden, inadvertently propelled to the peak of his career, without forethought or any real understanding of his duties. He'd been promoted above his natural ability, and then given a mission fit for a warrior. Val was proud of his accomplishments, but deep down, as all such people did, he really suspected he wasn't up for the fight. Deep down, he knew he couldn't do it, and it was only a twisted sense of pride that forced him to carry on. To step down, to step back, was unthinkable. He'd rather fall on his axe-blade.
"In what way, split up?"
said Praline, dark eyes locked on him. Val shifted nervously under that unreadable gaze.
"This place is vast. We split into 3 groups and carry out a search. These men and women about whom we speak, they are dangerous, no?"
Yes.
"So better to hit them head-on with our full force."
Val looked around and swept out his arm.
"But look at the size of this place. This is no normal city, Praline. It could take us forever." "Well, you let me track, then,"
she said, and smiled.
"You can track them? How do you think we got this far?" All right. So we all stay together?" "That would seem the sensible option in terms of logistical firepower. And by that, I mean force of crossbow arms."
Of course, said Val, nodding, and scratching his chin, but secretly thinking, if I can pull this off, then Lilith will be mine once more. My woman, my lover, my slave, my hobby, for me to do with as I will, mine to have and to hold, to love and nurture, to fuck and abuse, and she will grow to love me, despite the pain. I know she will. I know she will learn to enjoy me. Praline knelt
and for long moments crawled about on the gold cobbles. Then her head came up, and she pointed.
"This way,"
she said, and looked back at Val.
"You trust me, right?"
She smiled again, the smile of a shark, the smile of a weasel. Of course," said Val, and coughed, trying to hide his eyes.
"Follow me, then."
And the group of hardened dwarves set off across Wormblood, following the scent of the bastard intruders, those who had no right to set foot in the Five Havens, those who should, at the very sight of Wormblood, have been executed on the spot. Because this was the city mentioned by the Church of Hate. Wormblood was cursed in the scriptures of hate. Here it was that the great dwarf lords had imprisoned Volak, Morax, and Kranesh. Here it was that the great dwarf lords had found immortality. Chapter 16. Firefight. Skalg soared and was free. He cast off the shackles of his flesh. He left behind his weakened shell, and for the first time ever was unfettered. It was like nothing he could have ever dreamed. Even from being a small boy, he had been physically inferior to his fellow dwarves. In tests of strength or stamina or axe fighting, he had always been bottom of the class, the shitty scum under the others' boots, which they scraped off with a stick. Not for Skalg any praise and sweet cakes, honeyed wine and fresh dwarf bread, no. Only pain, as the wooden axe cracked his skull, humiliation, as other young dwarves laughed at his lack of prowess, his lack of physical attributes, his natural weakness, his natural cowardice, his ingrained and very fucking real inferiority. And in shame, with cheeks burning red beneath his young beard, he crawled out of sight again and again and again.
"There goes Skalg, what a fucking weakling."
"Skalg! Hoi! Wait there! I need somewhere to rest my weary boots." "Oh, Skalg, you fucking dreg! Come back next year when you've grown a pair of real dwarf bollocks.
"You say you have 5 silver? Hand it over. It's mine now."
Pain, beatings, humiliation, even from his brothers and sisters, even from his parents.
"You fucking useless child. Why don't you fuck off and fall down the great well?"
Mama, Skalg has taken all the gravy again."
"What? Take it off his plate."
"I will do, Mama. After all, it's not like he's going to fight me for it." And that was Skalg. Weak, spineless, a coward. And then a cripple, which bizarrely changed him. The mine collapse finally showed him what the prospect of death could be like, and Skalg did not want to experience death. He walked the dark side of his own understanding, and realized what it would be like to lose that one tiny, precious gift called life. He realized that actually, to get anywhere in the Five Havens, you didn't just have to fight. You had to have fucking teeth. And he'd done that. Grown. Experienced that. But always they laughed at him. Not to his face, not always. Although those that did had a serious meeting with the Church of Hate's educators. No, they laughed at him behind his back, because in dwarf society more than any other society he had studied, the weakling, the cripple, was worthless. To have a strong back was the epitome of being dwarf. Thousands of generations of miners, digging, breaking rocks, searching out precious gems and silver and gold. That was what being a dwarf meant. Stocky, powerful, able to find the gold to feed his family. That was the dwarven way. A cripple with a twisted spine, a hunchback, one might as well be dead. But now, Skalg soared. He flew, his hazy mind sending impulses as he unfolded his great wings and cracked them against the sky, lifting himself high above Vagandrak and surveying the world below with incredibly powerful and sensitive eyes. There, a village, tiny people running, screaming. Skalg took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of fire which lingered around his nostrils, and he straightened his spine, which crackled softly, tucked in his claws, folded back his wings, and dived towards that bright green-grey world below. People screamed and shouted and ran, waving their arms in panic. Skalg felt the most incredible exhilaration he had ever experienced. He felt not just powerful, but as close to God as one could ever hope to get. He was on a higher level than the great dwarf lords, for although they, so they claimed, had transcended the physical realm, become something more than dwarf, here and now Skalg felt like nothing from beneath the stars could ever halt his progress. Morax swept in, inhaled, allowed her glands to relax, and breathed a jet of pure white fire as she slammed down the street, chasing little running people. Several were caught in her blast and ignited, burning as they ran. Skalg targeted a woman, a succulent, plump woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and buxom, bouncing breasts which wobbled and jiggled as she ran. He caught her in his jaws, lifting now, flapping his wings with a boom which he knew made the villagers' ears bleed. He held her gently, and she was in shock, so didn't struggle. But then some form of courage or a primitive need to survive returned, and she began to struggle violently. So, as he flapped his wings, rising into the sky, Skalg squeezed his teeth just that little bit tighter, and there came a gentle pop, and she didn't struggle any more. Skalg squatted on a rolling hillside. Night was falling. The sun was a bloated orange corpse caressing the horizon. He looked down at the woman, lying limp and twisted on the grass. She was broken, her spine snapped, but she was not dead. Her eyes followed Skalg as he moved backwards and forwards, strutting, trying out his new body, testing the muscles, and how his thought impulses made everything work. "Help," she said. Skalg nodded, dropping his huge dragon head towards her. She shrieked, but could not move. Tears ran down her cheeks, snot ran from her nose, blood ran from her anus and vagina, and Skalg's nostrils twitched, recognizing the reek, the stink of human discharge. "Who are you? What are you?" An internal voice spoke, and the words came unbidden from the depths of his subconscious, and Skalg frowned, though it was not possible to do so. He frowned mentally, at least. "I am Skalg. Who are you?" "I am Morax." "I'm unfamiliar with the name." "I am Morax, the killer of humans, the eater of dwarves, imprisoned for thousands of years, my mind churning, burning, disintegrating, until I could break free and fucking slaughter everything that moves on this fucking planet." Skalg was blasted back by the onslaught, and he suddenly realized, that although the great dwarf lords had placed him inside the mind of a dragon, Morax, the dragon, her mind, was also still in there, displaced but not dead. Tricky. Skalg stalked around the wounded woman on the hillside. The sun was sinking behind the rolling hills, rays fanning out in pretty red streamers. He moved close, dipped his head, and sniffed the woman. She screamed, and screamed, and screamed. Bizarrely, the noise hurt his head. So, gently, he reached out, nuzzled her, then, taking her body in his jaws, he bit her in half. The noise stopped. 2 body parts fell. Blood pumped out, staining the grass, staining the soil, and infecting the world. Skalg felt nothing. He looked up at the sky, saw the infinity of stars stretching out beyond the cool blue yonder. A sudden urge came upon him. He could flap his great wings, leap up into the air, and accelerate until he reached those stars, and became a part of that glittering tapestry. And by doing that, he would live forever, merged into an infinity of space and time. The voice again. "You are in my mind. You are in my body." "I have a mission." "I am Morax. You do not have permission." "I am here by the will of the great dwarf lords." A sneer. "Oh, those cunts. We will catch up with them sooner or later, and when we do it will be a happy day for the sycophants, for we will burn them hotter than anything has ever burned in this world before."
Interesting, thought Skalg.
"Why interesting?"
"Because," and Skalg savoured the words, "because you are my slave, and I have your body, and you are my sycophant. I have all the power, the might, the fury, the hate, and ultimately the fire."
Morax began a reply, but with a scream Skalg sent the mine spinning away. He pumped his wings, leaping up into the dying sky, and powered upwards, eyes seeking out the stars, flying, the land falling far behind, distant, a blue and green pastel scene tinged crimson by a forlorn and dying sun. Exhilaration grabbed him. Upwards he surged, onwards. His dragon shell was vibrating now, each scale shimmering. And as he passed a crescent of the world, so the sun came up once more, swinging into view, and crimson light bathed him like a blood shower. He welcomed it, welcomed the world, welcomed this, the complete and utter freedom to be all-powerful, to do absolutely whatever he wanted. And the blood of the innocents? Skalg thought about it, and his mind went hard. Fuck them, he thought. The weak deserve to die. He flew, heading for the stars.
"No, not yet."
"Why?"
"You are there for a reason." "I remember no reason."
"You will kill the other dragons, then return and destroy the eggs." Skalg considered this. A tiny spark ignited in his mind, and that great triangular head nodded. Yes. Skalg shifted his shoulder, dipping it, dropping it, and listening carefully, he could hear the distant destruction wreaked by Kranesh. He twisted, and suddenly dropped like a meteorite towards the world of Vagandrak, far, far below. Gavi was happy. No, Gavi was ecstatic. He toddled across the straw floor and grabbed hold of the rough-sawn bench by the table. He beamed up at Mama. Mama was busy sewing, her face narrowed in concentration, eyes focused, and Gavi gurgled up at Mama, giving his biggest round smile as the happiness coursed through him, because he knew more than anything, that Dada would be home soon. Mama said Dada had been deep in the forest, cutting down the big trees with other men of the village, and that's why he had been so long gone. And Gavi had spent 3 whole days imagining Dada out in the woods with the other men, his big hands clutching his big axe and swinging it with big, powerful strokes to cut down the big trees. The time had gone slowly, stretched off forever, and although Mama did fun things, played games with him, told him stories about the wolves in the forest and the noble dragons in the sky, tales of kings and princesses and witches and magic, of lost treasure and fun pirates, it wasn't the same without Dada there. Because although Gavi loved Mama, loved her with all his heart, Dada was a giant, and Dada was a god, and nothing in the world would get between Gavi and his Dada. Mama was busy, so Gavi toddled across the floor to the little stool. Mama had told him never to touch the little stool, because if he climbed on the little stool he might fall off and land on his face, and then he'd have an ugly, twisted face, like Padawa, who lived in a cave and threw stones at children. But this time, Gavi knew it would be all right, because Dada was coming home, and he wanted to stand on the little stool and look out the window and be the first to see Dada walking down the mud road. Gavi reached the little stool and quietly dragged it across the straw floor, which gathered in golden strands around the wooden legs which Dada had carved himself. Reaching the cupboard beneath the window, Gavi carefully maneuvered the little stool, his face all wrinkled up in concentration, and with maximum effort climbed onto the little stool. He stood, triumphant, but realized in horror that he was not tall enough to see over the edge of the cupboard. Oh no! What would he do? Dada would be home soon, and Gavi had to be the first to see him. He just had to be. Gavi climbed down from the little stool and thought long and thought hard. He glanced at Mama, who was still sewing and muttering to herself about something. Come to think about it, she looked quite angry right now. Her brow was creased, and Gavi didn't like that because it stopped her being pretty like she usually was. And then an idea filtered into his head, and he knew it was genius. Yes, he was not tall enough to see out of the window, but with the little stool he was tall enough to reach the door latch. Gavi dragged the stool sideways, gathering more errant strands of straw around the legs, and balanced it near the door. He climbed slowly onto it and stood there, wobbling, having sudden horrible thoughts about Padawa. He didn't want to end up with an ugly face and living in a cave and throwing stones at children, no. But he calmed himself and turned with little pigeon steps and eyed the latch. He reached out and caught the metal prong and lifted it, pulling the door slightly towards him. Success! He climbed down off the stool and tugged it out of the way, checked to see if Mama had spotted his actions, and she hadn't. But he knew she'd understand because Dada was coming home, and it had been so long since Gavi had enjoyed his hugs and his smell and his wild stories of life in the forest, chopping down the big trees. Gavi gripped the edge of the door in his podgy fingers and pulled. A cool breeze drifted inside, and the evening light made him squint. When the gap was wide enough, he let go and toddled out into the street, his feet running away with him for a moment before he got his balance once more. Freedom. Dada! He looked down the street one way, but there was no sign of Dada, and so he looked down the street the other way, and there was still no sign of Dada. He looked back at the door, and there was no sign of Mama. So he toddled further out into the street and looked around at the big world, his eyes wide and his mouth open. Everything was so huge. Something glittered in the sky. It was silver. Is it a star? Thought Gavi, and a wide smile took over his face. Oh, by the 7 sisters, it is. It's a star. It's a silver star flashing with silver light. He lifted his little hand and pointed. Mama! Mama! It's a star! A star! There came a muffled curse from inside the stone cottage, and Mama appeared at the door, a look of absolute shock on her face. Gavi, what are you doing? How did you get outside? Oh, you naughty, naughty little boy! Gavi was staring at her with total incomprehension. He pointed again. Mama, a star! And he turned and looked at the silver star, getting closer and closer and closer. And then his face changed from awe, flickering through fear, then to a look of excitement. Mama, a dragon! A dragon! Mama looked up and gave a short, sharp intake of breath. It was a dragon. It was Kranesh. She was diving from leagues above Vagandrak, and her silver wings suddenly shot out with a crack as fire trailed vapors from her nostrils and her claws flexed. She hit the street with a thump and rattled her wings, her head dropping low and moving close to the little boy in pants and vest standing there, staring up in absolute open-faced wonder. Gavi took in the bright silver scales, glinting in the light of the failing sun. The magnitude of the dragon filled his mind with a total confusion. It was just so big. "Hello, Mr. Dragon," said Gavi, eyes shining. "Have you come to play?" Mama screamed, and Gavi turned to look at her, and slowly his face dropped from awe and wonder to a look of confusion. And then Mama was there, kneeling in the dirt, her arms wrapped around Gavi, dragged to her breast, tears streaming down her face as her whole body racked with sobs. "Don't hurt my baby," she said, through snot and tears, looking up at those narrowed, slanted black eyes in a head bigger than she was. She watched lips curl back over fangs, yellow and black, each one a curved dagger. "Please, please, don't hurt my baby." Kranesh lowered her head and a deep-throated rumble emerged as flames flickered around her snout, and her grin seemed to widen. "Why not?" she purred, and then lifted her gaze as at the end of the street emerged nearly 30 men carrying spears and longbows and expressions of terror and trepidation. Crannish transferred her gaze back towards Mama and Gavi. She was going to enjoy killing these little insects. Mama must have sensed Crannish's intentions, for she turned then and looked up in absolute fury. "How dare you!" she spat, her lips curling to make her face ugly. "You abuse your power, bitch! You are a disgrace to everything living! I defy you!" "You defy me?" Crannish's laughter reverberated down the street. "That is interesting." Mama's gaze suddenly transferred to a point beyond Crannish, her eyes growing wide, which the great worm found astonishing. At the moment of her death, at the moment of her child's execution, something had distracted this woman. Crannish almost turned. One shoulder dropped a little, her head swayed to one side, but with eyes still locked on the human insect before her, who was definitely looking at an object behind the great worm. Morax hit Crannish from behind, outstretched claws clamping around Crannish's neck, wings still back in a dive. Both dragons slammed forward, narrowly skimming over Mama and Gavi to pound a spectacular spinning path down the street, hitting the road, then a cottage, demolishing one wall in a shower of stones and snapped beams, then the road again, then cannoning into the armed villagers. Those foolish enough to remain stood with opened mouths rooted to the spot. Men were tossed aside, several crushed as the dragons slid into them and beyond, into the stone fountain, demolishing it. Morax, on Crannish's back, reared her head and her fangs came down, clamping Crannish's neck. Crannish howled, wings flapping, claws gouging the stone flags, as Morax shook her like a giant dog with a giant bone. Crannish's howl rose in pitch until it was a scream, her head thrashing back, and flames erupted, a huge jet of fire that scorched 3 houses on its shaken, jagged trajectory. Crannish's spiked tail whipped around, then curled up and over Morax, crushing her wings to her body. Now Morax screamed, and both dragons flopped about, one biting, one crushing, both ejecting random bursts of fire that shot out, scorching huge sections of the village and igniting thatched roofs. The remaining village men ran back towards the skirmish and began launching spears. They bounced off the 2 great coiling worms, and suddenly both relinquished their grips. Morax leapt into the sky with a crash of wings, and Crannish shook her tail and neck, head coming round, then lifting to follow Morax's arc. She grimaced, ignoring the spears and arrows which clattered from her silver scales. She worked her neck several times, for Morax's bite had been powerful and caused some tendon damage. "Oh, you evil, backstabbing bitch!" she growled, flames flickering, and her wings came back, and she leapt upwards, wings beating hard, accelerating fast as she banked in a violent arc and flew in pursuit, a roar echoing from her jaws that deafened the remaining villagers and seemed to shake the world. Back down on the street, Mama slowly unfolded. Gavi looked up at her, with tears in his eyes. "Mama, that was a dragon," he said, lower lip pushing out. "Yes, my darling," wept Mama, stunned to be alive. "Yes, it was." Gavi rubbed his eyes. "I not like dragons no more," he whimpered. Skalg glanced back as he soared through the skies, wings beating hard. He watched Crannish leap into the air, roaring with pain and hate, and take up the pursuit. In Morax's mind, he grinned to himself and revelled in the power, soaked up the feelings of absolute dominance. "You feel that?" he wanted to scream back at Crannish. "You feel that sting in the back of your neck? That was me, Skalg, a feeble hunchback dwarf whom the entire kingdom of harbouring dwarves despises. But now I am the same as you. Now I have your privilege, and I'm going to bring you down, motherfucking bitchworm. I'm going to torture you and crush you and rip out your bones." High over Vagandrak, Skalg soared, and he pumped his wings again, amazed at how he never grew tired, never felt weak. Ahead, the Skorandos Mountains reared, snow on their caps, and between these vast natural structures, these devil's teeth, lay the weaving, undulating snake, the pass of splintered bones, pointing, like the markings of an adder, towards the 4 massive, intimidating walls of Desecra Fortress. Skalg headed for the mountains, and heard Kranesh coming up fast behind. Flames roared, and Skalg put back his wings and dived hard. But Kranesh also dived, following Morax down, close and fast, fire still screaming to scorch Morax's tail. Skalg dropped into the pass of splintered bones, leveling out only a few feet from the surface, and skimming along with powerful wing beats. Beneath, bones and skulls were blasting from the path to rattle against the rocky walls of the mountains. A unit of marching soldiers broke ranks and fled, spears forgotten, as Morax flashed by, closely followed by Kranesh, her jaws snapping at Morax's tail. They reared up over the keep, with a couple of soldiers below shouting and waving, then out over the desert of Zakora. Within moments the landscape had changed, and they swept low over rolling sand dunes, their passage leaving scarred patterns in the sand, until, with a supreme effort, Kranesh launched forward, smashing into Morax, and they became entwined and hit the sand hard, spinning and tangling more as they cut a huge groove across a dune, then up towards its summit, where they finally came to a motionless rest, looking out over a great wide valley. Flames licked idly around snouts. Both great worms lay, stunned. Eventually, Kranesh lifted herself up and disentangled herself, huge wings flapping to give her some lift. One wing had damaged bones, and not quite the same power it once had. Kranesh scowled and took several steps back, claws raking the sand as she gazed with narrowed eyes at Morax. Within seconds, Skalg forced Morax's eyes open. He choked for a moment on imbibed sand, then ejected it on a spurt of flame that turned it into droplets of molten glass, falling like crystal tears. His head came up on the serpentine neck spines bristling in anger, brass scales gleaming under the remnants of light from the dying sun, which had recently dipped below the desert horizon. Skalg turned to face Kranesh, and he forced Morax to laugh, her voice musical and deep. "Are you insane?" hissed Kranesh, flames licking around her muzzle. "By the sacred heart of Wormblood, what do you think you are doing? We have a mission. We have humans to exterminate. Then we have dwarves to kill." "Kranesh," said Skalg with Morax's voice, "you have grown weak and feeble, and I no longer trust you." "You don't trust me?" shrieked Kranesh, and she backed away, flames washing out, a yellow stream that engulfed Morax for a moment, but caused no real damage. "What the fuck has changed in your diseased mind? We were locked away for centuries together. Now we need to put things right. Now we need to hatch. But only when our blood dragon empire is safe from threat," said Morax, staring into her sister's eyes, black orbs meeting. "And now, here and now, you are the one thing which threatens the future of our race." "How?" Skalg attacked, fire roaring out, claws stretching for Kranesh's eyes. They smashed together, claws slashing, fire roaring, jaws biting, and they connected, slammed 50 feet into the air above the desert, their claws scrabbling at one another, heads butting together, fire roaring in one another's faces, before Morax suddenly lifted, arms wrapping around Kranesh's neck as Kranesh's tail slashed and punched at Morax's belly. Skalg suddenly powered upwards, rose fast, breaking away, and flipped, heading back towards Vagandrak. Kranesh screamed and headed in pursuit, but they were both flying at full power now, full speed, and the sister worms were equally matched. Desecra appeared fast on the horizon. Kranesh suddenly lowered her head under her own belly and breathed a powerful, screaming jet of fire. She accelerated rapidly, smashing into Morax as Desecra Fortress reared fast, and the first great wall, Sandalek, appeared black and solid and unmoving. Locked together once more, the worms tried to pull up, but didn't quite make it in time. clipping the top 10 feet of wall and sending a shower of stones screaming up into the sky, a fountain of broken castle masonry. The two dragons ploughed through the stone, described an arc over Sandelek, then both went limp, separated, and fell to earth, carving huge grooves along that open grass killing ground which separated Sandelek and Wall 2, Trenta Kell. Silence fell like drifting ash. Smoke rose from both dragons, but they remained still.
Sarge?
What is it, Nomardo?
Sarge!
This had better be fucking good, lad,
mumbled Sergeant Barahim, rolling from his bunk and grabbing his trews and boots. With a weary groan, he'd been running the new recruits all day, he pulled on a loose black shirt and opened the door to the barracks corridor, scowling.
Sarge?
Spit it out, lad.
Dragons.
What?
Dragons.
You pissed, lad?
There's, 2 dragons. They've just crashed through Sandelek.
Nomardo remembered his training and snapped a salute. Then his shoulders slumped.
Please, Sarge, just come with me, right now. None of the lads know what to do.
If this is a wind-up, you'll be dumped in fucking solitary for a week,
scowled Barahim, following the new recruit out into the late evening air. The sun had only recently sunk beneath the horizon, and although the rearing Skarandos peaks darkened the evening, especially at this time of year, there were quite clearly 2 massive dragons laid out on the grass, surrounded by a detritus of broken stones and cracked masonry chunks, smoke crawling slow columns from their nostrils. 50 men stood around, staring, and Sergeant Barahim sent out runners. Within minutes, rustling chains the thickness of a man's arm had been dragged from storage, and with much grunting and cursing, dragged over the body of the silver-scaled worm. They began wrapping the chains around the beast as best they could, as another 50 soldiers mobilized and began carting rocks from the rock storage area. These were normally used during days of siege or battle to drop on any attacking force from the summit of Sandelek. Now an attacking force had landed in their front yard, so to speak, so the rocks were being put to a much more unconventional use.
"More chains for the second dragon,"
shouted Barahim, his parade ground bellow ringing clear across the entire killing ground. More chains were dragged from the storage sheds at the foot of Sandelek, and then across the grass, cutting grooves in the soil, to the motionless body of Morax.
"Which end first, Sarge?"
asked Nomardo, looking up from the dragon and scratching his head.
"It's lying funny. I don't think I can chain it from this end first.
He glanced back at the brass-scaled worm. The eye had opened. It was looking at him. Nomardo yelped and jumped backwards, dropping the chain.
"What are you fucking doing, you idiot?"
bellowed Barahim.
"He's looking at me, Sarge. He's fucking looking at me."
"Bollocks, lad. You are pissed, aren't you?"
But before any more could be said, Morax lifted her head on her rippling neck and turned to stare at the soldiers. They yelped, stepping back, as Morax got her legs beneath her and pushed herself up, wings extending, flapping, her head shaking, flames curling around her snout. She turned her body, and the soldiers were running now to get spears. Morax turned and looked down at the chained worm, Kranesh, who had just started shaking her head to find she'd been wrapped in chains, some of them weighed down by rocks. Morax strode forward and stared down at her sister. Kranesh met her gaze.
"What have they done to me?"
"Secured you. I'm sure if you had a minute, you could be free." Kranesh started to struggle, but Morax took a step forward and brought her claws down on Kranesh's head. A massive, sickening blow. Kranesh groaned. Morax beat her again, and again, and again, the final blow ending with a crunch. Kranesh slumped down, the chains forgotten, the flames around her snout diminishing.
"There, on the count of 3, spear the fucker!"
Morax turned and eyed the several hundred soldiers now gathered, many hefting spears and pikes, their faces grim.
"Really?"
said Skalg, and grinned. inhaling and screaming out a wall of fire that sent the soldiers sprinting for the second Desecra wall, many with their trews on fire, several crying for their mother. Morax turned back to Cranach, and Skalg stared down with her eyes. "No," said Morax in his mind. "Please, you cannot do this. She is my sister. She is my own flesh and blood. You cannot do this. She cannot die thinking I murdered her." "Leave me to my work," growled Skalg. His mind was filled with laughter, with joy, with an absolute, utter, and total rush of power. He was the most dominant creature on the planet. He was unstoppable, immortal, a god. "Please," begged Morax in the caverns of this, their now shared mind. Only Skalg had control, and Morax was an unwilling passenger. "Please stop. You must stop. This is unholy. Think of our babies, our empire." Skalg stared down at the weakened dragon before him. Blood drooled from her maw. Her eyes were still focused on Morax, focused on Skalg, and he knew that scheming bitch would leap up and rend him limb from limb if she so much as thought she had a chance. "Time for you to die, Cranach," said the voice of Morax. "How can you do this to me, sister?" "How can I not?" said Morax. "But after all we went through—" "You think Volak would let us live? You really, truly believe when the hatchings are done, Volak will stand by and say, 'Yes, sisters, I trust you not to stab me in the back and take control of our newly built empire'? You believe that?" "There may have been arguments." "There may have been murder," snapped Morax suddenly. "And you think murdering me is a solution?" "Yes," said Morax, with Skalg grinning inside the worm's skull. "How does it feel to be turned upon by one of your own? And not just one of your own, but your own blood. How does it feel to be stabbed in the back, sister? How does it feel to be utterly and truly betrayed? Not good, I expect, not a pleasant place to be." Cranach was staring up at Morax from her half-crushed skull. "You are not Morax," she said finally. "What?" "You are not my sister. I do not understand how, but I know my own blood when I see it. So do your fucking worst, because I have been given some redemption. It is not Morax who takes my last breath at the final hour. It is an imposter, a weakling, by some twisted magic. It is a fucking slave." The contempt in her voice was complete. She oozed disgust. She vomited mistrust. She pissed out hate. "You are wrong." "Kill me now, imposter. I await death. You are a worm, a slave, a fucking human." Screaming, Morax lurched forward and began to stamp on Cranach's head, time after time after time, until blood oozed from her maw, from her broken eyes, from her nostrils. Slowly, agonizingly, the fire around her snout flickered and played and flickered and finally went out. Bubbles of blood popped from Cranach's crushed skull. Her great dark eyes had closed. In a rage now, Skalg breathed in deeply, then ignited his fire glands and blasted Cranach in the face. For long minutes he raged against her, fire streamers turning from yellow to white to blue to a color that was not even a color, just pure heat. Finally, exhausted, Skalg pulled back, and Morax looked down, and Cranach's scales were untarnished. Fire could not harm her. A natural evolution had seen to that. "Fuck it," growled Skalg, as more hate, more rage swamped him, and stepping forward, he lowered his head and chewed and bit and chewed and gnawed, and it took some time, because despite his fangs being razor-sharp and able to inflict damage on dragon scales, Cranach was his sister. She was the elite, and she had not been willing to die. Finally, there came a thud, as Cranach's head fell free of the body. Inside the whole of her neck there raged an inferno. Out of curiosity, Skalg peered inside, and it nearly burned his eye out of its socket. Slowly, he picked up the head in his jaws, then leapt into the sky. Darkness had fallen. 1 billion stars twinkled. A few errant spears followed him, her, up into the velvet black. All lacked enthusiasm. Morax reached several thousand feet up, where the sky was filled with ice, where the night was ebony, where only the cold hydrogen of space offered any sort of conversation, investigation, contemplation. Morax held out her sister's head, and with a sigh allowed it to fall back to the grey pastel landscape of the starlight-crusted world below. Chapter 17. Hex. Val crept forward, boots crunching softly on the shells underfoot. He winced with every footfall, cringing, wondering if it would bring a sudden onslaught of unseen violence. But it did not. So, with each cracking footstep, he welcomed the lack of attack, the lack of screams, the simple peace of not having a violent axeman offering a series of axe blows to his skull. Kraline, however, was the polar opposite. She smiled as she remembered. It wasn't that she had been brought up on war or battle. That would be a gross misrepresentation. Basically, she simply hated people. Anything that walked or crawled from a very early age she had despised. So, in effect, she despised life. She'd killed many people during her years of efficient service, from ministers to poets to politicians, royalty, bureaucrats, doctors, teachers, market traders, stonemasons, miners, and the one common denominator she could see that linked all these chance meetings, chance murders, was the fact she had turned them all from the living into the dead. Of course, it never began like that. First, she killed animals. Bugs, cats, dogs, pigs, just to see what it was like. Kraline never even blinked, not even during the most atrocious animal slaughter. After all, they were just animals, right? And then she met a handsome dwarf, swept her off her feet. Romance, wedding, pregnancy, twins, twin dwarves, 2 girls. It had been a dream for a while, and Kraline had revelled in her newfound role. No more killing, no more murder, no more extermination of innocents. A normal family life, with a husband and children. Her maternal instincts had come to the fore, until one night, for no reason whatsoever, Kraline walked to the kitchen and stood there, listening to the children crying, listening to her husband shouting, "What the fuck are you doing, you useless fucking bitch? I need a fucking packed lunch for tomorrow when I'm down the mines. Get on it, bitch. I haven't got all night." She was tired of him. Tired of his petty outbursts, his ridiculous demands. Tired of his small-minded rantings. Just tired. Kraline picked up a bread knife. She looked down the length of the blade. It gleamed, reflecting in her eyes. "I actually despise you," she said to herself, watching those dark, reflected eyes. "You are somebody I helped, somebody with whom I laughed and joked. I came to the hospital with you. I helped you when you discovered you might be dying. But then you betrayed me. Snake in the grass, backstabbing cunt, and I realized there's a lot of you out there. And you know what?" The wind sighed like a discarded lover. "Some people might call it unnecessary, but I call it retribution." The cool breeze chilled her skin. She looked down at the blade. "Because if you live by the sword, then you die by the sword. That's only fair, right?" And she stood, and she moved through the house. Her husband was in bed, attempting to get to sleep. He got it first. It was messy, as was to be expected, but necessary. And then Kraline stood, staring at her 2 sleeping girls. Their breathing was regular, rhythmical, and yet a shard of glass pierced her heart, and she thought, and she knew. She knew she was going to die. So what would their life be like without her, their mother? So there was only one answer right. She had to kill her little girls. She had to kill her own flesh and blood, because nobody else was ever going to have them. Nobody was going to experience the ecstasy she'd felt creating her own children. "I created them," she said. "They are mine," she said. "I own them," she said.
So they are mine to destroy.
She stepped forward, and the blade came down. 100 years of blood. It sounded like a river. She stabbed over and over.
Over and over we die, she thought, one after the other.
And she kept on stabbing, kept on killing, kept on murdering. And although enjoyment wasn't the right word, the right concept, it was indeed the necessary word, the necessary concept. And so she stabbed her little girls. She stabbed them to death, and watched the deep pools of crimson well up in the deep, wide wounds. She watched them sigh and deflate. Their eyes opened. Why, Mummy, why did you do this? And she couldn't answer. They would never understand. But she knew in her heart it was the right thing to do, because it was all about control. And here and now, Kraleen Hugh had the control. They moved across the shells, as if traversing a broken shore. "Everything is dead," observed Val. Kraleen held up a hand, and didn't even qualify it with a patronizing shh. The soldiers, warriors, mercenaries, guards, miscreants, vagabonds, they all stopped. Ahead, something glittered. It was intricate, detailed, impossibly complex. "We've found the eggs," hissed Kraleen. "What eggs?" said Val, head tilted to one side. Kraleen smiled. "Don't worry about it. Dwarves, to me!" And she charged forward, boots crunching shell segments, her mind somewhere else, her mission paramount. And behind her came Val, running with a crossbow cradled in his arms, and he couldn't help thinking, what the fuck is happening? I don't understand. But he realized suddenly this was all out of his control somehow, and he couldn't work out how. He'd been played for a fool, lied to, used for a greater purpose maybe, but still used, passed over in some bureaucratic lottery. His employer had fucked him over by offering reduced information. In all reality, Kraleen was in charge. She had been from the start, that fuck bitch. The dwarves surrounded her, bristling with weapons. Kraleen nodded, as if giving her approval. "Ahead," she said, voice hard. Again the group moved forward, and they could see a chamber, a vast chamber. And there stood a woman. She was tall, almost athletic. Her hair fell in dark braids. She had her hands raised, as if in the middle of some mystical incantation. Kraleen and Val stepped forward, ducking a little under a barrier they could barely comprehend, to survey a world of miniaturized machines affixed to the vast array of walls, a huge vista of machines. They were everywhere, spinning and clicking, shunting and twisting. Kraleen brought about her crossbow. Val stared ahead, then turned. "What are you doing?" he said, and he frowned, for in this moment he had no understanding. Kraleen leveled her crossbow. She gave a narrow smile, looking sideways to Val. "Some reflect," she said, and sighted down the stock, "and some shine." She pulled the crossbow trigger, and Val screamed, realization kicking him in an instant. Because Val, and most of the others, reacted. It was a natural response state. One couldn't unload a crossbow in a dwarf's face. That was killing, that was murder. Most dwarves could not do that. It had been proved. To react was normal. To proact was abnormal. Which is what made Kraleen's action so bizarre and unusual, so unexpected to the rest of the group. She stunned them with her immediate action. Kraleen's quarrel left her crossbow and hummed across the space. As if sensing the assault, Lilith turned, eyes fixing on Kraleen, and the crossbow bolt entered her chest, blossoming in a shower of red and punching the white witch from her feet. She flew back from the walkway and was absorbed by the eggs, by the mist. Effectively, she vanished. Jael held up his hands, cowering. "Please, please." "Any other cunts want to fight?" snapped Kraleen, scanning left and right. She stepped forward, boots clacking. She could see no more enemies other than the young lad. "Get in here, you fuckers," she growled, face breaking into a grin like punctured yolk, and pointed towards Jael. The dwarves tramped in, crossbows at the ready, and scanned the thousands of dragon eggs, the intricate machinery. Silver machines hissed and clicked and ticked and talked across the walls. It was an ocean of clockwork technology. And yet here, now, it mattered for nothing. Survival. Survival was what mattered. Hanging in the center of the chamber, Lilith's magic suddenly dissipated. With cries, Beatrax, Dake, Talon, and Sakura dropped like stones down a well, and Kraylene's eyes went wide as they suddenly entered her vision, then hit the ground hard, cracking several eggs and sending them spinning off in all directions before the mist rolled over them. Jael ran for it, heading for the far side of the chamber, boots slipping and sliding on the polished walkway. "Kill them all!" screamed Kraylene, cutting down with her hand, and the 30 dwarves levelled their crossbows and began firing. Crossbow quarrels twanged and whined, hissing across the chamber, cutting slits in the mist and punching into objects within. 2 dwarves turned on Jael, sighted down their weapons and pulled triggers. 2 bolts hit him in the lower back, and he folded, slowly, stumbling, then hit the walkway on his face, momentum carrying him sliding forward until he lay unmoving, blood leaking out onto the slick, black, polished walkway, where it ran to the edge and dripped down into the chilled valley of the dragon eggs. Chapter 18. Spliced. Dek remembered his first tattoo. It was just before General Dalgoran summoned the young soldier to his office at Desicra to outline his plans for a new elite squad, the Iron Wolves. Dek remembered that day proudly, stood to attention, spring sunlight spilling through the lead-lined windows across Dalgoran's oak desk. But he remembered it more because of the tattoo. "You have to have one, Dek, old boy." "I don't know if I fancy it." He'd grinned, sheepishly, from his young lad's face, boyish and ruggedly handsome, hair close-cropped in the military style, his eyes shining with an innocence of youth. "Come on," said Brozo. "I'm having one done after the party tomorrow night. You are coming to the party, aren't you?" Dek frowned. "Well, Sergeant Reganda is taking me through some boxing combinations. You know, I have that fight coming up." He looked around to check nobody could overhear. "Reganda has a lot of money riding on it," he whispered, rubbing his chin. "And, you know, I've been training for this fight for the last 3 months. It's against that big bastard from 7th Battalion, Trax or something he's called." "Aye, B-Trax. I've heard of him. Apparently he's incredible with an axe." "Well, this time he'll have to use his fists," Dek winked. "Reckon I'll give him a black eye or 2. "Still, you can come to the party after your training, right? And we'll nip down to the ink barracks. See if Scoffo will put us under the needle." "We'll end up locked up if we get caught," said Dek, appearing a little worried. "Oh, fuck it, man. Live a little, will you?" The party was over at Chicken Barracks, so named because one mad soldier there kept 3 chickens and supplied the other men with fresh eggs to supplement their rations. Cruel jokes were made about Chicken Barracks and the obvious association with chickens, hence cowardice. But one thing was for certain. Anybody who got an invite never turned it down, because Hujo Krant was housed in Chicken, and he made the finest illegally distilled vodka anywhere in Desicra. 3 times he'd been up on a charge, even done time in solitary, but the bastards just could not find his still, which was a minor miracle. There weren't that many places to distill spirits in a fortress. Dek and Brozo made their way through the night air. Despite being spring, it was still chilly, and they blew into their cold hands and rubbed them together as they trod the frost-crisped grass of the killing ground, heading for Chicken Barracks. Brozo gave a complicated knock, and a big fucker with a bushy beard and shaved head opened the door a narrow crack and peered out. "Yeah?" "Brozo and Dek. We're on the list." The huge, shaved soldier checked his list, peered behind the 2 men to see if they were being observed, then opened the door to allow entry. They nipped inside, to find all the bunks had been moved away and tables set out with cards and knuckle dice. Many men were standing around, with tankards of ale, or the telltale small glasses of neat vodka. Dek was aching from a hard workout at the fists of Sergeant Reganda, and he still had a sore jaw from a savage right hook, But the young Dec was used to taking his punches, and even more used to giving them, so he didn't grumble. He just peered around the room, nodding at a few friends he knew, until Brozo returned with a glass of Hujo Krant's finest. "Get this down you, it'll put hairs on your chest." Dec sniffed the liquor. "I heard about this one guy, Zastate his name is, fucking shaves his chest. Can you believe that?" "I heard about him as well. Likes his men as well as his women," Brozo winked. "How's that like?" "You know, he'll go to bed with men." Dec stared at Brozo. "Really?" "Fuck, Dec. Are you really the backward village idiot you pretend to be?" "Well, I ain't experienced no city life like you, bro," Dec said, and frowned. "I'm not used to the same sort of people as you." Brozo drank his drink, and choked, gagging, eyes watering, his breath wheezing out. "Well, you get that down you." His voice had changed and become husky, as if a fist were inside his lungs. "It's good stuff. Then we'll go get this tattoo done." Dec knocked back the vodka. He choked, his eyes watered. "Fuck me," he said, wheezing. "What's he distilled it from? Fish oil? Come on." 10 minutes later, saw Dec lying on his belly, chin on his hands, and the back of his shirt up, the waistline of his trews lowered. "Now, you sure you want it there, village boy?" grinned Brozo, his words slurring just a little. 4 of Hujo Krant's gut-rippers had left him the worse for wear. Dec also had drunk too much, and he nodded, grinning. "It's a good place, and an incredible design." "What is it again?" "It's a demon, ain't it?" said Scoffo, streamers trailing from the pipe he smoked. Scoffo had wild hair and a wild beard. He also had wild, mismatched eyes and shaking hands, but Dec couldn't see that because he was drunk and on his belly. Brozo sat propped on a chair, watching Dec's face. "Go easy with him, Scoffo. It's his first tat." "Ha!" snapped Dec. "How much in it fucking hurt? I've 5 bare-knuckle fights under my belt, won the lot, took punches from all them lads' jaw, temple, belly, ribs. I'm telling you, I have the highest pain threshold you've ever come across." "Proud words, son," said Scoffo. "Now keep still. Wouldn't want to fuck it up now, would I?" His shaking hand dipped the thick needle into the ink pot, and he stabbed it into Dec's flesh. "Ow! Ouch, you fucking son of a bitch!" he snapped, trying to turn. Scoffo started stabbing at speed, then scratched out part of an outline that fair made Dec want to turn round and break his jaw. Brozo leant over and patted his arm. "How much can it fucking hurt? I've 5 bare-knuckle fights under my belt, won the lot," mimicked a grinning Brozo, looking at Dec's scrunched-up face. "You believe me now when I say Scoffo is the quickest in the business?" "He might be the quickest," said Dec through gritted teeth, "but soon he might just end up the deadest." The deadest. Dec grinned to himself, and then groaned. It was a good memory, a fine memory. What had brought that back? It was pain, pain across the back of his hips, as if some great weight was pushing down on him. Where the fuck am I? What the fuck hit me? Was it a pit fight? Everything was hazy, blurred, like the morning after the most incredible night out he couldn't ever remember. Was I drinking, fighting, what? His mouth was full of dust, and he spat and tried to bring his hand up to rub his lips, which was when he discovered he couldn't move his arm. He started to tug, to pull, to flex his powerful muscles, but it was stuck. Panic entered his breast. Shit, fuck, was he the victim of some kind of rockfall? And then flickers of images began to return. Staccato, fuzzy, unreal. The big black dragon, the tower, a sound like a never-ending earthquake, groaning and rumbling around him. "Oh, gods," he muttered. "Did that really happen?" He shook his head a little and wiggled his toes, but his back was pinned down across his hips. pain emanating across that first tattoo which had burned him so bad in those early days. Dec grinned to himself. By her 7 sisters, I'm truly fucked here, aren't I? And he boomed out more laughter, blinking dust from his eyes. After everything I've ever seen in my life, after all the trials and tribulations, all the punch-ups, sword battles, mud orcs, elf rats, and now a fucking dragon, to be taken out in a fucking tower collapse, well, that just puts a ridiculous, sour full stop at the end of my worthless fucking life. Suddenly, there came a crashing sound. Something shifted above Dec, and grunting, 2 silhouetted figures lifted a stone lintel and cast it to one side, where it clattered down a pile of rubble. Hazy firelight came in, along with rainfall that cooled Dec's face. "Is that you, Dec, lad?" boomed Nanak, his scarred face suddenly coming into focus like some horrific nightmare. "Aye, it is. What fucking took you so long? You cheeky bastard." Kareem was helping, and they lifted a wooden beam from Dec's hips and hauled him out of his hole. Dec stretched and groaned as 1,000 aches and pain prodded and punched him. He blinked, rubbed dust from his eyes, turned his face to the rain, allowing it to cool his tongue, then took a second look around. This area of the city had been demolished. The collapsing tower had seen to that, wiping out most of the close surrounding buildings and decimating many of the others. Fires burned. Down one square, a group of maybe 200 armed guards had gathered. "I thought I was dead," said Dec. "So did we." "Where's Mola?" "Down there, looking for Trista." "Fuck, she's still missing." "Yes, lad," rumbled Nanak, and his scarred face was filled with apprehension. "Come on, we have to keep searching." "Where's the fucking dragon gone?" "Over there," Nanak gestured vaguely. "Group of archers took her on. She's chasing them up towards the north gate, breathing fire up their asses, no doubt." He grinned, a quite savage look. "Glad we found you. Now, we need to find Triss." They started calling her name, and moved down the rubble pile towards Mola. Mola's eyes were red-rimmed, and he had the most savage look on his face. "What's wrong with him?" "Don't fucking ask." "Hey, Mola, what's up with you, big lad?" "It's my dogs," he said, voice wretched. "I can't find my dogs. I've been whistling for ages. They've gone, Dec. Gone and crushed." Dec bit his lip, wondering what to say. In the end, he said nothing. He knew how much Mola loved his mutts. They started calling for Trista once more, occasionally looking to the sky, but there was no sign of Volak, and after a while they busied themselves moving rocks and calling her name, until a growl rumbled out from the shadows. Atop the rubble of the tower, Nanak, Dec, Mola, and Kareem straightened from their labour. Nanak still had his axe, but the others had had to scavenge for weapons, either in the fall or in nearby houses. None were happy with what they had found. "Is that one of your dogs?" said Nanak carefully. Mola shook his head. "No, I know their growls anywhere. That," he gestured to the dark insides of a half-collapsed townhouse, "that's something different." "It can't be the dragon," muttered Kareem, hoisting a half-rusted short sword that looked too small for his large hands. "She wouldn't hide in the bloody house and growl at us. So, what is it?" "Remember," said Nanak, single eye glinting, "just before the tower collapsed, there were shapes, dark shapes, running through the streets, some across the rooftops." "I know what I thought," said Dec, and his words were terribly soft. "What's that, lad?" "I thought there was Splice," he said, eyes fixed on the dark, sagging opening to the house. Something was definitely in there, peering out at them. He could just distinguish a section of outline. It was big. Too big. "That's fucking impossible," boomed Nanak, slapping him on the back and making him cough. Those fucking things died with Orlana the Changer.
Dec shook his head.
No. I've heard stories about rogue ones out in the countryside. Rogue splice. Gangs of villagers get together to hunt them down. There have been some shocking casualties. Dec, lad, you're talking a whole load of donkey bollocks.
Nanak grinned, as from the shadows emerged a splice. Limping, great rigid muscles tensed and ready to spring, its long head turned away, so the equine muzzle was almost on its side. A big red eye bulged, and open wounds across its face oozed black blood. The iron wolves took a step back and brandished their weapons.
Fuck me,
said Nanak.
I don't believe it,
muttered Karim, stroking his beard.
Right,
hissed Nanak, eye not moving from the beast.
They're tough fuckers, these ones. We'll have to attack from different sides.
Karim stared at him.
What?
I was on Desikra, said Karim.
Were you?
I fought against the Mad Orcs, old man. Nanak opened his mouth to retort, as another growl came from the left, where a huge splintered beam lay propped against a wall. It was surrounded by crushed rubble. Limping sideways came another splice. Nanak's mouth shut with a clack. Then, from behind them, a third growl rumbled out.
Oh, you've got to be fucking joking,
wailed Nanak, and turned slowly as a third creature came from the shadows, and the iron wolves realized with rising horror that there were more splice crouching in the shadows behind these first ones.
This is turning into a really shitty day,
said Karim, turning slowly, short sword weaving before him.
One is hard enough to kill,
snapped Dec.
What are we supposed to do against 10, 11?
They'd stopped a short distance away, lips curled back, deep rumbles emerging from twisted throats.
I think we have a problem, said Mola.
Yes, I can see the fucking problem, moaned Dec.
No, a bigger problem.
Really?
They all looked up and saw the dragon circling high overhead. Then she swept down, and something tumbled from her mouth even as she entered the dive. It glinted silver, and it took moments to realize it was a knight in full armor. Volak landed with a crash in Tower Square and shook out her wings, her head coming up, eyes fixing on the iron wolves.
I confess, she said,
voice a musical rumble,
as to being amazed you still live.
You murdered my fucking dogs,
screamed Mola, taking several steps forward.
Yes, yes, come to me, little fat man. Let us see if your fat can run molten through the gutters.
I'll cut off your fucking head, he snarled.
Volak chuckled, head turning slightly to observe the splice.
Interesting choice of playmates, she said.
Fire flickered around her nostrils.
They are not born of this world, but carry the stink of the furnace in their skin. I wonder which demon gave them a stamp of approval.
Karim shuffled sideways and nudged Nanak in the ribs.
Hey, what?
Look.
What? The splice?
And indeed, the group of splice had turned, and their odd eyes and drooling muzzles were facing Volak, every single one of them.
They don't seem to like her,
muttered Karim.
Good, neither do I.
I think, said Dec, but it was too late. The splice attacked. One leapt from the shadows, a bound, to land on Volak's back. Jaws snapped down as claws, or rather a curious combination of claws and broken hooves, stabbed and scraped at her scales as her head reared. She turned to look behind and backed up several steps and roared. The others leapt forward, bounding across the ancient flagstones of Tower Square. 3 more leapt onto Volak's back, and she reared up suddenly, a terrifying vision, as one splice jumped for her throat. Her claw slammed out, catching the splice and sending it flying through the air, where it hit the cobbles, rolling, dug in its claws, leapt up, and charged back into another attack. Flames roared out, setting one splice on fire.
Up went its tattered, scarred horsehair, but still it came on, screaming now, jaws chomping, until Volak grabbed it between both claws and ripped it in half. Blood rained down. The great worm tossed aside the two body parts with contempt and looked back again at the four on her back, biting and clawing and stabbing. Her tail whipped up, the great spike lashing through a splice, impaling it. Blood poured from its twisted horse muzzle. Volak's tail lifted the creature high into the air, still wriggling, still vomiting blood, and launched it at a nearby half-collapsed church, where it crashed through a wall and lay still. Yet more splice came from the shadows, charging at Volak, leaping at her, leaping on her. She realized her error too late, and unfolding her wings gave a great flap, lifting up from the ground, spinning slightly. But there were 10 splice on her back now, doing their best to cause maximum destruction, and the weight alone must have been incredible, never mind the fact they were squirming and fighting. Volak roared again, wings flapping, and lifted perhaps 20 feet off the ground. A splice came from the top of a building, a massive leap, soaring through the rain to clamp jaws on the very edge of Volak's left wing. Volak screamed, fire roaring, as she tipped to one side, started to spiral, and was dragged back down to the ground by the sheer weight of splice. "Come on," growled Nanak. "What? Fuckwit, what do you mean, come on?" Dek stared at him. "Let's go join in." "Join in that? Together we can kill it. Together we can get fucking torched." "Come on, brothers," roared Nanak, single eye squinting, scarred face contorting. He might have looked like a clown if he hadn't been so fucking lethal. Volak roared again, and flames washed Tower Square, turning night into day. Rain sizzled, splice rumbled and spat and growled. "I agree." Mola stepped forward, boots crunching old stones, and in each fist he carried a battered short sword. "I want to fuck her for what she did to my dogs." Tears still wet his cheeks. "I say we help the splice, although I never thought in my lifetime I would utter such words. We have a common enemy now, an enemy common not just to the city, but the whole of Vagandrak. That dragon needs to fucking die." "Come on!" roared Nanak, and sprinted down the rubble, battered axe in battered hands. Mola followed, with grim, long strides, his eyes filled with hatred, his heart filled with vengeance. Dek and Karim looked at one another. "They're mad," said Karim, twirling his short sword and rolling his neck to release tension. "Fucking mad." Dek grinned then, showing missing teeth. "Yeah, lad, but you only live once, right? And you have to live that life to the full." With howls, they charged down the scree of tower stones, catching up Nanak and Mola, and all four charged, ducking a random blast of fire as Volak spun around, claws and tail lashing, fire spewing from her angered triangular head. Tower Square was a chaos of thrashing limbs, snapping jaws, squeals and growls and bites, random jets of flame igniting detritus lying all around, and even splice that sprinted away, howling, only to return seconds later, leaping back at the dragon in an attempt to bring her down. Volak was suffering. There were 2 long wounds down her back, where Splice had used razor claws and sharpened hooves to lever up scales and attack the unprotected flesh beneath. Dragon blood ran down her matte black flanks and dripped to the cracked and broken flagstones. Nanak arrived with the others and started hacking at Volak's chest. Her head came down, eyes widening as Nanak's axe flashed up, carving a groove of sparks across her black scales. "I said I'd carve my name on your arse," he screamed. Volak's claw lashed out, a backhand swipe that picked Nanak up and propelled him across the square to land hard, rolling, axe clattering beside him and damn near cutting his own head from his sorry neck. Volak's head lifted, and she roared, and her head dropped, and fire screamed from her maw. But the splice pulled her to one side, 3 on her wing, tearing at her, and she was dragged staggering across the square until her tail snapped round, spike impaling a splice, then sawing it in half with 5 long, measured movements. Horse guts and human internal organs spilled to the stones, where they glistened like oil. She whirled about then, the mighty worm, and her tail and claws lashed out, cutting 2 splice in half simultaneously. Then she leapt, wings beating, but instead of trying to take to the sky, she flipped backwards, landing on the splice which tortured her from behind, crushing them, if not to death, then at least into broken, pulverized bones. Kareem ran in, sword hacking. Volak's rear leg caught him, smashing him aside where he lay stunned, wondering if he were dead. Dek danced backwards as another claw sought him. Then he rolled to one side as a blast of fire nearly disintegrated him. "Fuck this," he muttered, and ran to Kareem, helping the stocky fighter to his feet. "We'll never kill the fucker like this," screamed Dek. Kareem nodded, speechless, still dazed from the blow. Volak rolled over, and using legs and wings, regained her feet. Behind her lay 5 dead splice, crushed into sacks of flesh-filled bone dust. 3 more squirmed, crushed out of recognition, but still, amazingly, alive. Volak roared, and fire painted the skies, turning rain to steam in an instant. Nanak pushed himself to his knees, still stunned. And Mola stood, a sword in each fist, eyes defiant. "Fuck you!" he screamed, and charged Volak. Volak's head suddenly dropped, eyes narrowing, and with a short intake of breath, she narrowed her lips and sent an intense blue jet of fire straight at Mola. He was caught in the blast, picked up, smashed backwards, clothes and skin and beard and hair flaming bright, until the jet of fire whistled and screamed, reaching an intensity of pitch, and Mola slowly disintegrated in that blast. The flesh charred from his bones burned into ash. The fire stopped abruptly. 2 smoking short swords hit the stone flags with clangs. Steel turned blue from the heat, their lengths twisted, distorted, bent out of all recognition. And Mola had gone. Volak's head came up, and her proud, arrogant, condescending eyes surveyed the remaining men and splice, most of whom were backing away, their fight gone, their bones broken. "Is this the best you can hit me with?" she snarled, and lowering her head, she spat a ball of fire to the flags. "Is this it, you fucking insects?" Said Nanak, turning to Dek. "Fuck," said Dek, turning to Kareem. "Time to leave?" suggested Kareem, face drawn in shock. Volak strode forward, and they could see she was injured, with great bloody rents in her back and flank. One wing was tattered, torn, several bones broken. Her one blind eye had turned from jet black to milky white. It made her curiously asymmetrical. "You cunts are going nowhere," she hissed, and lowered her head to stare at the remaining iron wolves. Nanak brandished his axe. Volak gave a patronizing laugh and breathed in, deeply, ingesting the air she needed to mix with her fire glands in order to produce an inferno. There should have been some last words, but Volak was beyond it. There should have been a miracle, but Volak would no longer allow it. She breathed in, single good eye narrowed in hate. To think such fucking maggots had so much fight in them. Her ignition caught, and with a roar, Volak released the furnace. Chapter 19. Trigger Switch. The taste was something special. He'd never tasted anything quite like it before. He'd experienced every fine wine there was on offer, every gastronomical delicacy the finest chefs could imagine and create. He'd tasted every lip, nipple, and quim he could get his tongue on, and he did have a special fondness for the quim and its wide variety of intriguing flavors. Every quim was different, a flavorsome palate, a subtlety that he was sure his supposed contemporaries overlooked. But not him, oh no. Quim was up there with the finest wines, strongest brandies, spicy wines, and with the testicles of young piglets roasted in garlic, and the dry, panting, fear-filled lips of a woman who knew she was about to be raped. Skalg grinned to himself, reveling in his debauchery. But so what? So fucking what? The world had mocked him, put him down, put him in a hole, quite literally, a mine shaft, a fucking collapsed mine shaft. And now he had risen, through the church of eternal hate, through the ranks to become first cardinal, and then beyond, to the great dwarf lords themselves, and then further still, to populate this body of a great worm, a dragon, the most powerful creature ever to walk the soil of Vagandrak. And a thought entered Skalg's mind. His dragon tongue licked slowly across his lips and across his fangs, for he could still taste it, still taste her, still taste Cranish, her blood, her fear, her anguish. Her blood. But now, Skalg was in charge, and the thought taunted him. What if he never gave the body back? What if he turned on the great dwarf lords? Fuck them and their sanctimonious preaching pile of donkey shit. Who were they to say what lived and what died? Who were they to say what happened in the world, what happened in the Five Havens, what happened to dwarves and men and elves? Fuck the great dwarf lords. Fuck my gods. I will destroy Volak, and then I will rule. I will rule the world like no crippled hunchback has ever ruled the world before, or will again. I will rule with omniscience. I will rule with hate and fear and total violence. I will rule with utter dominance. His name was Kokar, of the clan Karik-i-Kla, and he was angrier than any dwarf in the Five Havens, and quite rightly so. His daughter was dead, his beautiful, precious, only daughter. It had taken days for it to sink in. The official church letter had told him the facts in cold clinical ink. Accidental death from a high fall. He found it hard to believe. How the fuck did you fall from the fucking blood tower of all places? It was church-owned. It had safety barriers. And Kajela was not a young female dwarf known for taking risks. She was sensible. She was dependable. She was normal. Kokar frowned. His anger increased so much he thought his heart would burst. By the great dwarf lords, he wanted to get revenge on the dwarf who had done this. Not only allowed it to happen, oh no, the one who had done it. Because Kokar was armed with the truth. And the truth burned him worse than any lies. You see, it was all about money. At the end of the day, everything is about money. Doesn't matter if you're Erlax's fucking handmaiden, right hand better than the left, or one of Skalg's educators. Every single dwarf has a lever point. A point where they think, fuck me, really? How much? Just for a few words? And the problem with Skalg, Kokar had realized early on in his investigations, the problem with Skalg was that he had become so fat, so rich, so powerful, he viewed certain people as parts of the furniture. If a young dwarf had come into his chambers to make up the beds and arrange his slippers and wash his silk dressing gown, she no more existed than did the cabinet carrying his bottles of brandy. And even better, the more ugly a serving wench was, the more Skalg treated her as if she didn't exist. Such was his arrogance, vulgarity, and superiority complex. On the night of Kajela's death, one such cleaner had been present. Ugly, pointless, poor, pathetic, to Skalg at any rate. But more importantly, she was invisible. Kokar's payment of 5 years' wages had persuaded her to tell the truth. And it was a truth that left a bitter, sour, nasty taste. Kokar was a rich and powerful dwarf. He'd made his fortune some years back, investing in new mine digs. He'd been lucky. Or wise, as the saying went, the mountain gives and the mountain takes away. In wealth, the mountain had been good for Kokar. It was only evil dwarf flesh that got in the way. Kokar had employed assassins to murder Skalg. It had seemed a quick and easy solution, only they failed, because of some educator bitch who was pretty good with a blade. Money bought witnesses, and Kokar had tracked Skalg to the Cathedral of Eternal Hate. Now he stood outside the doors, looking up and down the street. The 5 havens seemed deserted now. Gone were the looters and protesters. The escaped dragons had seen to that. It was as if the whole of the 5 havens were in some kind of lockdown, a self-imposed lockdown based on the foundation of fear. The dwarves knew the dragons were going to return, to complete their reign of destruction, in retribution for thousands of years of abuse. And instead of fighting, of preparing defenses, they knew deep down in their hearts it would all be ineffectual. As a race, the dwarves had pretty much gone into some kind of group withdrawal. Not Kokar. Kokar wanted to fight. Kokar wanted to kill, and Kokar wanted revenge. There were no guards outside the Cathedral of Eternal Hate, but that was probably because Skalg had locked the quite incredible, extravagant, ornate doors. Kokar signaled to 3 of his associates, and they ran forward, placing a box in front of the doors. One struck a match, a long, evil-looking stick, which burned with a foul color and even fouler odor. He touched it to a taper. These were chemicals used to blast down in the mines. There came a bright fizzing, sparks. Kokar looked up and down the street again. After the dragons, nobody really gave a fuck. The explosion rocked the ground. High above, several slates were jostled loose from the cathedral's roof and fell, spinning silently, to crash and shatter on the street. Kokar looked up in trepidation. But he needn't have worried. This shit was used for blasting rock. In comparison, the cathedral's wood and iron-banded doors were nothing more than hot butter. Kokar gestured, and his hardiest soldiers entered through the smoking portal, crossbows at the ready, and they found the door and began their descent. Down, down towards the iron vaults. Kokar had it on good authority that's where Skalg would be hiding. There was a halfway point called the Block. Kokar remembered it from distant memory. This is where Skalg left his faithful educators to guard him against any possible but unexpected intrusion. Now they were dead, with crossbow bolts in bellies and short black daggers sticking out of eye sockets. Kokar hadn't lost a single dwarf. Such was the power of surprise. They descended more steps, deep, deep into the bowels of the Cathedral of Eternal Hate. It was cool down here, cool and calm, especially after the rampage of the dragons. Such a shame, thought Kokar, that the Church of Hate doesn't extend these safety margins to the common people. He smiled, a narrow, evil smile, and thought about Skalg. Dwarves marched through the streets. Erlax was dead. The dragons had escaped. There was no heating, no steam, no power. The dwarves were pissed. They wanted answers. Nobody seemed to have answers. When they knocked on the doors of a Church of Hate, church guards and educators slammed doors, told them to fuck off, were rude and ignorant and arrogant, as they had always been. But now the dwarves were scared. They had seen their world under the mountain grind to a halt. All their social privileges had been suddenly removed. Firebrands burned in fists. Chants started to fill the empty streets. The dragons were gone. They didn't seem to be returning. The dwarves wanted answers. The crown could not respond, and so it was down to the church. But the church was silent, and so the dwarves began a concentrated program of destruction. Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate, was beyond such things. He no longer inhabited the world of human flesh. His was a world of power and energy, of dragon lore and feeling like a supreme being. Slowly, he had begun to experience Morax's memories as she begged and begged to be released, as she grew weaker in her fight to regain her mind. And Skalg knew, as night turns to day, turns to night, that eventually her mind would break, crack open like a fracture-corrupted pebble, and her essence, her soul would dissipate. Morax would be no more. Skalg would inhabit the dragon flesh fully. Skalg would be the dragon. He slammed through the heavens, wings pumping high, high above the nighttime land of Vagandrak. And his ears picked up the call, the cry of Volak. She was under attack. She was fighting, snarling, her flames roaring out, the deafening sounds echoing through the highest reaches of the thinning atmosphere. Skalg banked and dropped, ice frosting his scales, then dropped further, circling, searching. Mountains to the south, the mountains of Skarandos, a vast, jagged line stretching all the way to the Plague Ocean. Beyond the mountains rolled the dunes of Zakora, the desert lands, and as Skalg spiraled, seeking, so beyond the Plague Ocean, he saw the vast forbidding darkness of the Draka, many leagues deep, and stretching all the way north to the Rockroth marshes. This openness, even at night, was so bright with stars, so vast. To a dwarf from the mines, it was like taking the lid off the top of the world. Skalg gasped, for maybe the 1000th time, as still these visions stunned him. 1 billion stars twinkled. Skalg could not comprehend the size of the universe and his own tiny, microscopic part in it. More sounds came to him, picked up by his incredibly acute hearing. Sounds of fighting, of roaring, battle cries, snarls, screams, animal screams, almost animal screams. Skalg orientated and saw the storm clouds rolling towards him from the west, towering clouds disgorging rain and strikes of lightning. From his high vantage point with his vast vision, it looked like a huge, broiling monster stalked across the land on legs of lightning. Below, trees and buildings lay scorched as the sheer force of nature exacted its revenge on man. Skalg powered forward, dropping now to enter the storm. Clouds whipped by, wisps and streamers, and he was buffeted by this incredible force, and yet he screamed and roared his laughter into the violence. "I defy you," thought Skalg. "I defy the world. I defy nature." Dropping lower, rain and wind lashed at him, buffeting him hard, making his scales shimmer in the ethereal gloom of the storm. And then he saw it, the city, far below, Vagan, war capital of Vagandrak, grim and stark, with areas destroyed, others crumbling, others burning violently. "You have been a busy girl, haven't you, Volak? You have been teaching these horrible little insects a lesson. Well, now it is time for us to meet. And I have been waiting for this moment for so long, treasuring it, in fact, because when you are out of the picture, the Empire will be mine." Skalg powered through the storm and started to lose height, and he heard Volak's roar once more, and his eyes narrowed in Morax's face as he plummeted towards the Queen of Wormblood. Volak exhaled, and a stream of fire erupted from her jaws. At the same instant, Morax hit her hard from behind, smashing into her from a fast high dive and sending them both crashing along the square. Nanak, Dek, and Karim ducked and squawked, diving away from the two great beasts as the stream of fire whirled about them, turning night to day, sizzling rainfall, and then shot up into the sky. The two dragons rolled, entangled, and Morax was already biting and clawing, and Volak didn't fight back for a few moments. She was stunned by incomprehension. Morax, disentangling now, climbed to her feet and shook out her wings. A great claw swiped at Volak, tearing a line of scales from her chest and drawing blood beneath the armor. "What?" shrieked Volak, fire blasting from her jaws as she flapped her wings, dancing backwards. "You attack me?" Morax grinned at her, black eyes narrowed. "You look like you have been to war," said Skalg with Morax's mouth. Volak was staring with her one good eye, staring in absolute disbelief. Her chest rumbled, and she clenched her jaws, tail whipping from side to side like an irate tomcat. "Think very carefully about what you are doing, Morax." "I have thought, long and hard," grinned Morax, taking a threatening step forward. "We can win this war together, re-establish the Blood Dragon Empire. Why would you turn on me now?" Volak's head tilted. Her remaining dark eye seemed to glow black. "Only, there's something wrong, isn't there?" Morax said nothing, but took another step forward. "You have tasted the blood of Krennish, have you not? I can smell it on your deviant lips." I tore off her head with my own teeth, grinned Morax, tongue licking her lips. Then you really have come to try and kill me. It is a sad day, Morax. Your time has come, Volak. To one side, Nanak, Dek, and Karim were on their arses, weapons forgotten, just as they had become forgotten. They were breathing fast, unsure whether to stay still, in the hope the two worms would think them dead, or to run for it. After all, they hadn't been able to kill one damned dragon. How would they manage to slaughter two? What do we fucking do? Muttered Dek. Stop fucking talking, muttered Nanak. Will you two shut up? Hissed Karim. They stared at the dragons. The two beasts seemed very unhappy with one another. They were squaring up like two pissed-up sailors in a pub. It lacked nobility, but it was the law of the jungle, the nature of every living creature that had ever crawled from the slime. To fight was to exist. That was the epitome of life. So, said Nanak, frowning, what do we do? That question was answered as Morax attacked Volak, who grabbed the worm by her throat and tossed her aside. Morax flipped, sliding to crash into a house, demolishing one wall, stones raining down across her flapping wings, where she squirmed for a moment before righting herself. Her eyes narrowed, and she breathed a blast of fire into which Volak strode. Your naivety betrays you, said Volak. Meaning what? You are not Morax. Fucking surprised? Who are you? I am your worst nightmare, growled Skalg, and launched a blistering attack. They bit and clawed, and tails whipped about, spiked tips continually stabbing at scales and breaking scales. They grappled as if in some parody of human wrestling, claws slashing out, smashing at one another, at heads and torsos. Occasionally flames blossomed, but fire was a useless weapon against another dragon. They fought. The Iron Wolves watched, until Nanak said, This is unproductive and depressing. I'm going to search for Trista. Dek nodded. I'm with you. What about them? Gestured Karim. You ever see two dogs fight? Said Dek, scratching his neck. You just leave them to it. They work out their own hierarchy. And here and now, I truly do not give a fuck who wins, who loses, or who fucking dies. When their fight is over, if we're still here, we'll have another go. Now, I just want to find my friend. Karim nodded, understanding shining in his eyes. Volak roared, and with a swipe pinned Morax to the ground. They had battered one another for an hour, hammering away with tooth and claw. Now Morax was weak, and Volak had flapped her wings, rearing above the other worm, and used her body weight to slam the bitch to the broken stone flags. Yield, said Volak softly, flames curling around her broken fangs. Fuck you, said Skalg, eyes narrowed, scowling up at the more powerful dragon. I can destroy you, said Volak. Then stop talking and do it, coward bitch, said Skalg, voice full of mockery. Volak looked down at her sister, and if she'd not been a creature of flame and ash, she would have wept. But that was a physiological act beyond her species. Dragons did not cry, they just screamed. I cannot kill you, sister. Do it, you spineless cunt. With a roar, Volak pinned Morax to the flags, and her great head came down, and her jaws opened to fasten around Morax's throat. She bit hard, and felt the scales crumble, the muscles split, the tendons pop, and her fangs closed around the spinal column, and she bit harder than she had ever bitten any creature in the past. With a crack, Volak bit Morax's head clean off. Fire roared from the furnace of her insides, a blast of terrible heat. And in that instant, Equiem magic was invoked, the charm of transference, channeled by the great dwarf lords at Skalg's moment of greatest need. And in an instant, the blink of an eye, he skipped from Morax's mind into Volak's, and watched in awe as he bit his own head clean off. There was a blinding flash of light, incredible pain and struggle, an intense struggle of minds. Volak felt confusion crush her into a ball and spin her around, and sent her crashing down through a dark, deep well. She did not understand, even as her jaws closed on the throat of Morax and extracted the very life from her sister with decapitation. "What's happening to me?" she thought. "What the fuck is this?" Morax's head had come away, flames roaring from the inside of her chest, and Volak stared without understanding. It took minutes to win the battle, to find some kind of stability, some equilibrium. Skalg himself was spinning in the vortex of the mind transfer. He felt the power of the great dwarf lords behind him, powering him on, pushing him forward, forcing him towards conclusion. Conclusion. An end to this terrible madness. "What do I do now?" said Skalg. Despite his physical prowess, he felt weak and lame. "Now there is only one." "One is not enough. You need to hatch the eggs and choose the strongest. Then destroy the rest. We need our dragon engine. We need our dragon slaves once again. The great dwarf lords demand it." Volak nodded her huge, black, damaged head. Blood trickled from her in a dozen different places. She turned and surveyed the iron wolves, who cowered, suddenly, expecting to be torched. And she could see they didn't have the strength to fight on. They were done, and finished, and fucked. "Do it!" growled Nanak. But this was Skalg, not Volak. These peasants meant nothing to him, and he lifted his head and stared up at the sky. The storm was abating, and rain fell now in a gentle downpour, trickling Volak's snout, cooling her savage wounds. Then she bunched her muscles, her wings cracked out, and she leapt and began pumping her wings as she shot up into the heavens and disappeared amidst the reappearing stars. Just another glimmering orb, just another shooting star. Nanak looked over at Dek. "She went," he said wearily. "Where?" said Karim. Dek shrugged. "Do you give a fuck? Just away from here." They considered this, eyes searching the heavens with fear, lest she come back. "Look at the dead one," said Karim. "What about it?" "Fires still burn on its insides." Nanak stepped forward and patted Karim on the back. "Lad, I reckon that furnace might burn for quite some time. Now, come on, let's find Trista, if she still lives." "And if she's dead?" said Dek, raising an eyebrow. Nanak gave a half shrug. "Well, we'll give her a hero's send-off," he said quietly. The sun was coming up over the bruised, battered, scorched city of Vagan when they found a pale hand poking from the rubble of the collapsed tower. Gently, Nanak, Dek, and Karim removed the stones and beams to find Trista. Her face was serene, not a mark on her, not a speck of dust, not a smudge of ash. Her blonde curls were immaculate, arranged around her beautiful face as if prepared that way by a professional. In fact, she looked beautiful enough to enjoy her wedding day. "Triss," said Dek, gently shaking her. "She's gone, lad," said Nanak. No, look at her. She's perfect." "She's gone," said Nanak, and knelt down beside Dek. He reached out and touched Dek's arm. Dek turned and looked at him. "But look, not a bruise, not a single injury on her. She can't be dead." Nanak turned, and what Dek said was true. Trista looked immaculate, perfectly preserved, and yet still her breast did not rise, and there was no colour to her cheeks and no living breath in her lungs. "I'm sorry, Dek." And Nanak hugged him, hugged his brother, and they cried together. Chapter 20. The Mountain Gives. Sakura lay, stunned. For long moments she had no idea what had hit her. She didn't know where she was, what she was doing, who she was with. But then pain kicked in, and pain has a real way of focusing the mind. She breathed in the mist which floated above her. She heard the whine and click, the hiss and rattle of crossbow bolts all around, making her cringe. Confusion tumbled from her mind as she sought something, attempted to fix on a singularity in order to bring herself back to reality. And it was pain that did it. Pain, glorious pain. The back of her head hurt, as did her neck, but it was her left wrist, shattered as far as she could tell, that sent waves of agony rippling up her arm and into her spinning brain. Focus, calm. Whilst training in the art of Kalish, Sakura had broken many bones, and now was no different. She breathed, calmed herself, isolated the pain, and started to gradually erode the feelings that panicked her. She analyzed the rest of her body. Her left ankle was also in a bad way, so when she got up and moved, if she had to move fast, she'd have to compensate for her weakened left side after the... fall. Long fall. Lilith. Dragon eggs. Fall. She'd landed on her left side. Dwarves with crossbows. Isolate. Focus. Isolate the leader. Slowly, she reached down with her right hand and pulled a dagger from her right boot. These movements hurt her, and she realized her entire body was battered from the impact after the fall. "Thanks, Lilith," she thought, and gave a narrow, tight-lipped smile. It took between 6 and 12 seconds to reload a crossbow, depending on factors such as competency, technique, and panic. Sakura did an internal estimate and sat up from the mist, surrounded by shattered dragon eggs, which had saved her by taking the brunt of the crossbow quarrel assault, and she focused. There were 30 mean-looking dwarves caught in the process of reloading their weapons, and there was Val, weasel face, ruptured in the middle of a screamed command. But no, Sakura's gaze travelled to the pale, haughty, arrogant bitch whose eyes had just settled on Sakura with a calm coolness, a calculated authority that marked her out as the leader. Sakura's hand snapped back, then forward. The dagger flew through the humming air and plunged into Kraylin's left eye socket. The female dwarf screamed and staggered back, but did not fall. Sakura climbed to her feet, sagging on her shattered left side. Kraylin's hands came up and gently fondled the shaft. Incredibly, she did not go down, did not die. Sakura pursed her lips in annoyance. Kraylin touched the shaft of the dagger in her own head, her own face, no doubt puncturing her own brain, and she screamed again, dropping to one knee. A second dagger flashed past her face and embedded in the throat of a dwarf behind. He gurgled, clutching the weapon, and dropped to both knees, vomiting blood onto the smooth black walkway. The other dwarves glanced up. Sakura moved her shirt to reveal her baldric. It carried upwards of 20 daggers. The dwarves saw her movement, recognized its inherent threat. They worked faster to reload their crossbows. But then Sakura went to work. Her left wrist was shattered, but she zoned out the pain and drew 2 daggers. Both arms came back, daggers hissed, spinning. One entered an eye, another through an open, shouting mouth. 2 dwarves dropped, blood pooling out. 2 more daggers, thrown with unbelievable accuracy. One entered the throat, another was deflected by a raised arm, but it still entered the dwarf's flesh, making him scream and add to the rising chaos of the suddenly accelerating scene on the platform. Another dagger, another eye socket. The dwarf made a meal of it, going down, kicking and screaming, spinning around on his side, begging his comrades to take away the pain, which one did with an axe blow to the head. 5 dead dwarves in as many heartbeats. Sakura grinned at them. They ran for cover, sprinting from the chamber, all except Val and Kraylin, who looked at one another, then down at the dead guards around them.
"You have a dagger in your eye,"
said Val.
"You think I hadn't fucking noticed?"
Screamed Kraylin.
"But, you're not dead."
Kraylin glared at Val, blood streaming down her face and dripping from her chin like the ticking of a clock.
"You think, cunt, that maybe I hadn't noticed that as well?"
Val giggled, on the edge of hysteria.
Craneline, Hugh, not even a dagger in the brain can kill her. Roll up, and talk to the hard as a coffin nail bitch.
Then he turned and stared at Socorro. Slowly from the mist rose Talon. His face was twisted in pain and fury. Gone were any doubts which had lingered for long days, long weeks after their capture and torture. Now the man from the walls of Desecra was back. Here was Talon the archer, scourge of thousands of mud orcs, and he was pissed. He pulled free his longbow and knocked an arrow to the string. He was ready to kill. Dake crawled to his knees, still stunned from the fall, and stared around. Then he climbed to his feet and unsheathed his sword. This was Dake Tillamandil Mandasar, former sword champion of King Yoon's royal guard, hero of the Second Mudorc War, and heir to the lordship of the House of Emeralds, Vagandrak's largest ruling family. Nothing mattered to him anymore. His wife was dead, gone, lost, and a man without hope is a man without fear. His fear fled like ice melting under tropical rainfall, and he faced Craline and Val and the other dwarves cowering in the adjoining chamber, and he realized with sour humor that he was never going to leave this fucking mine. He was never going to leave this fucking mountain. He would die here and be with Jonty, and that was just fine by him. A crossbow quarrel whined and hissed through the air. Dake's sword flickered up, smashing the bolt from the air. Talon drew back, paused, released his breath, and let the arrow fly. It spun lazily and punched the dwarf shooter through the center of his mouth. The dwarf staggered back, dropped his crossbow, crossed his eyes, and sat down on his arse, groping blindly for the shaft emerging from his skewered tongue. Then he lay down on his side and bled a little. Talon notched another arrow.
"Would anybody else care to taste my shaft?"
he said, and smiled, eyes glittering, and Dake patted him on the shoulder.
"Yes, brother?"
"It's nice to have you back." Talon looked him in the eye and saw the strength there, the comradeship, the life.
"You also, brother,"
he said, and grinned.
"Now, let's kill some fucking dwarves." "Wait!"
The voice came from beneath the mist, which swirled around the hundreds, the thousands of dragon eggs. Dake and Talon looked at one another. Socorro shrugged. Beatrax sat up and shook his head and scratched his beard. His face was the epicenter of a summer storm. His eyebrows were storm clouds, his eyes were lightning. His grin was the grin of an evil god intent on absolute revenge. He turned to look at his friends.
"You ain't killing no fucking dwarves without me,"
he boomed, and climbed to his feet, wincing and lifting his battered, chipped axe. And then he remembered. He remembered the crossbow bolt connecting with Lilith, the spray of blood, her disappearance under the mist, and his head came up, and he stared at Craline, and he stared at Val.
"Oh, you cunts,"
he said, voice barely more than a whisper. A dwarf appeared and loosed off a crossbow bolt. Talon's arrow hit him in the throat, leaving him scrabbling on his knees, vomiting blood. Beatrax looked around for Lilith, but couldn't see her, and impending death was a more pressing priority.
"We doing this?"
said Trax.
"Let's do this,"
said Socorro. They set off and broke into a run. Another crossbow quarrel, whining past Beatrax's ear. Socorro's dagger took the dwarf in the eye. He fell amongst the other dead dwarves, creating a pretty plateau of death on the walkway. Craline drew her sword and stood, lips curled back, snarling, her face a bloody mask, the handle protruding from her eye like an obscene erection. Hers was a stance of absolute defiance, utter arrogance, total superiority. To Craline, every other living creature on the planet was an amoeba. Several dwarves came out from hiding and grasped battle-axes in both hands, their faces grim. One appeared with a crossbow, and Talon fired a shaft through the bastard's eye. He grinned.
"It's nice to level the playing field,"
he said, as they reached the walkway, and leapt up onto the slick black surface. More dwarves spilled out, to stand behind their leader, Val, or, in reality, Craline. Because Val was fooling nobody, and every dwarf present was in fear of Kraline, even more so now, with a dagger protruding from her face, almost proving her immortality. She was like a golem, made from clay, indestructible. They might have laughed about it afterwards in the tavern. Little Miss Face-Fucked, the bitch of the undead. Not even a dagger through her fucking brain could bring her down. Or, what would no doubt be the favourite in these drinking games, this tavern brouhaha, Kraline Hugh Cockface. But here, and now, there was no laughter, no banter, for she was there, and she was, to all intents and purposes, terrifying. Beatrax stood, facing Kraline, but he turned his eyes on Val, and his lips curled back. To his left stood Socorra, to his right, Talon and Dake. Dake twirled his sword, thinking back to the years of practice, the years of duelling, and the very real fact that his one love, his true love, was now dead, buried in the rubble of a dragon-destroyed palace.
"You want something from us,"
growled Beatrax.
"Only your lives,"
smiled Kraline, and the smile cracked the drying blood on her face to give her a crimson lightning mask. Socorra stepped forward and smiled.
"You need to come take them, then,"
she said, rolling her neck and presenting a fighting stance.
"I can do that all right, bitch,"
hissed Kraline, and gestured to the dwarves.
"Kill them,"
she said, and leapt at Socorra. With battle cries, the dwarves attacked, and Talon drew his sword, standing back to back with Dake.
"Time for blood,"
he said. "Just like the old days," nodded Dake.
"Just like the old days,"
agreed Talon. Beatrax leapt at Val, but a huge dwarf shifted between them, his axe coming up, blocking Beatrax's stroke. Trax's axe bounced off, and the dwarf attacked, his axe whistling as Beatrax moved left, then right, dodging the blows, and grinning.
"You bastard,"
he said, and slammed his axe in the dwarf's head, blade cutting through the steel helmet to crush the skull within. Another dwarf charged, but a backhand horizontal cut sliced his throat in a shower of droplets, and Beatrax was there, in front of Val.
"Remember me,"
said Beatrax.
"I could never forget the bad breath.
Lilith, she is my woman." Val smiled then, a slimy, toothy grin.
"Really? I reckon my seed is still inside her. I reckon she could be bearing my child."
Beatrax's face dropped. He went beyond fury, beyond rage, to another place of utter, total calm. "I'm going to kill you," he said. Val held a sword and a long knife. He smiled again.
"I'd like to see you try."
Beatrax's axe slammed forward, and Val twisted, knife lashing out to open a shallow wound across Beatrax's cheek. Blood oozed out, staining his ginger beard. Beatrax's axe slammed out again, then reversed, cutting backwards and turning into an overhead sweep that would have split Val from crown to crotch. Val dodged the blows. He moved fast. No, fucking fast. And a second slice of his knife cut the lobe from Beatrax's left ear.
"Ow, you cunt! I'm going to carve you up, piece by piece,"
said Val, licking his lips, spreading his arms apart and crouching a little in a fighting stance.
"You think I learnt nothing being dragged into this miserable fucking life on the streets of Janya? As a child, you had to kill to survive. Well, I survived, and I survived by stabbing my enemies in the back, so I'm going to cut you up, lover boy. Then take your bitch and fuck her again until she squeals. Whether she's alive,"
he feinted and Beatrax blocked,
"or even if she's dead."
Beatrax screamed and attacked. Talon and Dake fought back to back, swords a blur, stabbing, slashing, deflecting axe and sword blows. They were hard to get near, and 5 dwarves had fallen at their feet already, dwarf blood making the walkway slippery. Socorra and Kraline fought, Socorra with dagger and fist, Kraline with a short sword and dagger. It was a dance of blood, a dance of death. They spun, attacking and defending. A dwarf ran at Socorra's back, but she twisted, dagger inserting neatly into his windpipe, then back to defend a sword strike from Kraline, all in the blink of an eye. They moved so fast they were a blur, and all the while Socorra kept thinking, "How?
How are you still on your feet with a fucking dagger in your eye, in your brain? But Kraline fought on, like some kind of monster, like some kind of clockwork machine, a demon that could not possibly be mortal. Beatrax and Val fought, exchanging blows, or rather, Val dodged and defended, and his dagger lashed out, cutting Beatrax again, this time on the side of his neck. Beatrax stepped back, chest heaving, and stared at Val. "I'm going to fuck you," he snarled, eyes narrowing. "That's what Lilith used to say, every fucking night." Beatrax growled, his fury white hot and beyond redemption. And yet there was a hint of panic there, because Val, despite appearances, was an incredibly talented fighter. He might look like a weasel that had had its head bashed in with a mallet, and he might have a streak of cowardice that made him run more often than fight, but with a blade he was damned accurate. And he was cutting Beatrax up. Beatrax was just too slow and lumbering for the speedy little fucker. Trax attacked, axe slamming down, but Val dodged and sparks screamed from the walkway. Another dwarf attacked from behind, and Beatrax's axe cut his head clean off, where it sailed across the void to land nestled amidst the dragon eggs, face contorted into a morbid comedy look of shock. Val attacked, and Beatrax stumbled back, barely able to ward off the blades. And then he knew. He was too old, too weak, too injured, too broken. The fire had gone. His will had gone. He'd seen Lilith fall, and in his terror he was flailing like a madman, trusting his strength and size and experience when, in reality, he just needed his woman back, his fucking muse, or at least to know she was still alive, to know he had something worth fighting for. Val was far too skilled. Normally Beatrax would have had him by now, but he was a broken soldier. He was kicked down in the gutter, and there was little he could do to crawl back out again. From the mist, Lilith rose like a goddess. Her clothing was splattered in blood, her hair drenched in blood, but her face was serene, and her eyes held raging fire. She stood, hand clutching her breast from the crossbow quarrel impact, but her eyes shifted, and she gazed across that expanse of mist, and those mystical orbs fastened on Beatrax. "I love you," that look said. "I love you." Val screamed, and came in for the kill. Beatrax welcomed him, feinting, allowing Val in close, then taking Val's dagger in the guts with a grunt, allowing him the blow. The pain was incredible, unbearable, white fire raging through Beatrax's flesh as the knife drove in deep. Val was there, in his face, grinning like a village idiot. "I have you now, Axeman," he grunted, and jabbed the knife further. Beatrax's axe clattered to the walkway. His fingers clenched and unclenched. His gaze met Lilith's. She nodded. "Kill him," her eyes said, giving him the permission he sought. And she smiled. Beatrax looked into the face of Val, the slave warden, the torturer, the rapist, and he smiled a smile so profound Val's eyes opened in shock, even though his blade was deep in Beatrax's guts. Beatrax's hands came up and grasped Val's head. "What are you doing?" he shrieked. "You stabbed me, lad." Yes. "And I agree. You're better than me with a blade. You got me foxed there." Beatrax's face fell into thunder. It was the center of a death storm. "But you got too close, you dumb, arrogant cunt." And his hands began to squeeze, and Val began to scream, his hand falling from the blood-drenched dagger in Beatrax's belly, both hands coming up and grabbing Beatrax's powerful arms and hands, slapping at them, pulling at them, as Beatrax started crushing Val's skull between his great bare paws. Hearing the cries, a dwarf ran at Beatrax. Beatrax was oblivious in his totally focused hate. Talon's arrow took the dwarf through the eye, emerging from the back of his skull on a shower of blood and eyeball jelly. Beatrax moved his face close to Val's. He stared into his eyes. He stared into the dwarf's soul,
as his immense hands and powerful muscles exerted a bone-crushing pressure on the struggling slave warden. "When she screamed," growled Beatrix, "did it sound like this?" He pushed harder, and there was a crack of skull, and Val screamed, long and hard, wailing, hands once again pulling and pushing and grabbing and slapping and clawing. "Stop! Stop! Please, stop!" he wailed. "I'm sure that's what Lilith said to you," whispered Beatrix, straight into Val's face. "But you didn't, did you? You fucking little rapist, little cunt fucking maggot. Well, you want to know something, pretty boy? You controlled her, and you controlled me, and now I control you. And guess what? My control manifests in the way I crush your fucking rapist's skull." Veins were standing out on his arms, his neck, his forehead, and Beatrix's hands shifted around, and his thumbs pushed into Val's eyes, pushed through his eyes and into his brain, and with a final, awesome exertion of pressure, he broke Val's skull and ended his life. Beatrix let Val fall with a slap, and stared down at his bloody hands, almost in wonder. He staggered back, panting, face purple with exertion. "If there's one thing I hate," he whispered, "it's fucking rapists." Dake and Talon were fighting as a team, and wreaking bloody havoc on the attacking dwarves. Kraylene and Sakura were equally matched, and this galled Sakura. After her decades of training, to find this dwarf bitch who equaled her, and with a fucking dagger in her eye socket. They exchanged blows, and a kick sent Kraylene's sword clattering across the walkway. Sakura hit her with a left straight, a front kick, then a side kick to the chest that sent her staggering back. Kraylene bent over, gasping, and so Sakura leapt in for the kill, right hand coming down to... Kraylene shifted, subtly, and her hand suddenly struck out, fingers forming a point, a blade, which hit Sakura in the throat. Sakura's own blow struck Kraylene's shoulder, without effect. Kraylene followed with a second blow to the throat in the same spot, and Sakura staggered back, hands coming up, choking, and dropped slowly to her knees. Kraylene dismissed her, turned, and with dagger in hand, ran and leapt on Beatrix's back. He let out a roar, and Kraylene drove her dagger into Beatrix's neck. There came a spurt of blood, and Beatrix spun around, dropping his axe, his fist lashing up, hitting Kraylene in the nose. But she held on, driving the dagger deeper into the space between neck and clavicle, and Beatrix cried out, dropping to his knees, Kraylene still riding him like a dying horse. Sakura, face now purple, also dropped to her knees. She could not breathe. Her windpipe had been crushed. Talon rushed to her, but two stocky dwarves got in his way, their axes swinging, and he began a savage battle for survival, sword dancing, stabbing, deflecting, as all the time he watched Sakura, keel over, face purple, grappling at her own throat. Talon ducked, stabbing out, drawing his blade across a dwarf's femoral artery. Blood washed down like a torrid waterfall, and the dwarf screamed, all interest in battle suddenly forgotten. The second dwarf leapt forward, onto the point of Talon's sword, snapping it halfway down the blade. Talon let go, and ran to Sakura. But she was still, eyes fixed, motionless, dead. Jael remembered sitting in the forest, listening to the trees. It was as if they spoke to him, and him alone, whispering his name and whispering their secrets. The smell of the forest filled him like some rare perfume, and he'd always felt as if he belonged. This was his place, his time, his sanctuary. Nothing could touch him here, nothing could hurt him. It was a place, a world, a gentle tranquility, a place where bad things didn't happen. And as Jael grew up, he believed it, believed in the innocence, believed in the concept of his own private haven. Until the robbers came and murdered his family and set his life on a very different and savage path. When Beatrix and the others had rescued him from torture, it had been quite literally a dream come true. Here were the heroes from his history books in school. But more, here was Beatrix. Beatrix the Axeman, a legend amongst him and his friends. In the school field, they used to reenact Beatrix's finest moments, the tale of single combat on the Gregan field, the rescue of Princess Emilia Ladine when she was but a child from a horrible Mudork kill squad. But more than ever, the tales of heroism on the walls of Desecra Fortress, fighting the Mudorks and Orlana the Changer, the horse lady from the furnace. In the school field, they'd always argued as to who was playing the part of Beatrix the Axeman. And then, here he was, on an adventure, with Beatrix the Axeman. Only he had crumbled at the first sign of danger, of torture, and Beatrix, being Beatrix, had turned on him. Jael whimpered and shifted slightly, gloss black swimming before him.
Where am I? What's happening?
His eyes flickered open. He could hear the sounds of battle, steel on steel, shouts, cries, wails, thuds like impacts in flesh. And for once, he was not frightened. His hand reached behind him to his lower back. He was bleeding, but both bolts had entered through his thick leather belt, and although they stuck in his flesh and the pain burned him like nothing he'd ever felt in his entire life, the leather had acted as armor and saved a deeper penetration of steel. Jael rolled over. Tears ran down his face. One leg twitched and wouldn't work right. He could see figures shimmering through a haze. He pulled out his dagger. Nobody would call him a coward this time. Nobody would call him a coward ever again. Jael crawled to his knees, then his feet, and gripped his dagger tightly. Socorro had given it to him, and it was perfectly balanced steel, razor-sharp. As his vision cleared, so he saw Socorro go down, choking. Talon was fighting two dwarves. Dake was being pushed back towards the dragon eggs. And Beatrix? Jael watched in disbelief as Kraline leapt on his back and stabbed downwards, her dagger entering Beatrix's neck. "No!" he screamed, staggering forward. Beatrix punched her, but she clung to him like a parasite, unshakable. And Jael saw Trex's strength fade in an instant with that stab wound. His eyes shifted. He saw another stab wound in Beatrix's belly, and yet still the giant axeman wouldn't die. His axe was on the platform, battered and bloody. Jael stumbled forward some more and looked at his own dagger. Then he reached for Beatrix's axe, stooped, lifted it with a grunt, and lifted his head. Beatrix had spun around. Kraline was right there, before him, hanging onto her dagger, driving it deeper into Beatrix's neck, and reveling in his agony, in his grunts and gasps. Jael hefted the axe, stepped forward, took a mighty swing, and planted a blade in Kraline Hugh's back. She stiffened suddenly, went rigid, and then fell away from Beatrix to lie, quivering, bleeding on the platform. Beatrix, on his knees, turned his head and looked at Jael. Pain twisted his face, but he forced a smile. "Thanks, lad," he said, and keeled over onto his side, where he lay still. Jael looked down at Kraline. She was trembling, her spine split, her legs twitching, her bladder opening, urine trickled out, smelling acrid. Jael stepped forward, looked down at the bitch who had shot an unprotected Lilith in the chest. He grimaced, lifted Beatrix's axe, and brought it down with a thud, planting it securely in the center of her chest. Kraline Hugh dribbled blood and lay still. Talon and Dake killed the last of the dwarves, and a sudden, bleak silence fell over the chamber. The machinery across the wall still twisted and turned, clicked and clocked and spun, and Lilith walked through the mist, which parted as if to offer her a reverent pathway. She climbed onto the walkway and surveyed the carnage. Val was dead. Kraline was dead. Even as she watched, Jael fell to one side and passed into a state of unconsciousness. Lilith moved to Socorro and knelt for a moment, but the Kalish expert was gone. Her soul fluttered away on angel wings. Finally, Lilith moved to Beatrix, and as Talon and Dake looked on, speechless, Lilith reached down and cradled his face. "I love you," she said, leaning over him, and blood from her own wounds fell on him like a gentle crimson rain, staining his face, staining his beard, running into his eyes, and running into his mouth, into his still, lifeless mouth. "I love you until the stars go out," she said to the dead body of Beatrax. And beneath their feet, the ground started to shake. Chapter 21. Intensity. "I love you," she said. "I know," he said, and gave an impish grin. She punched him gently on the chest, then snuggled closer, moved into him, her cheek against his shirt, against his chest, then lifting slightly, nose nuzzling up below his beard. "You washed your beard," she said. "Of course," he said. There was a pause. "I knew I was seeing you tonight, didn't I?" She giggled. And it was so pure, so innocent, so beautiful. He felt his heart melt and fall down over itself again and again and again. Candlelight painted the walls with gold. Below them, the university library, closed now due to the late hour, seemed to sigh and settle. 1,000,000 years of gathered knowledge, gently coated in dust, 1,000,000,000 words of learning, all waiting to be discovered. Lilith was head librarian at Vagandrak's university library. High above the shelves, above the gathered knowledge, was an office. One had to ascend by ladder, and it was reasonably inaccessible to the uninitiated, but it was there, a well-kept secret passed from head librarian to head librarian down through the centuries. There was a table, 2 chairs, and a low bed of oak struts, with a straw-filled mattress which had seen better decades. Lilith suspected the hideaway was for the occasional night the head librarian got carried away with his or her studies or duties and sought a brief slumber before returning to acts of librarianship. She, however, had other plans. On the floor stood a half-finished bottle of Vagandrak Red, candlelight glinting from ruby depths. On a circular wooden platter were a selection of cured hams, salami, a variety of cheeses, and thick slices of buttered bread. All were untouched, however, as Beatrax sat, his chest naked, his boots kicked into a corner, gazing at his love. "This is a special place," he said. Lilith nodded, and she kissed his chest, one hand working its way through the curled hair she found there. "I like it here." "I like it here also," she said, and gave a little bite to his nipple. He made an inward hiss through his teeth, huge muscles tensing, then relaxing a little. "Come, why don't you lie down?" If you're sure."
"I'm sure,"
she said, smiling, one hand brushing aside her long, thick plaits of hair. The oak struts creaked, straw prickled Beatrax's skin, poking through the mattress like tiny needles. But he did not mind. He did not care. He was smashed away, as if hit by a helve. His senses swam. The world didn't make sense anymore. The world didn't work. His logic was broken. She kissed him. Her kiss was soft and sweet and tender. Realizing he could be an oaf, Beatrax responded with gentility, not wanting to make a donkey of himself, and he learnt an amazing fact in that long, lingering moment of candle-lit intimacy. The more gentle he was, the more passionately Lilith responded. She pulled away, handed him a wooden cup of Vagandrak Red. Instead of guzzling, as he normally would have in the drinking piss-pits he frequented, he sipped the wine, as he had seen men in fine topcoats with silly hats do. The need was still there to chuck the wine down his neck in one, but he controlled his hand, watching Lilith over the top of the carved oak cup. She reached for the platter, took bread, placed salami and cheese on the buttered slab, and handed it to Beatrax. "Eat," she said. He took the food. "I'm not sure how hungry I am," he said, voice just a little husky. "But I need you to keep up your strength." "Ah," he reddened, even in the candlelight. "Not for that, you oaf," she smiled, punching him on the bicep. There came a dull thwack. "You said you'd help me move those 50 boxes of books over by the rear doors, by the tomes on Ye Ancient Magic." Yes, so I did." He deflated a little, and took a bite from his slab of food.
"That was a joke,"
she said, moving closer, fast, her breathing coming in short gasps as she straddled him, And he dropped his food to the floor, spilt wine down his chest, and laughed as she rode him backwards, and his head hit the straw pillows, and she was on him, kissing him, her hands stroking his face and neck and chest and arms. He kissed her back, more passionately this time, and long into the night the candles burned low, and they made love several times, each time slower and longer, and with more deeply ingrained intensity, until Beatrix knew that he knew her, knew that she had melted and flooded into his soul, knew that, insane as it seemed, for those long moments when he was inside her, they had become one, become a part of the same creature, and that creature would last forever. It had to, because of the intensity of their love. Chapter 22. Memory Echoes. Chaos had come to the Five Havens. A breakdown in law and order, a breakdown in church rule, the arrival of anarchy. Dwarves ran through the streets, hacking at one another with axes, looting shops and houses, setting fire to churches. "Where are the great dwarf lords?" the people would scream. "Where is our dragon engine? Where is King Erlax? Where is the Church of Eternal Hate when you fucking need it? Where is First Cardinal Skalg?" Nobody could give them answers, and so chaos beat down the door and began a savage party, with only destruction, fire, and death as companions. At the doors of the Cathedral of Eternal Hate, a crowd had gathered, bearing arms and firebrands. A chant went up, "Skalg, Skalg, Skalg, Skalg," as if the illustrious leader of the church, the first cardinal, could give them answers, could give them forgiveness, could offer them some form of hope or repentance or saviour. But he could not. He was locked down in the iron vault with the dragon heads, and his mind was in another place. Volak slammed through the skies, heading north and east, her great wings smashing the air as if it were an enemy. Inside her head there raged another battle, as Volak screamed and thrashed, attempting to retake control of her body, but Skalg was wielding powerful Equiem magic, and despite the pressure he felt from Volak's thrashing mind, he retained control and headed for the Five Havens, Wormblood, and the dragon eggs far, far below the mountain. "I know where you are, my sweets." "Fuck you, crippled dwarf. Give me back my body." "No. When I am free, I will hunt you down and give you the longest, slowest death I have ever dealt. You will take years to die, you fucking insect. I see you. I can see you even now, crouched in the iron vault below the Cathedral of Eternal Hate. I know exactly where you are. I can smell your fear, your piss, your shit, you spineless fucking worm. The irony being, Volak, that now you are the spineless fucking worm, for I control your spine, and I will use your discarded shell to murder your unborn babies in their hundreds, in their thousands. You are fucked, Volak. Your reign is over. You'll be imprisoned back inside the dragon engine, and you will serve the harbouring dwarves once more." Skalg felt himself shiver. He felt Volak crawling around inside of his mind, rifling through his memories. How could she do that? He was supposed to be in total control. "You lie," said Volak, her voice calm. "No, I will destroy the hibernating remains of the Blood Dragon Empire." "And then you will keep my body," said Volak. "I can see it, in your mind and in your soul. You would seek to be me, to rule the dwarves, to rule the world. You have become corrupted, Skalg. You have become obsessed with power and physical prowess. Go back to your crippled shell. Do it now, and I may spare you when I riot through the Five Havens, destroying every fucking dwarf that walks or crawls." "No," said Skalg, and Volak's single remaining black eye gleamed. "I will do what I please. I will do what I will.
For I am no longer Skalg, first cardinal of the Church of Hate. I am Volak, queen of the Blood Dragon Empire.
The scene, to him, was the most painful thing he had ever experienced, and he'd experienced many. The death of his father, when he was just 15, from a heart attack. Seeing him lying there on the wooden floorboards, face contorted, eyes closed, unable to do anything, unable to bring him back. That had been hard, one of the hardest moments ever, and the sense of frustration at this kind of loss was still with him. Then there was his mother, a beautiful, noble woman, taken before her time as cancers ate through her bones and left her a shell of her former self. Sitting with her, holding her hand, praying for her, reading to her from the scriptures of hate, whilst he squeezed her hand and wept at the pain coursing through her, at her clenching and contortions. That had been harder than his father. For this time it had gone on and on and on, and there's nothing quite like witnessing prolonged suffering to really put a dwarf's life into fucking microcosmic perspective. But seeing the body of his daughter, Kajella, after taking her high dive from the top of Skalg's home, the Blood Tower, had been the nadir of his entire life. She'd been crushed, broken up, her face distorted and almost unrecognizable. Lying in an open casket in the church, Kokar had choked, tears streaming from his eyes, and reached out, taking hold of his daughter. He'd inadvertently grabbed one of her arms, not realizing she'd been so broken up on impact with the hard ground many stories below, that the mortician had had to arrange Kajella's body and limbs, including detached limbs, in such a way as to appear normal. The poor mortician had not expected a grieving father to grab at her body, or rather, her arm, thus detaching it from its place of rest, and waving it in the air as his wails reached the high, vaulted, expensively gilded rafters of the church. It hadn't just been the knowledge of her violent impact which had shaken Kokar so badly. After he'd discovered the real means of her demise, it was the fact Skalg had used his fucking name, his position as highborn, his clan name, Carrick y Clar, to coerce Kokar's 16-year-old daughter to his bed, with the great dwarf lords only knew what fucking promises. Skalg had raped her. Skalg was scum shit of the lowest order. Slowly, Kokar walked down the steps, his boots thudding. He halted at the bottom and pushed open the door. By the altar knelt Skalg, head bent, covered in his own piss and shit, and stinking something horrid. Before him glittered 3 huge gems, the dragon heads. They glittered in the chamber, their light threatening, creeping, and eerie. Kokar turned and reached out, and his friend and comrade, Echo, passed him a mace. It was a hefty weapon, with a brutal spiked head. Kokar weighed it thoughtfully, and then peered around the chamber, looking for traps, tripwires, hidden crossbows, or any other threat which might leap out and turn him from a living Kokar to a dead Kokar. Amazingly, there seemed to be nothing, which, now, was almost irrelevant. Kokar's fury had reached such a pinnacle, he would have waded through 1,000 rotting corpses, swam an ocean of sharks, fought a battalion of mudorks, in order to get to Skalg's worthless, rancid fucking body. Kokar strode forward, aware he was treading a path for Echo. Echo followed softly behind, his footfalls silent. Kokar stopped and kicked Skalg hard. Skalg murmured, "Oi, you fucking rat. Wake up." Skalg's eyes flickered open, and for a moment panic fleeted there. His lips writhed wordlessly, then he focused, and yet was distant, incredibly distant. "I've come to kill you," said Kokar, who wasn't one for mincing words, especially when it came to revenge regarding his dead daughter.
Eh?
Skalg focused a little more.
Who are you? I have money and power. More money than you know what to do with.
Still, he was distant, as if processing an internal monologue. Kokar shrugged, hoisted the mace, and stared down at this wretched specimen of dwarf kind before him. You raped my daughter, Kajela. You let her fall from the Blood Tower. By all the powers vested in me by the nobility and authority of the clan Carrick-y-Clar, I sentence you to death." Skalg frowned. Wait, he said, holding up both hands. The mace slammed down, brushing aside his hands like leaves in an autumn breeze, and connecting with his face. There was a thud. Skalg screamed. Kokar hit him again, pulverizing his cheekbone, then his nose, then his forehead. In a fury, Kokar beat Skalg until he was a corpse, with hardly anything left of his bloody, broken head. A terrible silence fell on the Cathedral of Eternal Hate. Echo stepped past Kokar, who was panting, covered in blood, his eyes alive, alight, and triumphant. "That murdering bastard will rape and kill no more," he said. Echo nodded, slipping the 3 dragon heads into a velvet bag. "You certainly showed him the fury of your revenge." "Yes, I did, didn't I?" Kokar beamed and wiped his hand on his jerkin, leaving a smear of blood. Echo walked towards the door leading from the iron vault. Then he turned and lifted his crossbow. "But it's such a shame it had to end like this." The crossbow clicked, the quarrel hissed, and the bolt took Kokar in the throat. Echo watched him fall, his eyes compassionless, and then, weighing the dragon heads thoughtfully, he stared at the corpse of Skalg. And he thought about his own sister, so similarly abused. "Maybe now your shade will rest," he said, and smiled, and left the chamber filled with blood and murder and revenge. He slowly climbed the steps leading to the 5 havens and the riot of chaos and violence above. Chapter 23. Descent. Volak entered the mines at an incredible velocity, soaring up into the sky, into the thin, freezing air, then dropping like a comet straight into the black descent, a worm tunnel which led from the uppermost reaches of the Karamakos, the teeth of the world, straight down into the heart of Wormblood. She plummeted, wings folded behind her, her mind a rage as she battled Skalg. But then, like some miracle, he became distant, unfocused, and for long seconds Volak regained control, and her jubilance filled her with an ecstasy she didn't believe possible. Skalg withered and shrunk, his power diminishing, folding in and in and in upon himself, until he was just a tiny, screaming voice. But then he started to come back, and Volak, weaving in her supersonic descent, screamed, fire lashing out, scorching the vertical tunnel walls. Skalg's strength returned tenfold, and Volak withered, relinquishing control once more. How can he be so powerful? What channels him? What motivates him? And then she realized, and it chilled her soul. The dragon heads. But the dragon heads were misnamed, for they had nothing to do with the dragons themselves, but more to do with Equiem magic, the old dark magic, the magic of the land, the magic of the Shamathi. They were powerful beyond all mortal comprehension, and Volak feared them completely, for they had the power to scorch the earth, to cleanse the world, to kill every living creature on the entire fucking planet. Just as Skalg's power could increase no more, just as Volak had been pushed into the tiniest cell of her own mind, with no chance of ever escaping, so he was suddenly gone. Skalg was gone, utterly, totally, completely. What happened? And it drifted lazily into her mind. Knowledge. Volak knew exactly what had happened. Skalg was dead. Thunder rumbled, and she realized it was not thunder. It was the beginnings of an earthquake deep down under the mountain. She plummeted, a black, falling star, towards the core of Wormblood, where her babies waited for her, softly calling. Lilith was panting, the bolt in her chest, a metal parasite, eating into her. The pain was incredible, like nothing she'd ever felt, but it was all for nothing, and she did not care, because there, before her, her true love, the love of her life, her rock, her anchor, her lodestone, had died. Beatrix's heart had stopped beating. Lilith's tears and her blood fell to mix and mingle, covering his face in a bloody mask. "No," she wept. "No." Echo ran through the streets of Svolga, his footfalls light, a dagger in one hand, the velvet bag tucked deep inside his shirt. The dwarves were rioting, and 1,000 fires burned through the city, including every single church of hate. A dwarf staggered into his path, bearing a massive, double-headed battle-axe. He growled and swung at Echo, who leapt over the axe swing, dagger cutting out neatly to slice the dwarf's throat. Echo landed in a crouch, motionless, and glanced back. The dwarf folded over and lay dying quickly on the cobbles. The ground shook. High above, a grand carved gargoyle detached from the top of a building, tumbled and smashed onto the cobbles to Echo's right. He set off again, increasing his pace, down an avenue lined with iron trees, their iron leaves reflecting the glow of 100 burning buildings which roared like burning demons, announcing the end of the world. The ground shook more violently, and this time it kept on shaking. Buildings started to collapse, and Echo dodged a tumbling, cascading wall which vomited stones at his feet. The rumbling increased in intensity, until Echo could hardly run, such was the violence. All around, fires burned and dwarves screamed. Echo's gaze snapped up. High up, a massive arched stone and iron bridge, built 10,000 years ago by the great dwarf lords themselves, jiggled and shook, and then slowly folded downwards, detaching, describing a broad arc as it began to break apart, falling through the darkness to decimate 1,000 houses, churches, and civic buildings far below. For a while it seemed it was raining stone and iron. Echo ran for it, as the mountain slowly, lazily, began to reclaim Svolga as its own. The floor was shaking, the walls were shaking, and a gradual rumble increased in volume and intensity. Everything was vibrating, including the dragon eggs wreathed in mist, which danced and swirled, creating crazy patterns. "We've got to leave!" screamed Talon, sprinting to Lilith. He grabbed her shoulder, but she spun, pushing him away. Her eyes were wild, her chest soaked in blood. "I'm not going anywhere," she hissed. Talon glanced to Dake. "Help me!" he screamed. Dake ran over. "He's gone, Lilith, and the mountain feels like it's about to collapse around our heads. We need to get the fuck out of here!" But Lilith wasn't listening. She was leaning over Beatrix, chanting, lips writhing, and the palms of her hands were glowing red, and she felt the energy of the entire fucking planet beneath her knees, swirling with energy, swirling with the meshed elements of order and chaos, and her blood dripped into Trax's eyes, into Trax's mouth, and he drank down her lifeblood, and her hands moved, and she dragged up his blood-soaked shirt and placed her hands over the wound in his guts. Heat poured out, and the flesh ran together like molten wax. Slowly, as if in a trance, as the whole world around her shook like the mountain itself was collapsing down and down in on itself, so her hands rose to Beatrix's neck, and she covered the wound and prayed and sang and invoked the old gods, the ancients. Her mind opened and knowledge poured into her, the dark arts from the elder days before elves and men and dwarves. Power surged through her, and she looked up, looked around, and she could feel Hex, feel the group mind of all the dead worm queens that had ever existed. They were watching her, and yet there was no hate there, no anger, just a cold and calculating observation. "I can see you," she said. "Yes," said Hex. "I never wished the dragon eggs any harm," she said. "We know. You were a victim of circumstance. What shall I do?" "Heal him and leave this place. You are not welcome here." "I will do so," she said. Lilith closed her eyes, and her hands glowed with a golden light. The wound in Beatrix's neck closed, blood running backwards as a localized area of time ran backwards, and Lilith continued to pray, to invoke, her lips writhing, smoke pouring from her mouth like dragon smoke. Beatrax sat up, screaming, hands clawing his own flesh. Lilith toppled to one side, face pale, eyes rolled up to show only the whites. The rumbling increased, and then, smashing through the domed ceiling, came Volak, the queen of Wormblood. Pieces of black stone rained down as her mighty wings outstretched, and she landed with a thud amidst the hundreds of dragon eggs. Flames broiled around her snout, and her single eye orientated on the overlanders, kneeling amidst so many corpses on the polished stone platform. Volak breathed, and fire rumbled. Then she looked around at the intact eggs, and looked up as the whole chamber shook and the shock of the earthquake increased. "You have spoken with Hex," she intoned, voice almost musical. Talon and Dake looked at one another and climbed to their feet. They brandished their weapons. "There's no fucking way we can kill that," hissed Dake. "But we'll die trying," said Talon, voice bleak. Volak strode forward, head weaving, neck rippling like a serpent. "Hex has spoken with your witch," she said, head swaying from side to side. She came close and closer still, and Talon and Dake both took a step back. Beatrax, both hands above his heart, suddenly became aware. His head turned to the right, slowly, to face Volak, queen of the worms. She lowered her head until they were only inches apart. Beatrax swallowed. Lads? Need some help here, lads?" Volak blinked, her one good eye, multifaceted in black, fixed on Beatrax's face. Slowly, carefully, she said, "You have my permission to leave." Beatrax considered this. "All right. Come on, lads. Let's get the fuck out of here." He stood and picked Lilith up, cradling her unconscious body to his chest as he would the most precious of babes. The ground was shaking, the walls shaking, the tens of thousands of tiny machines whirring faster and faster and faster. Dake knelt by Jael and checked for a pulse. Then he stood, dragged the lad up, and threw him over his shoulder. Finally, Talon lifted Socorra in his arms, staring down into her face. Suddenly, she began to cry, and Talon's heart fluttered, hope filling him. But then he realized it was his own tears, filling her eyes and running down her cheeks, and he wept all the more. Lilith's eyes flickered open. She stared at Volak, and she smiled. "Look after your babies," she said. Volak nodded her huge head. "I feel that one day we will meet again, Lilith." "I am sure of it," she said, and curled into Beatrax's massive arms and chest, a child again, Beatrax her protector. Slowly, as the rumbling and violence increased, so Beatrax, Talon, Dake, Jael, and Lilith left the chamber of the dragon eggs, of the worms. They moved through the adjoining chamber, boots crunching on old dead shells, and Talon said, "I can't help feeling we should have stayed and maybe destroyed the eggs." "No," said Lilith gently. "It is already written in stone." "But what is?" "The death of the blood dragons," she said. The mountain vented its fury. The mountain shook, and the world shook, and the tens of thousands of tunnels and caves and hollows, of mines and pits and chambers, all had for millennia carved a fracture in the infrastructure of the mountain's bowels. Now, with a simple application of tremor, the whole internal warren came collapsing and screaming down. Dwarves ran wailing as high ceilings and bridges collapsed. Houses and towers folded in upon themselves. The earthquake rioted through the 5 havens. None were safe. It lasted for a week, and above, in the open air, amidst the forests and mountain flanks, amidst the snow line and the peaks of rock, so the mountain settled and shifted and slowly hunkered down upon itself. Great fissures opened up, only to crack and crumble and fill themselves in once more, because the mountain gives, and the mountain takes away. It took them a week to escape the mountain, and for long stretches of that, it felt like the mountain was taking care of them. They traversed long-lost tunnels, traveling upwards, always travelling upwards, and they walked over crumbling high bridges, through chambers that could swallow a cathedral, a village, a city. After the insanity of the main earthquake, so the mountain had settled and hunkered down, hitting them with many aftershocks, but always managing to preserve their route to freedom. After 3 days, both Lilith and Jael had been able to walk for themselves, which was good for Beatrax. He complained of a bad back, moaning long into the night. On the 7th day, they crawled up a long, thin tunnel, the roof too low to allow any of them to stand. They could see a circle of bright, white light at the end and increased their pace, finally emerging with gasps and sighs and tears onto a rocky hillside dotted with conifers, a view opening up before them, a view that took their collective breaths away. They looked out over valleys and rolling hills. It was morning, and the spring sun was climbing in a cold, brittle blue sky. Beatrax breathed in deep, reveling in the fresh air entering his lungs. Talon, tears streaming down his face, turned and hugged the axeman.
"Tastes good, doesn't it, lad?"
grinned Beatrax.
"It's good to be alive,"
nodded Talon. Dake gently lowered Socora's body to the ground, and they stared at her scarred face, a tapestry of the horrors they'd endured in the realm of the Harborim dwarves.
"We need to bury her,"
he said.
"Yes,
Somewhere beautiful."
yes, she would have liked that."
They glanced back at the tiny tunnel opening. Even now it was shrouded by trees and bushes, almost invisible to anybody passing, a random vent hole, an escape passage from the world of the Harborim dwarves. Under their boots, the mountain trembled.
"She's still upset,"
said Talon. Beatrax grunted. "Aren't we all?"
"It's a miracle we're alive,"
said Jael. "A miracle is the right word," nodded Beatrax, and looked over at Lilith. She was standing, her back to the group, gazing off at the amazing panoramic vista which presented itself to them, a vast, rolling, pastel landscape, something so beautiful it transcended language and thought. It just was. Beatrax saw that her shoulders were shaking. He moved over to her and wrapped his arms around her from behind.
"Hey,"
he said.
"Hey, you,"
she said.
"You in pain?"
"Yes, but more in my head than in my flesh."
"You saved my life back there. Well, more than that. Dake says you brought me back from the dead."
"Let us just say the experience of Wormblood has opened my mind."
"Equiem magic?"
"Yes."
"You said it was evil."
"No, I said it was part of the dark arts, but even the dark arts can be used for the cause of good."
Beatrax turned her around and looked into her face, then glanced down at her blood-soaked shirt, dried now, but the image still made him wince. "So, Talon sewed you up?"
"Yes, I did want you to do it."
"You know I can't stand the sight of blood," he said.
"Really?"
She raised her eyebrows.
"Really?"
"Well, your blood. It just makes me queasy."
"Why's that, Beatrax?"
"Because I love you so much," he said simply, and smiled. An hour later, they had found a small glade filled with flowers. It was bordered by rocks and trees, and was a quiet, solitary place, protected from the wind and bathed with sunshine. They dug a grave, taking their time to remove the rocks, and then laid Socorra out, arranging her hands folded across her chest. Lilith straightened her clothing.
"She was always fussy about the way she dressed,"
she said, and smiled. As the sun set, so they slowly filled in the grave, covering Socorra's body first, and then, finally, her face. They piled the rocks they'd collected on top of the grave, as a marker, and to stop any scavenging wild animals.
"Sleep well, princess,"
said Talon, and his tears fell into the soil, onto the rocks, as he bent over Socorra's final resting place. The wind sang a song through the wild places of the mountain.
"What now?"
said Beatrax, rolling his neck, and glancing over to observe the setting sun. A deep red glow filled the world. It reminded him of blood. It reminded him of dragons. Lilith looked at him. And she smiled, a kindly smile, filled with warmth and love.
"We go home," she said.
Epilogue. The Cocks. The insanity of violence and bloodshed which followed, well, it all started because of Cock.
"More ale!"
cried Beatrax, well in his element, grinning as he wrapped his arm around Dake's shoulders and leered into the man's face. They were seated in the main tavern room of the Battered Cock. Beatrax had been adamant they'd drink at the Fighting Cock's, but when they'd arrived they stood, staring in horror and absolute disbelief at the smoking, charred remains. "It's just a fucking shame," Dake was pontificating. "I mean, burned to the ground." He took another hefty swig. "It's a travesty. That's what it is. We should do something, raise some money, have her rebuilt, that's what I reckon." Beatrax nodded drunkenly and slapped Dake on the back. "My very thoughts exactly. I mean, how can we go through life without the bloody Fighting Cocks? 'Twas an institution is all I'm saying, and in my humble opinion, the very best of the Cocks." Dake nodded and beamed as Talon returned carrying large tankards of ale. He was trailed by Jael, who was looking a little sheepish. "I'm sorry," he said, wincing, and glanced at Beatrax. "I spilled some." "Hey!" beamed Beatrax, who was feeling extremely amicable. He was alive, his woman was alive, and he wasn't being tortured by a dwarf. Damn them fucking dwarves. "I needs to teach you a few lessons, lad. Right, when you're in a tavern, the rule is never moan about a bit of spilt ale." "Why not?" said Dake. "You do." "I don't." "You fucking do." "I fucking don't."
"Guys, will you keep the noise down?"
snapped Lilith, who was seated at a nearby table, a glass of water by her side, poring over an ancient manuscript. Her eyes sparkled, and she winced a little every now and again as her chest pulled tight on the stitches over the crossbow bolt. She still carried the iron inside her. She didn't want it removed. She said she needed it, needed the pain, needed the weight of iron as a constant reminder of the hell and chaos she'd experienced. There was a commotion at the tavern entrance, and 3 big men piled in. One was huge, broad and muscular, with a ridiculously large black beard and dark, twinkling eyes. The second was broad of shoulder, narrow of hip, and carried himself like a natural pugilist, which he was. The final one was a big lad, with a bushy beard, one eye, and a savagely scarred face. They staggered to the bar and ordered drinks too loudly as other patrons stepped neatly away. Back at the table, Dake nudged Beatrax. "Hey, don't we know them?" Trax squinted and belched. "I don't think so." "Yeah, that ugly fuck, that one there." He pointed just as Dake turned and stared at him. "Oi, you, fuck, what are you fucking pointing at?" Dake stared at him, mouth open, words failing him. Dek strode to their table, closely followed by Nanak and Kareem. The 2 groups eyed one another warily, until Dek pointed at Beatrax and said, "I fucking know you." "You do?" "Aye." "You want a fucking badge for that, laddie?" "A badge? Are you taking the piss?" "Taking it? You're fucking giving it away," snapped Beatrax.
Wait,
said Lilith, gliding between the 2 groups. She looked at Beatrax, then turned and stared at Dek. She smiled.
"Yes, you 2 do know one another. Beatrax, this is Dek. Dek, this is Beatrax. You were supposed to have a fist fight, 25 years ago? But Dek got whisked away by General Dalgoran, and Beatrax went off to train as an axeman, and so it never happened."
"Well, it can fucking happen right now," snapped Beatrax, surging to his feet. "Any fucking time, Grandpa," scowled Dek. "Who are you calling old? You old cunt. At least I don't shag my best mate's wife." The atmosphere fell into ice. "You see," snapped Nanak, "every bastard knows about you and your cheating ways."
"Will you give it a fucking rest?" growled Dek, "or I'll break another fucking finger."
"You reckon you can?"
"I can if you don't shut your fucking hole." Gentlemen, gentlemen, Lilith held up a hand. I think you need to calm yourselves.
Oh, aye?
Snapped Nanak, and Beatrix glared at him, fist closing around his axe.
You show the woman some respect, he said, or I swear I'll fucking gut you like a fish.
Trax, it won't be necessary.
Why's that?
I fear we have a common enemy once more.
We do?
Beatrix frowned.
Who?
Lilith sighed, a sound like breeze teasing through dry, auburn autumn leaves.
It would appear Orlana the Changer, the horse lady, has escaped from the furnace, she said.
The mountain screamed, moaned, grumbled, rumbled. It shook with the violence of an earthquake. It shook like it was the end of the world. Rocks fell, columns collapsed, tunnels imploded, crashing down, rock and dust screaming outwards in great geysers of debris. The Karamakos groaned and trembled, and inside the vast depths, chambers collapsed, bridges fell, towers tumbled, and the mountain wept like a virgin on her wedding night. Pure, ice-hot hate swamped Volak. The very world had turned against her and her kind. She strutted through the field of eggs, roaring, screaming, fire blasting from her maw in an act of raw defiance as the ceiling began to collapse. Huge chunks of rock fell, smashing eggs and dragon embryos into splattered smears. The roof collapse accelerated, and Volak could hear the destruction of Wormblood outside, up above the dragon eggs. Huge buildings of precious metals were toppling, towers came crashing to the ground. The Platinum River broke its banks and spread like a silver platter across the walkways and roads of Wormblood. Stone and rock fell like rain. Volak moved to the center of the chamber, and hunkering down, she gathered 10 or 12 eggs together, pulling them protectively under her belly. She could feel how warm they were, fire licking delicately over their living shells. Volak spread her wings, then brought them in like a shield, as she lowered her neck, lowered her head, tucking it underneath herself to observe her eggs, her offspring, her babes.
I will protect you to the end, she said,
her words a gentle tickling of fire, as above the mountains screamed, and the entire city of Wormblood came tumbling down. That was Twilight of the Dragons, The Blood Dragon Empire, Book 2, by Andy Remick, read by Barnaby Edwards.